we're ready now, anytime.
So,
You can start talking, trying to get this right.
is it working?
Yep, it's working. It's just for the squeak now. I got something to
So,
that too.
so Mr. Crosley made me the offer of $16,000 in the executive position of choosing the events that I wanted to broadcast, and then the right to broadcast it. And he said, we don't want you to leave, I don't want you to leave. And after he made this very gracious offer of twice as much money, with complete security and certainty as against half the money, complete insecurity, except my belief in myself, the uncertainty of the world's most complex city. I told him that I thanked him very much, but that I was going to New York and would refuse his offer. And he said, well, I'm a little puzzled. I believe I have the right to ask you why you're turning down my offer, which is twice as much. And the answer was readily available. I said, Mr. Crosley, I am not turning down your offer. I want to go to New York for the same reason. You went broke 6 times before you came up with WLW, which is a fact. He was like in the world of mechanics, inventions, machines. He was like Don Quixote tilting at one windmill after another, and he couldn't be content with anything but what he had to keep monkeying around trying something else. And one of the things he kept trying after he had gone broke in business half a dozen times in Cincinnati was a little radio station which he fooled with in the living room of his house, and he kept fooling with it until he got himself in the radio business. And when I said I wanted to go to New York for the same reason you went broke a half a dozen times until you came up with WLW, he smiled, the most cordial, warm, genuine smile I think I've ever seen. And he got right up immediately from behind the desk, and he came around, and he stuck out his hand, and we shook, and his hand was very warm and very pleasant and very masculine. And he said, I completely understand. Good luck. And I left with his blessing.
One question, Red, you mean the radio station really preceded the Crosley radios and Crosley refrigerators and all the rest?
That's right.
Oh, I see. I always thought it was the other way around. Huh?
And there's one other little thing that I didn't bring up with Mr. Crosley, and I haven't touched on it now. And as I sit here looking at the window on this rainy morning, I guess Freud would explain it. But as I said, I came down to the station and told the people I worked for that I was going to Brooklyn. I'm aware now that I didn't mention a name. The man who was general manager in charge of WLW was named Shouse, S-H-O-U-S-E. And his right hand, his henchman, his dog robber, was named Dunville, D-U-N-V-I-L-L-E. And they were a pair that were running KMOX in St. Louis. And Mr. Crosley had a series of men running WLW for him since John Parr left to go to New York. He had Frank Smith, He had Bill Hedges, whom he had brought in, you might say, on a loan from NBC in New York, and after Hedges had been in Cincinnati for a while, he returned to the National Broadcasting Company in New York. He had Don, D-O-N, Becker, B-E-C-K-E-R. And he hadn't found the man he wanted, and I guess he finally found him in St. Louis because he brought in Jim Schaus, and with Schaus came Bob Dunville. And they, I'm certain this is all the way Mr. Crosby wanted it, because things were changing, and people were always interested in money. And under Schaus and Dunville, they went for all the money they could get, and they wanted to do it the easiest possible way. WLW had always had a fine talent staff, live people, musicians, singers, actors, entertainers. One time, WLW was the door to the Major League big leagues, the major network big leagues. If you were an actor at WLW and successful, you just went on up. And from WLW came a succession of outstanding people. It was the single most valuable service stripe you could have, a successful service at WLW. If you said that you had been at WLW for a reasonable period of time, you could get a job anywhere. But under Schaus and Dunville, they immediately began taking more network programs. They began taking spot announcements. They began eliminating what to them was a costly and cumbersome group of human beings. That WLW rapidly under them became a mechanized piece of automation with a muchly increased financial strength. The money poured in and the people went out. And they had come to the station during, as I recall, the baseball season of '38. And I had had very little to do with them. After all, I was sold out. I was doing all that I thought, all that ever entered my mind that I could do, commercially, physically, mentally, emotionally. Well, there's a limit to how far you can stretch a human being. Even Roger Bannister, who stretched himself to break the 400 mile, will tell you that you can stretch an athlete just so far. And he doesn't think they're going to run that mile too much faster in the future, because there's a limitation of how far you can stretch the heart, and how far you can stretch the lungs, and how far you can stretch the muscles, and how young you can start the training. There's a limitation on being a human being. And I hadn't thought about it, but
One question. In those years when you were broadcasting the baseball games and football in the fall, what would you do when you weren't doing sports? Going into that now?
Well, what I'm going to say is that in the summer, I did the baseball game. And by now, we're doing ball games every time they play. And then at 5:45 on WSAI, the smaller station, I did a 15-minute program on the baseball results. Baseball was still basically in the afternoon. And other sports, It was a 15-minute sports show, which I did and did alone, without any writer. I had never dreamed of having a writer in those days. You prepared your own material as you went. And if you didn't prepare your own material, you weren't worth your salt. I was a broadcaster, writer. In fact, I've never had much experience with a writer. I've had some when I got to New York. But I still always had something to do with my own material. But in Cincinnati, I was my own writer 100%. So I prepared and did this show, 15-minute show on a smaller station. And then, by this time, Colonel Bob Newhall, who had been the great sports figure, had established, created, and made a great 15-minute sports period, 6:45 to 7 on WLW, following, 6:30 to 6:45, just ahead of Lowell Thomas. I had succeeded to that program and had and was sharing it with a very warm, good friend and a very talented individual who was the sports editor of the Cincinnati Times Star, the Taft afternoon newspaper. And Nixon Denton, Nixon-Denton, Nixon Denton would do the first part of the program, and his part of the program was to do an editorial or a sports feature or his commentary upon whatever was current. He was the columnist. So you might say we had a little miniature sports page of our own, because we're somewhat ahead of its time. He was the columnist. He was the Red Smith, he was the Jimmy Cannon. Then I would come on for the other half of the program, in which I did the hard news. And in the event that there was no hard news, then it was up to me to come up with a feature, because that program had to be filled 5 days a week. So from by the time I finished doing play-by-play with this preparation and getting to the ballpark in the late morning, and turning from the ball game immediately to doing the 15-minute show on WSAI, and then getting by transportation. If I did the WSAI show at the ballpark, then I had to drive like mad from the ballpark to the radio station, to the studios, where Denton would be. Or, if the ball game had ended early enough, then I drove like mad to the station for the first 15-minute show. So I was under a pretty full head of steam. And when I came off the air at 6:45, as the expression is coming to being, I had it. From just about any way you could, I was talked out and I was thought out, and in that weather in Cincinnati, I was sweated out. And it was a full day. So late in the summer, maybe with 2 months to go in the season, I got called into Dunville's office. And he said, Red, we have sold you to such and such a outfit in Cincinnati for a 15-minute show, 5 nights a week on WSAI. And it was 9:30 in the evening, in which they want you to do this historical present, this play-by-play device that you've learned to do so well on your recreation game. They want you to recreate the highlights of the ball game of the afternoon. And when Dunville said that, I was horrified. I said, no, I can't do it. I said, when I have finished what I'm already doing, and I go home and eat my dinner, I said, then my fatigue is apparent. I have dropped. I said, I'm finished. I said, for me to pick myself up and come back and then rouse myself to the pitch of being an actor and doing a dramatic presentation at full voice, but recreating the highlights of the day. I said, no, that's too much. It's too much to ask. I can't do it. And then I said, I won't do it. Well, you said you will do it. You're under a year's contract. You get so much a week as sustaining salary. As you put it when I first came here, that John Clark put it to you when he first gave it to you, for the privilege of owning you. We have a right to make money on you. You're going to do it. And I realized, as I sat talking with this cold fish, he met it, and I realized that he had the legal right. And this is when I realized why there had to be a union, which I didn't join until I got to New York. There wasn't a union then. But the things I experienced at WLW and WSAI, there was every reason why the American Federation of Radio Artists had to come into being. He said to me, in fact, I don't care anything about your health or your career or your throat or your home life, or whether you're working too much. I sold another program, and I'm going to deliver you. And it's going to start tonight. And I said, all right. Now, I take a second thought. You have the legal right to make me do the program. Or I have to walk out. Just quit right now. He said, that's it. I said, well, there's only one thing that left me to tell you. I said, I don't choose to walk out and quit. But the baseball season. But I said, if you make me do this, and you can make me do it, if you make me do this, I said, I'll do it. But when my contract expires, I don't care whether there's any job on the face of the earth, I'm through. I will not be back after to work for you in 1939. And he laughed. And he made me do it. And it hurt. And I learned that you can only do so much work. And I learned that the breaking point for a man, and this is why I always have such an empathy for the people in the legitimate theater who have to do a matinee twice a week and then come back in the evening. And I think it's wrong. I think it's asking too much of them. I think that I know that the theater needs money desperately, etc. But I think that the Carates matinees, I don't know how they can do it. Well, anybody wants it done. But I know from my experience that when you have done a day's work, and then you sit down and have your done, then it is only normal and natural that the load of fatigue drops on you. You then know you're tired. And when you have to force yourself, when you have to lift yourself again after you have felt the fatigue of the day, raise yourself for another period. That is really draining your resources in a way that they should not be drained. That should only be for an emergency. And every night, the last half of that season of 38, as I did that show, 9:30 in the evening, and I felt my strength going, and I made myself spiritually reach for more strength and force myself to do that. Because I have always had a pride in my work, while I hated the show, yet the audience knew nothing about it, and was up to me to give the best show I could. And every night, 5 nights a week, I swore that I would not be at Cincinnati at that station next year.
He laughed. Why did he laugh? He didn't believe you?
That's right. He was that cold. He didn't care. And he also felt he had me. He thought that I would be back next year and the year after and the year after, because he had always bought people and controlled them. And Mr. Crosley, I didn't take this up with him. I didn't go to Jim Schaus because it was a partnership between Schaus and Dunville. Schaus sat in the office and smiled and was a good fellow to everyone. And no matter what the complaint was about what Dunville had done or what they didn't like about the station, or they didn't like about their hours, or they didn't like about their money, Schaus was always so sympathetic and so patting them on the back. And as they went out of the door, assured that Schaus was their friend, Schaus merely picked up the intercom and said to Dunville, "Cut him a little deeper."
Why did Newhall go?
Old age. Newhall was well along. He was not a young man when I got to Cincinnati. And Mrs. Newhall, this was a second marriage, a late marriage. Her first husband died. She had a grown son by the time she married Newhall. Mrs. Newhall wanted to go to Florida, and they went to Sarasota, Florida.
When did this show start, this 9:30 show? About June or May?
I'd say the last 2 months of the season, as I remember.
Yeah.
I didn't write it down and keep it rough.
Roughly, in the summer.
Well, roughly, I was forced to do a couple more months the last part of the summer.
One question before we go on. In the winter...
Now, this has got us out of Cincinnati, right?
Yeah. But one more thing, though. In the winter, between, say, 34 and 35, 35 and 36, what did you do?
In the... when I went to Cincinnati, I went there to do the baseball game, but as I said, broadcasting Major League ball games then was not with the 7-day-a-week continuity, was not the thing that it is today. I only did a handful of games that first season live from the ballpark. I'd go to the ballpark every day, naturally, to watch. And I used to give every half hour from the ballpark a 1-minute bulletin about the course of the game on the days we were broadcast. And when when the team went out of town, we would broadcast by wire reports games from all around the league except the games played at Brooklyn and New York where the anti-radio ban was in effect. They didn't allow any broadcast anyplace. Also, you were not allowed to do Sunday games from St. Louis. The Cardinals put that ban in. People all around the country were very afraid, very apprehensive about the effect, the power of radio. Then when also the first 2 years I was at Cincinnati, I was held so lightly as a sports announcer that I would come to the studios and do 2 or 3 hours of studio announcing, news broadcasts, whatever it was, before I'd go to the ballpark. And I was immediately placed on this 15-minute sports show on WSAI. I didn't get the WLW show for 2 or 3 years. Then the first winter, the first 2 winters, the winter following the seasons of 34 and 35, as soon as the baseball season ended, I went on a full announce show. And I took my announcing turn on the big station, the little station, just as any other announcer on the staff. In other words, I was just as full-fledged a studio announcer as anyone down there. And in football season, I was merely allowed to get off to go to football practice Friday and do the game on Saturday. And if my superiors were in a generous frame of mind, I would be given Sunday as a free day. But I'd be back in the studio Monday morning. And I'd be in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And this went on. And then the third winter I was there, because I was sick and tired of being a studio announcer. For all that was just pretty routine. Putting programs on the air, announcing musical numbers, giving spot announcements. And I worked all the announce shifts on the station, from signing the station on, long before day in the morning, and it was pretty dark and pretty cold. Cincinnati, you get up at 4:30 in the morning and have a quick breakfast and then get to the studio. I sat in that station on at 6 o'clock. And I worked the early morning shift. I worked the afternoon shift. I worked the night shift. And I requested, and my request was granted for every reason. I requested that I be given, because I was in a temporary basis. In other words, waiting for the next baseball season. And I knew it, and everybody else knew it. And I requested that I be given the announce shift that had the least amount of work. In other words, let me sit in the studio while the network programs were going through, such as the soap operas all afternoon, in which I merely made a report that you had to make a report for the show, that the show would come on time, how many minutes the commercial time was, and that the show went off on time, and all you did at the end was to say that this is WSAI, the Cross Radio Corporation, or this is WLW, the nation station, whichever station you happen to be on. And this meant that I didn't have to be in rehearsal time. And it meant that I wasn't working live shows, which meant that I had to be on my toes. Not that I didn't want to, but I knew my future didn't lie in that direction. And I knew that the fellows who, the professional staff announcers, that future did. And they wanted every live show they could get on, so they could really announce. And I always loved to read. And this was the winters, the 2 winters of sitting in the studio, were not the winter of discontent for me. They were the winter of much satisfaction, because everybody at the station and all the other announcers were applauding. Just let Red do the standby work. And they didn't know why I wanted to do it, but I knew why I wanted to do it, because they let me read the Iliad and the Odyssey and dozens of other wonderful books. And when you were doing standby work, they'd stick you in a little small studio. And you'd be on one side of a pane of glass with your microphone at the table, and the engineer in the control room was on the other side of the pane of glass. And I had to deal with the engineer, because it wasn't anything to monitor these shows, these soap operas. They ran with a monotonous regularity. He'd just put on 3 minutes of commercial time, and that's all there was to it. And naturally, they came on time, went off on time, otherwise the whole building exploded. And I had an arrangement with my friends, the engineers, that as soon as I'd given a station identification, they would turn off the loudspeaker in the little studio I was sitting in, so I had quiet to read. And about 15 seconds before I was supposed to come on and give the station letters, they would tap on a pane of glass, and I would look up, nod, and then they'd turn the speaker on, and I'd pull the switch down and make the announcement at the right time, throw the switch back up, off would go the speaker, and back to the Iliad and the Odyssey. But after a couple of years of this, and having some feelings of ambition about other facets of the business that I was in, I've always loved the business, I requested that I be allowed to do what they call production. Now, this was work. I didn't do any reading, but it was a wonderful experience. What you would do in production is that, let's say that you had a musical, 15 minutes, involving 6 or 7 or 8 musicians. It was your job to rehearse the musicians. You presided at rehearsal. You didn't direct the music, you didn't direct the tempo or anything else. But what you did was, you sat in the control room, and 1, you timed the length of the pieces. 2, you consulted with the director as to the rotation of the pieces, how they would be most effective. And if there was some piece, for example, that you didn't like, particularly you would discuss with them, and if you two agreed, you would take it out and another one would be substituted. And very importantly, you sat in the control room with the engineer to balance, you might put that in quotes, B-A-L-A-N-C-E, balance the 6 or 7 different instruments. If you sat there and you didn't hear the string bass properly, you would motion for it to be brought in 4 or 5 feet closer to the microphone, and you would keep monkeying, balancing, until you and the engineer, not the musical director, he's in the studio, till you and the engineer heard this ensemble the way you thought it ought to be heard. And then you had a dress rehearsal in which you notified the director as to whether he was a minute over or a minute behind or was on the nose or what. And you had a schedule, piece by piece, and fraction of each piece by each piece, and you know where that program had to be to come off on time and end properly. So you sat in the control room with the engineer, the program was on, and if some musician got inspired and got too loud, you'd give a sign for this one man to quiet down or one man to come up, or if a singer was singing and she wasn't quite on the microphone, it was up to you to say she came closer. It was up to you to give your cues to the announcer when he came in, and it was up to you to give a speed up or a slow down or an on-the-nose time cue constantly to the director so that he could speed up the tempo or slow it down or cut out a phrase or repeat a phrase and keep that program on time. It wasn't enough to suddenly get to the end and say, oh my goodness, we're over or we're late or something. You stayed on time. And this was a marvelous experience. And I enjoyed that. That was... And then we got ready for what was to be my fourth one. And this is when I got the accolade. The baseball was rapidly increasing in its effectiveness. Now we're doing all the games that we can get, all the home games, without a single exception. And we're doing everything except the games from Brooklyn and New York out of town. By this time, I was about ready to get the inherit the Newhall spot on WLW. I'd become more of a figure in the town, in my business. I was doing more interview shows. I did, they wanted me to do a man on the street show. I had been doing it at the ballpark, a fans in the stands interview show before the game. And now during this winter, they wanted me to go downtown and stand by the Gibson Hotel and just talk to people on the street corner, a man on the street. So I did a whole one. Wonderful experience. In other words, when I went over to the stadium in '54 to start interviewing ball players, why, I had such a backlog of interviewing people that it was no problem to interview anybody. Of course, I'd always, from time to time, interviewed people through the years, but at the stadium, with the pre- and the post-game shows, 30 minutes of interviewing day after day after day. What I had done in Cincinnati, a man on the street, was a pretty useful experience to stand on. And they had, by that time, I had gotten too valuable and had too many other things to do to where I wasn't doing an announce show. And I wasn't doing production. But there were still holes and odds and ends that hadn't been filled in. I thought, and my employees at the station thought, when you worked at WLW in those days, you worked. That's all there was to it. You just plain worked. And they didn't count hours. You didn't work just so many hours a week. Nobody kept track of the hours you worked. And you'd better not start keeping track of them either. Because they didn't like that. And as I say, WLW was in such an attractive position that they had a waiting line of people, good people, wanting to get on the staff. Nobody had to tell you that they could replace you. So it was a busy place, and this is all goes into what I said earlier, that if you had worked at WLW for a year or two, you had a working service stripe to where when you went in some other station around the country, they knew you could do it because you had to do it, or you couldn't have survived. One, you couldn't have gotten on at LW, and two, you couldn't have stayed there. So it wasn't in the news that you didn't stay there indefinitely. Nobody stayed at WLW indefinitely. So they still wanted me to do certain things, and I've always had a deep religious interest. And they had a baritone on the station named Joe Emerson, fine baritone singer. And he did a show for General Mills, 15 minutes every morning, 5 days a week, called Hymns of All Churches. It was a hymn singing show, that's all, pure and simple. And I knew Joe and liked him, and I looked to him sing. And so this winter came along this time, and I said to somebody, I said, you know, there's one show I'd like to work on. I'd like to announce the hymns of all churches. And the supervisor of the announcers, chief announcer, was Jimmy Crowders, K-R-A-U-T-T-E-R-S. Jimmy Crowders, very pleasant name, good fellow. And he said, well, I'll put you on it. Boy, so I came busting down there Monday morning, my first day at Hymns of All Churches. And I announced it. And I enjoyed announcing it. And I thought I announced it pretty well. I thought I was right in the swing of it. And I had got off the air, and I hadn't been off the air 1 minute, and the word came for me to get around to the general manager's office right now, no matter what I was doing, get in there. And he said, did I hear you on Hymns of All Churches? Yes, sir. Boy, I was pleased. And I thought he was going to tell me, well, I just didn't appreciate your versatility. I just didn't know that you could walk out of a ballpark and right into a program like that and announce Joe Emerson and the Hymns of All Churches. That you just could do it so beautifully, and that your voice fitted, and that your feeling was so sensitively correct and right for this. And he spit out a little profanity, and he said, well, I may have heard you this morning, but I'll never hear you on it again. You got no business on a hymn singing program. You are, and from this minute on, a full-time sports announcer. You stay in the ballpark and out of Joe Emerson's studio. And that was just that way it happened. I never announced a hymn singing program since. And I've often wondered if that gentleman, who, well, he doesn't know, he's been dead. If he'd lived, I wonder what he would have thought if he'd run into me preaching a sermon sometime, wearing the petticoats, the vestments that a lay reader in the Episcopal Church is entitled to wear, if he'd seen me standing up there in the pulpit. Oh, I wonder, because he sure took me off the Hymns of All Churches, boy, and nothing fat.
That's Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's enough. Enough Cincinnati.
Sure. That fills in nicely, too. Could we just turn this over for a second? Yeah, it's okay.
And I've always said that the only strength a man can have is to be himself. Even though at times it looks as though being yourself is a one-way street backwards. As I sat down in Florida, burning with the ambition of going to a bigger station, and the station I wanted to go to was WLW in Cincinnati, because that was a station that I heard in Florida, and that was a station my friends heard, and that station had gotten in the back of my mind as a station I wanted to go. That's all there was to it. And I went there 3 times on my own, taking auditions, job hunting, and after my second time there, one of the executives at WLW told me that I didn't have much chance. I said, why? Because I'm not a good announcer? And he said, no, it has nothing to do with it. He said, it's because of your southern accent. And he said, WLW is the nation's station, and we pride ourselves on not having sectional accents as our microphone voices. But I still went back up there for the 3rd time, and good that I did. But I'd had this in the back of my mind, that I'd been told I couldn't work at the nation station because I had not a national voice, but I had a southern voice. And I don't know what I could do about that. I was born in the South and raised in the South. And I not only couldn't do anything about how I spoke, but I wasn't of a mind to. And I still am not of a mind to. And I had never taken a voice lesson or a speech lesson. And I have never consciously tried to do anything except, as best I could, speak distinctly. I do think that whether you're from the South or anything else, you're supposed to say INGs and ERs. And speak at a pace that people can understand what you're talking about. Otherwise, there's no communication if they can't understand what you're saying. And you can't make a living talking in a microphone if people can't understand you. So just a rule of thumb, I tried to speak distinctly, but otherwise I've never tried to speak anything else. And when I'm doing a ball game or doing a broadcast, I'm unaware that I'm speaking at all. But this fellow had told me I couldn't work then because I was impaired. I had a speech handicap that I had been born into and grown up in, and I couldn't get rid of. And I had it. So, now, MacPhail comes to Cincinnati, and he gets Crosby to take over the ball club, and Crosby's got 2 stations, and they got nobody to broadcast, and they decided they should broadcast, and I said I could broadcast, and nobody studying about accents or anything else. They said, well, bring that boy up in that white linen suit that says he is a sports announcer. For $25 a week, so I came. Well, we got the season going, and to say again, it was almost like magic, like a bolt of lightning. I was able, from opening day, from the first batter, to broadcast the ball game in a way that they had never heard it broadcast before in Cincinnati. And I was an immediate success. It wasn't a too big success. It was a small town, a small station, but for that moment, that place, I was suddenly what you call a new smash. I'd arrived. I'd do the ball game. And John Clark, the general manager, called his script writers together. They were wanting to do something anyhow at WLW. In those days, they had this magnificent talent staff. All these musicians and singers and actors and writers. So he called his cabinet together, and he said, look, we want to put on a new show. And he didn't call them together, he called me. He said he'd call them together if they want to put on a new show, and they agreed that they were going to put on a 90-minute show once a week, all their own talent. They said WLW alone. But what they now call today prime time. Put it on, I think it was 9 o'clock to 10:30. And they weren't padding it with news and anything else. This was entertainment. This was music, and they had 2 dramatic things in it, short ones. And this was singing, and this was Bill Stace, the musical director, with all the union musicians, a great band that he had, they called the Flying Dutchman, with their own orchestrations, and it was going to be in Studio A, and everything at the station, except the watermelon rinds in the kitchen sink, was going to be thrown in that show. This is going to be the biggest talent show that WLW had ever put on, and it was the biggest talent show that WLW ever put on. And it ran for a year. And it's one of the biggest shows that anybody ever put on. It was a big show. And the people today that may be reading this and looking at television, they don't understand that radio was a big thing. It was big. Well, so they finally got around, well, who's going to MC the Crosley Follies? Follies, as they call it. Who's going to MC it? And somebody said, well, what about this new boy? And somebody said, oh, wouldn't that be fresh? Wouldn't that be the touch? He's not one of our fellows that everybody has heard for years on our staff announcers, and he's got a little thing, and somebody says, in that southern voice, holy mackerel, and what they did, I wasn't even aware of all this. They said, well, boy, we'll put him on, we'll take advantage of that southern voice. And I remember John Sin, S-I-S-N, who was a big guiding thing for ZIV, radio and television. Johnny Sin was then one of the continuity writers out there. And he said, well, for goodness sake, there was a piece that had just come out, was a popular piece called Pardon My Southern Accent. They said, we'll use that as a theme song, we'll bring him on with it. And then we'll just turn him loose. So we put on the Crosley Follies. And the next morning, John Clark, the general manager, got me in his office. And he's put out, well, He said, do you know all the talent that was on that show last night? I said, He said, do you know how much time was put into the thinking of the character of your role as Master of Ceremonies? Do you know that they even arranged that theme song, Pardon My Southern Accent? And he said, I sat back there listening to that program, and they played Pardon My Southern Accent, and you start talking, and I said to myself, he hasn't got enough Southern accent.
Dum, dum, dum. You feel strong today? Ready to go on talking? Hours and hours? How time do you have to be where?
Sure, will.
Oh, I don't know where you're at, but I do want to get as much as we can.
Want a cookie?
No? I'm very happy. Coffee's great. Gee, what an awful day. Whew.
Mean day.
Couldn't tell whether that was rain or hail going off there. It almost looked like hail. The rain sort of comes together and pops off again.
You hear the wind up here, 43rd floor.
What do you do?
It's all night. The building been shaking.
It doesn't?
Don't feel the building move. Boy, you hear the wind, and sometimes your head just hit like pow.
You got your thing running.
I just stuck it on the second as you took the door.
Well, turn it off for a second, because I'm eating.
What I was going to say is, if it's on, is now we really finally and everything else have got you to Brooklyn. Got you, I mean, at least we got you out of Cincinnati. Again, I don't want to worry you that I'm going to make this strictly a chronological thing, but for my knowledge has to be acquired almost chronologically. I mean, perhaps fitfully, maybe we'll go ahead and go back, but I have to fill everything in so that everything is there. And I was thinking that really the 15 years, 15 seasons in Brooklyn are, for at least the purposes of this book, the most important years. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if there had not been the 15 years in Brooklyn, there would not be a book. Do you think that's a justifiable statement?
Probably.
Because in Brooklyn, when you were in Cincinnati, you were recognized.
Well, Cincinnati's the foundation.
Yes, yes. And you were recognized as a superior, perhaps the superior baseball broadcaster, announcer, whatever else. But your reputation was only among the people who knew this, the McPhails and General Mills and WLW and people like that. At Brooklyn, your reputation became national. I mean, beyond the specialists. People like me knew you in Brooklyn. I didn't know you in Cincinnati. Not just because I was here in New York, but somebody like me living in Portland, Oregon would have heard of you when you were in Brooklyn, but not when you were in Cincinnati. I'm perhaps stretching or belaboring the point. You became a national figure in Brooklyn, and you had a greater impact than any sports writer before or since. I mean, sports broadcaster before or since.
Well, this is what you're going to write in the book.
Yeah. All right. You know,
as I see it in the book, they'll do little editorial paragraphs, parentheses, whatever it is, in which Creamer makes a statement.
This is that's one of the techniques we've talked about.
I think this is the way it's going to be, because this is the way the thing seems to be happening. In other words, which will explain to the people why I say certain things. I'm talking along, just like in your Sports Illustrated with Bear Bryant. Always this writer keeps you abreast a little bit, or the editor or something. It's almost like in the old days with the magazines when they always had continued stories.
Yeah.
You could pick up, say, issue 3. Well, there'd be a little capsule up there about what had gone on, and led you, and said, so you, even though you hadn't read the first 2, and it would be better if you'd read them, you still could read the 3rd one. Which also, as I see it, as we're discussing technique, takes me off of this constant ego spot. In other words, you and I hammering out a book, And the audience should know that you have directed this as well as being the right. In other words, it's
Yeah.
Red Barber with Robert Creamer. I don't see it any other way. But Robert Creamer, every so often, in this technique which is now come into vogue today, you keep explaining how this book and the why of the book, and why am I talking for a certain number of pages about this. Now, it would be up, if you want to say that, that from your opinion, that the years in Cincinnati were the foundation of making years, etc.
Yeah.
But the years at Brooklyn were the important years, just like we were talking, then I'm not saying that. You're saying it.
Yeah.
And somebody might say, well, I think Creamer is just as wrong as Adams or Fox, but at least he's got the right to say it. That's his appraisal. This is the man he's doing the book with.
Right.
Right? So I do feel that this is what I say, and I've said from the start, that to the audience, they will always have the subconscious knowledge that they don't know exactly where I come in, and you go out, and you come in, and I go out. That it's just,
Yes.
the two of us put this together, which is the saving grace, not only of your professional skill, but it's the saving grace of who am I with such a big eye that I'm shooting off my mouth for 300 pages, and it's all I. I mean, I'm the reincarnation of Charlie Dresden with 2 years in college education.
Okay, that's part of the technique of the book. Now, okay, this still gets us back to this thing that now, even though you have talked in different tapes that I have, at different times you've touched on MacPhail at Brooklyn and DeRocher, a little bit of Robinson, a great deal about O'Malley at the end. In fact, I think you've given me what you wanted in that.
Well, I don't recall now,
But
all the things we took up down in Florida. How much did we do about Jackie Robinson?
Not a tremendous amount, and it was in and out. It was sort of hodgepodge, because that was the first day, and you hadn't had a chance to prepare really, and I was throwing things at you, and I think I wore you out.
Well,
anyway, here we are. It's Brooklyn. What I'm trying to say to you is that I don't want you to worry about repetition. If you want to start talking about it, let's go ahead. You were coming over the Pulaski Skyway, as you might remember. You said you wanted to get into Brooklyn this way, and you said you didn't know where the exit was.
When we left Clearwater to come up to Brooklyn, we came up just about the time that they were getting ready to begin the exhibition games in Florida. Because Larry MacPhail there was no question, in the way of public relations, in the use of radio, in the use of electricity and lights, season ticket plans. MacPhail was there just was nobody close to him. Mr. MacPhail could also judge a ball player. He could also judge people. It was just working with MacPhail. The more you look back, and MacPhail and Rickey are the two men whose impact is on baseball today. And I worked with both of them intimately. And love them both. And I say this advisedly. There is nothing that I wouldn't do for MacPhail today if he asked me. And there's nothing I wouldn't have done for Rickey when he was alive. I would take their word to the end of the earth. If they said it, that's all. And they gave me the supreme compliment of saying that I was a grown man who knew his business, and they left me alone to do it. And I never counted the hours for MacPhail or for Rickey. I never counted the assignments. My only thought was how to get this job done to the best interests of all concerned. And I had also the full strength from these men, as MacPhail one time said. When you're broadcasting and you think this club, that time he was at Brooklyn, and you think this club ought to be burned, you burn it. You do this job as you see the job to be done. That's the only way I want it. And I don't care how it comes out. You think this club should be burned, burn it. As contrasted to a broadcast I did from Philadelphia one time, after O'Malley had taken over the Dodgers. And I remember this episode very keenly. This was one of the first real straws in the wind. And late in the ball game, the Dodgers had some men on, and the batter was called Ferrello. And the Philadelphia Ball Club played the infield and double play depth. And I said, over the radio, without even thinking, because everybody in baseball knew it, that the Philadelphia's playing infield back to get the double play because Ferrello is not a fast runner. Everybody in baseball knew that Carl Ferrello had a great arm, an accurate arm, and they knew that he was a very dangerous hitter, and they knew that he could hit the right field, and they knew that you couldn't walk him because he was an anxious hitter, and he wouldn't take pitches. And everybody in baseball knew it. Everybody in baseball knows everything about everybody else in baseball. And when I said that the Phillies had the infield back for the double play to get out of the inning because Ferrello hit the ball hard when he hit it, and he was not a fast man, everybody in baseball knew it. The next day at Brooklyn, I got word from O'Malley that what was I trying to do? Appreciate his ball players? Was I trying to alert the league that Ferrello was a slow man afoot? And when you think about it, this is going to the very heart of the work of the play-by-play broadcaster in trying to praise the audience, apprise the audience of his appraisal of the man's abilities and lack of abilities. Otherwise, how would they understand how the game is really being played? And was O'Malley foolish enough to think that I was the only one around the National League that knew Ferrello did not have the speed of Jesse Owen or Charlie Paddock? And it just also happened that Ferrello hit into a double play, and he was doubled by a couple of steps at first base, and it cost the ball game. And maybe that had something to do with the fact that I was criticized the next day. I merely pointed out what Philadelphia played for, and then when they got it, I guess that didn't sit too well. But at any rate, it was an indication.
Did he phone you or write you a note or what?
Spoke to him in person. So, what he said in such a cute way was that, gee, yesterday, were you trying to just tell everybody that slow Ferrello was? Mm-hmm. I'm trying to tell anybody how slow Ferrello was. Yeah. It's a pretty sad organization that doesn't know the running speed of their regular right fielder. Yeah. Anyhow, the thing at Brooklyn with McPhail and with Ricky, there just couldn't be any other years like those years. And to understand what took place over there in the years that I was there, I hope I can put this in the proper focus. I was one of many people involved, and I would think I got a lot of undue credit for the simple reason that I happened to be the one person who spoke into a microphone and millions of people heard about what was going on that was the end product of so many other people, including the millions of people who lived in Brooklyn. Because everything that came that came into life in '39 had been building all through the years. The tradition of the Dodgers had been building. Going back to, that really got underway when Ebbets Field was opened in 1913. And Mr. Casey Stengel played in an opening day game there, and as Stengel would say, to use his phrase again, and you can look it up. Well, when Ebbets Field was built, and it was the thing that set in motion the terrible division on the ball club, the split ownership between the families, and all the things that added into the character, into the almost tragedy, but which was so understandably human that everybody understood that this was always a human situation over there at Brooklyn. Charles Ebbets believed in the future of baseball, and he built Ebbets Field, and we opened it in 1913 people in baseball accused him of building a park that was bigger than it would ever be needed. And he made the famous statement, which has come down to this day, when he was accused of building a too big ballpark. He said, baseball is in its infancy. And what a prophet he was, and he didn't live to see his prophecy fulfilled. But anyhow, Ebbets Field broke him, and he couldn't finish it. And he had to get enough money to finish it. And he found a man with the money, McKeever. And McKeever just simply said, all right, I'll give you the money to finish it, but you give me exactly 50% ownership of the club. And that's how the 50-50 ownership between the McKeevers and the Ebbets came into being. And so you can't understand those Macphail, Rickey years at Brooklyn. And the Dodgers, when they came into national being as Dodgers, which they did in 41, despite World War II, I don't believe a pennant was ever wanted so thirstily by so many people across the nation as wanted the Dodgers of 41 to win. Most human ball club that ever was, that one. Raymond Graham Swing came back on a plane from Europe from World War II. He was a great war correspondent then on WR and Mutual. And Mr. Swing is, as a man that is devoid of a sense of humor, anything he says he means. And I bring up the fact that he has no sense of humor to my knowledge, because the fact that his is an analytical mind searching for news. And when he stepped off the plane in New York, the first question he said was, how did the Dodgers do? And that's where that phrase came from. That was picked up by some newspapermen. He asked them. And they thought the whole America had a man back from Europe, or they're burning up the continent over there. And he's going to make these great network broadcasts, and he's going to tell everybody how this troubled old world is doing in its warfare. And what does he do when he steps off the plane to the reception committee? He says, how did the Dodgers do? And he wanted to know. And that is reflective of how people felt in this country about that team. Well, anyhow, you've got this ballpark that starts in 1913. Well, it soon became outmoded and too small. And Ebbets Field was the most intimate major league ballpark that we ever had over a period of years, because at Ebbets Field, you weren't back in the stands, you were in the ball game. You were close enough to hear the players breathe and grunt, and you could see whether they had a pimple on the back of their neck or not. You could hear what they said to each other, and they could hear what you said to them, and you in turn could hear what some of them said back to you. That was a living, breathing, almost like a crocus sack full of Kilkenny cats when you got in there. And the intimacy of the park had so much to do. The borough of Brooklyn, they talk about America being the melting pot. They talk about New York City. The borough of Brooklyn has actually was, and still is, but then it was very much in a ferment of being the actual melting pot. You had more different racial streams in Brooklyn than anywhere else. You had 3 million people in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn was suffering from a borough-wide inferiority complex. And that complex was compounded to the fact that so many of them knew they were foreigners and knew they didn't speak the language, and were anxious for their children to speak the language. But there are people in Brooklyn still, that were then and still to this day, who still don't speak the English language. And there are a lot of people in Brooklyn that once they emigrated to Brooklyn and got in a certain neighborhood have never left that neighborhood. There are people, when I came to Brooklyn in 39, there were many people in Brooklyn, I know this for a fact, that had never once been to Manhattan. And Brooklyn was an unwilling member of the city of New York. And it took an act of the state legislature. Brooklyn was a separate city. You'll have to look this up, but I don't think it was it 1890? 1888. Or 1888. 98. 98. 1898, because they built the Brooklyn Bridge, and that set something in motion. That had something to do with the Dodgers of the Macphail Rickey era, the Brooklyn Bridge. Because until they built that Brooklyn Bridge, you didn't get back and forth to Brooklyn except by a boat, and that was a little cumbersome. Not everybody bothered to do it. It wasn't commuting country. But once they put that bridge across there, then that meant that you had access. Then, of course, you had other bridges that went in. You had the Manhattan Bridge and the Williamsburg Bridge. And you had subways then that went to Brooklyn, and they built a subway tunnel. So when you open when the Brooklyn Bridge started, when they put these bridges up, and when they put subways into Brooklyn, and then they put a water system in the city of New York, in other words, suddenly the whole thing is getting so big that Brooklyn cannot remain a city to itself, separate and apart. But they didn't want to be a part of the city of New York, and they were forced into being a member, being a borough, by the state legislature. So by the time I got to Brooklyn, there was still a resentment handed down from father to son about being incorporated in the city of New York, and it was a genuine resentment. They say to this day there is still a subconscious feeling in England, about that they don't like red-headed people because of the subconscious heritage that has been handed down of the fear of the Anglo-Saxons, of the red-headed Danes that used to invade them and lick the tar out of them and run over them. So it wasn't so deeply subconscious, it was still active on a conscious level that Brooklyn didn't like being part of the city of New York. And Brooklyn traded on it too. They were trucking it. And you remember in World War II, Brooklyn with its great population, etc., Brooklyn had more men in the armed forces than any one of some 38 states. And you can look it up. And you haven't heard of a war story anywhere from World War II that you didn't have somebody from Brooklyn involved in it. So you got a lusty, populous, strong, virile borough that is unhappy with its relationship with Manhattan. And now we come to two other things. One is these tall buildings in Manhattan, these skyscrapers. And the other was the New York Giants under John McGraw, and then Bill Terry, up there at the Polo Grounds. The people in Brooklyn lived in Brooklyn and came over to the world of tall buildings in Manhattan, the borough of Manhattan, to work, by and large. And then they went back, now that you got the bridges and the subways. And Brooklyn soon became the laughing stock of the comedians, who called it, among other things, the bedroom of New York. People slept in Brooklyn, worked in Manhattan. But to the Manhattanites, and to all the rest of the people in the United States, the distinction that Manhattan was a borough, was borough of New York, was never made. The name, and is still used to this day, is Manhattan is still called New York by everybody. I'm going to New York. Well, the people in Brooklyn, you can see what this did. And they are always laughed at and frowned upon by the tall buildings populated by the borough of New York, which had taken over a title which has got no right to, New York, certainly in people's minds. This is all working in there. And McGraw and the Giants, that was the big ball club. Now they had money, and they had a big fine ballpark, and they had the carriage trade. They used to start the games at the Polo Grounds, I think it was 3:15, timed with when subway, elevated trains would leave the Wall Street area, so that the traders, Wall Street, could take this particular train and just get to the Polo Ground in time for the first batter. When I came to New York, they were still starting at 3:15 for that reason. I said, why are they starting at this time? Well, it used to, they said, well, because of these fellows from Wall Street. I said, well, my goodness, this thing is bigger than that. Well, they said, that's how it started, and they haven't changed it yet. Well, MacPhail changed it. He moved his time up, and the others had to follow. Because they couldn't stand MacPhail being on the air ahead of them. That was, so where MacPhail went, these others followed, and they got madder, and that's all right with MacPhail. Well, so you've got all this thing going about Brooklyn. You got these tall buildings in Manhattan, and you got McGraw, and McGraw deliberately agitated it. He and Uncle Robbie, the Brooklyn manager, for so many years, had been teammates in Baltimore, and Uncle Robbie was, as a young man, was a butcher. He was a big fat fellow. He was an understandable fellow, and he visited with fans, and he roared and he hollered, and then Robbie, Uncle Robbie and McGraw had fallen out, and so they were all, and so there was actual warfare. And it was a genuine dislike for each other between the Giants and the Dodgers. And it wasn't that Manhattan or New York cared so much, but Brooklyn cared deeply. So, in 1934, it reached an explosive head. Bill Terry had now followed the truculent McGraw. Terry could be a little truculent too. Also hit 400, and you can look it up. And they were holding a little press conference with Terry and the Giant officers, and talking about the season 34. This is before the year began, and how the teams were going to come out. And Terry was giving his opinion, and he thought that he had a winning ball club, etc. And somebody said, well, what about Brooklyn? And Terry, not realizing what in the world he was saying, just threw off a little quip. He says, is Brooklyn still in the league? And that got a little laugh. And it was just a little wisecrack, and everybody thought it was just a little wisecrack, and let it go except one man. Now he added to it, more than he had any idea he was adding to it. He put the final spark to the inflammatory material. Roscoe McGowan of the New York Times. McGowan printed that remark. He didn't make a big to-do, but he included it in his story the next day. And when Terry was asked, what about the Dodgers, he said, is Brooklyn still in the league? Now, that was all that 3 million already angry at Manhattan, New York, Giant, Brooklyn fans needed. When they got that, that became the war cry. Is Brooklyn still in the league? And the answer was, well, we'll show you whether we're still in the league. Now, and you can look it up. We come to the last couple of games of the 34 season, and everybody talks about the gas house game. Now, I have to say that that was probably the most colorful, getting into trouble, but in a pleasant, colorful way, ball club that ever existed. You had the Deans, and you had DeRocher, and you had Collins, and Delancey, and you had some others that I can't think of right now. Pepper Martin, oh yes, old Pepper. Frisch, oh, of course, Frisch. Now you had a collection of museum pieces. They were colorful, and they really they got into things. They did things, and Dean was great news, and I say news advisedly because old Dean Des. Now, gum, he'd pop off, or you'd think he was popping off. And then he'd go and do what he said he was going to do. He stood on the mound in the World Series and laughed at Hank Greenberg and then struck him out. So, everywhere you went in those days, whatever Des says, that was it. Paul never said anything, Des said it. But Frisch and Medwick, oh my goodness, this was not a museum piece, this was a museum. Movable museum. It was in I say it was moving all the time.
Warnke was there.
No, Warnke was with the Cubs that year. Warnke wasn't with them 34. So, hello? Fine, Sister Margaret.
Yep, it's on.
And so the gas house gang, my goodness, they things they did off the field. And they have come down to us as a legend to where I would say that people who haven't looked up anything about it and they just hear about great ball clubs, they immediately say, well, one of the great ball clubs was the gas house gang.
Well, the measure to me of a great ball club is not only what it does in one season, but that it throws off a series of winners. It's a dominant ball club. You think of the Yankees going through a cycle of winning. You think of McGraw's Giants for years. That was a dominant ball club. You think of teams coming up. You think of the Dodgers now out at Los Angeles under Alston. Its success has to be measured, in my book, over a period of time. The Gas House Gang, and you can look it up, won one pennant. And they won it because Roscoe McGowan quoted this trip remark of Bill Terry's, is Brooklyn still in the league? We're coming down to the last days of the season of 34, and the Gas House Gang is in second place, despite the Gas House Gang. And Cincinnati goes down to St. Louis. Cincinnati was a team in 8th place on firm merit. And they went down to St. Louis. And I know that Mr. Crosley, because I ran into him in the corridors of the station, was so distressed about the ineptitude of this ball club, his first team, going to St. Louis at this critical moment, the Giants holding on in first place and playing at home with the last 2 days with the Dodgers. And the Cardinals driving. They put on a great September surge. Marvelous. And Dean was winning everything that you could get a baseball on. But they're still in second place. And all the Giants had to do was win one ball game. All the Cardinals had to lose, and Mr. Crosley was so concerned about how what a pitiful team Cincinnati was going into St. Louis. That his concern, he said to me, he said, I just there can't be any question in anybody's mind about the fact that we're going to do our best. We must at least be able to say we have done our very best at St. Louis. And he says, I feel so strongly, he said, I'm doing something I have never done. I am going to send Dressen, the manager. I'm going to send him a telegram, and I'm going to say that I have read in the papers that he was undecided when he was going to pitch Derringer. Now, that was the big pitcher that the Reds had. And he said, I am going to send him a telegram as soon as I go up to the office, and I'm going to tell him he is to pitch Derringer the first game, that we have led with our best. And he did send a telegram, and Dressen, under those instructions, did pitch Derringer. So no one could say that the Reds didn't go down to St. Louis and do the best they could. And it's pretty important as we look back to have this background, because the Reds went into St. Louis to play 4 ball games and managed with consummate ability, consistent artistry, to lose all 4 of them. And the Giants, all they got to do is take care of themselves in 2 ball games with Brooklyn. And you can look it up. The Brooklyn team came to the Polo Grounds, and the Brooklyn fans, with their stored up hatred and anger and resentment, and they came from Brooklyn and they filled the Polo Grounds. And their battle cry was, is Brooklyn still in the league? And they threw firecrackers. They tell me that they really tore up the pea patch. And all the Brooklyn Dodgers did to remind Terry that they were still in the league was they won those last 2 games. And the Gas House Gang, on the last day of the season, won that pennant. And they went ahead and beat the Tigers in the World Series. Dizzy and Paul, each won 2 games apiece. And it was in that World Series that Frisch, in a thoughtless moment, put Dizzy in a ball game. He wasn't pitching as a pinch runner, and on a relay ball in the infield, he got hit right between the horns and knocked flat. And Bob Newhall, I recall that he was, my goodness, when he got on the air at 6:30 that night, this old veteran sports writer said that was the most, I can remember what he said, is that was the most asinine thing that a manager ever did in the history of the major leagues. His star, his only hope, he put him on to have happen what happened. He said, how in the world Frisch ever put Dizzy Dean as a pinch runner? He said he could have had his skull fractured. He could have had his eye put out. He said, or if he didn't get hit with the ball, he could have broken a leg slide. He said, you don't take a 30-game winning pitcher and use him as a pinch runner in the World Series. But anyhow, that was the year that was, and you can look it up. And so this all goes into the setting of the scene of the years that would have come under MacPhail and Ricky. And I think we're getting that another time, huh?
You don't want to talk anymore today, huh?
I think this is about it.
All right. I wear you out all the time.
No, we've gotten to a certain point.
Yeah.
Now we...
I'm really ready to
I've gone on at this length, and I've tried to set the underlying background that was at Brooklyn. So that when I walked in 1939, Brooklyn had its first genuine, talented, all-out champion in a guy, Larry MacPhail. He suited the Brooklynites to a T. He was their man. He hated the Giants. He hated Brannick. He didn't like the Yankees. He had no use for the tall buildings of New York, or so they thought in Brooklyn. And MacPhail snapped his fingers under Terry's nose. He broke the anti-radio ban. And also he had picked as his manager just the ideal fellow. He was the Beau Brummel for that spot, Mr. Leo DeRocha. And I walked in and took the first microphone, and therefore I did the first broadcast, and therefore the millions of people suddenly heard what was going on in this ballpark, and through the broadcast on a 50,000-watt radio station, without the Brooklyn people knowing it, suddenly they are even with everybody in the world. Nobody had a stronger station, and may I say, and at least the Brooklyn fellows felt, that nobody had a better broadcaster. In other words, in the radio world, Brooklyn finally got even.
Okay.
The U.S. Major League Baseball parks seat together about 700,000 fans. For millions of other followers of baseball, next best thing to a seat in the bleachers is to hear a game over the radio. This week the radio...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
MacPhail, who was always so far ahead of the parade, wanted me in New York to begin broadcasting the exhibition games from Western Union wire reports. And the great New York broadcast, comprised of the Giants and Dodgers, sneered at this, and they said that they'd broadcast from season opener. So the radio ban in New York City was broken by MacPhail and the Dodger broadcast, and was at work in the city of New York for weeks alone. When the team was playing in Florida, the Western Union Paragraph 1 reports came to the studios of WOR in Orland. No problem, as they say in the armed forces. Because in Florida, Western Union had its experienced operators who were accustomed to sending, and had been for years. But when the team broke camp and started the approximate 2 weeks barnstorming jump north, the first stop was some small town in South Carolina. And the local Western Union operator was to send the description. I was standing in the studios in New York,
And the description began to come in a marvelously garbled fashion. And the receiving operator kept breaking the sending operator, receiving operator being my operator in the studio in New York, and kept asking questions and trying to get information. And I've never known a dot from a dash, so I don't know exactly what he was asking, but he was now my operator was now getting wild, because he had great difficulty getting the batting orders. He knew something was wrong. And we began the ball game, and I went on the air, of course expecting that the skeleton information, the basic facts would come in. A certain hitter was up, and the first pitch was a strike, and the second pitch was a ball, and then he hit a fly ball to the left field and was out. And on this first hitter, the information came in, it said hit too short. Well, I put the man on first base. And then, stunningly, came the next batter, and he said, hit to center. And it didn't say where the first runner went to, but anyhow, I did the best I could. I had them both on base. And then it said, hit to third. Well, and it didn't say that a run scored or anything else. That I'm greatly perturbed, and I don't know what to do. Standing in the studio in New York, ball game being played in South Carolina, and my every inner sense was telling me something was sadly amiss. I didn't know whether to score the man, the first man who had gotten on, and then the word came. The other team's first batter was up. And now I'm in a dilemma. Here I was worrying about whether to score the first of three men who had got hits. And all of a sudden I'm notified that the other team is at bat. And finally, this went on for 2 or 3 hitters, and I suddenly discovered that what this poor, inexperienced operator in South Carolina had finally meant to say was that the first batter up had hit the ball to the shortstop, and the shortstop had thrown him out. There wasn't any hit to short, but by that time I got the man at third base and wondering whether he's scoring or not. And it got so bad it went from there to worse that it's the only time in my life I've been defeated on a broadcast. We had to, in a few minutes, just simply say to the audience, "We're very sorry, but we are unable to get a Western Union Paragraph 1 report out of whatever this town was, Florence, South Carolina." And we just simply walked out of the studio, and that was that. And, of course, Western Union in New York was wild. But they weren't as wild as I was wild. And I got in touch with the people over at the Knox Reeves office, the establishment office in New York, the agents and sponsors, and they were wild. But they weren't as wild as I was wild. After all, I had the ignominy. I learned the meaning of that word. Public ignominy. A 50,000-watt microphone, you start to do a ball game and you have to walk away defeated before you can even do the first inning. And you're helpless. I don't know anything that could be done. This poor man in South Carolina simply couldn't send it. We found out later, he had never sent one. And all that the great corporation had done was they just notified their office in this particular town in South Carolina to cover the game, period. Well, it was covered. And over at the Knox Reeves office, sitting with Brad Robinson, somebody said, "Well, what can we do? Get Western Union to find an experienced man and travel with a ball club." And let me say parenthetically, there was so little money involved in those days that everybody knew that it was hopeless to call Western Union and hope they were going to spend the money of sending a special operator barnstorming for 2 weeks for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Just to certainly
description up to the studio in New York. And a little bell went off in the back of my mind. And I remembered something that I had heard one of the newspaper writers, Roscoe McGowan of the Times, just say in passing, in a group that he had put in a lot of years as a telegrapher on a railroad out in the Midwest. I think it was Rock Island. And I came up with that, and of course the little meeting over at Knox Reeves exploded, much long-distance telephoning, and yes, Mr. McGowan was a full-fledged dot and dash man. Of course, we all knew that he was a thoroughly experienced baseball man, and if anybody knew the Dodgers, he knew them. And yes, for a modest fee, Mr. McGowan, beginning the very next day, would send himself the full paragraph 1 for the rest of those barnstorming days. So that was the beginning of a very warm and close personal friendship with a man that I've always admired professionally and as a human being, Roscoe McGowan, who, as we dictate, is now 80 and went through a terrible siege for years with a desperately ill wife in which he himself attended her final years, and is now making as game a fight as I've ever known a human being to make against an opponent that he's not going to ultimately defeat, cancer. And the first few weeks in New York were exciting, getting these paragraph 1 games with that one exception on the air, and the public response was enthusiastic. When finding a place to live and suddenly realizing that here I was, a living, breathing, working, bona fide member of the greater New York City area. Very exciting, very exciting. And the first thing that Lyle and I did in the way of entertainment was something I wanted to do very much. The Metropolitan Opera was having either 1 or 2 weeks spring series, special spring series. And come in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Marion. How are you?
Marion, how are you?
Fine, Marion.
Okay.
And the first entertainment that we attended, the first New York show, was at the Met. The opera was Carmen, and I believe this was the last time that Giovanni Martinelli sang on that historic stage, because he was not too young. He was slightly past being a juvenile, and he was not as thin as William Powell when he earned the title of the Thin Man. He still had the pipes, but he was in the role of Don Jose. We saw Pinch and Don Juan. Of course, once you see Pinch and Don Juan, I think you figure that if the original Don Juan was any good at all, he had the hustle to be as good as Pinch appeared to be when he was in Mozart's opera. But so there was Mr. Martinelli, full of years and pounds. And at the time when he is supposed to make a passionate importuning to Carmen and get down on his knees, he got down on his knees all right, but he had great difficulty getting up. So much so, and I've always thought this was a wonderful reflection of a person's maturity and immediate presence, was that when he found trouble on the stage of the Metropolitan Opera getting off of his knees, he just laughed.
and got a little extra help, and then he was on his feet again. And well, to me, I've never, nobody can ever tell me the opera is a completely stuffy institution. He warmed it up for me, the first one I ever saw. And another thing of immediate presence on the part of a great artist was a few years later in World War II, John Charles Thomas was singing at Carnegie Hall, and of course in those days all you had to do was just hint that John Charles Thomas was going to sing on a certain date, and the place was sold out. And I pulled rank and strings and got a couple of seats fell out at me. John Charles Thomas, one of my very favorite people. I've never met the man in person, but I've heard some wonderful things about him. My agent Bill McCaffrey says that when John Charles was in his heyday, singing in musical comedies around this town, that there wasn't a girl in a show that he was in that was safe, and there wasn't a girl in the show that wanted to be. So, in addition, he had quite a baritone. And I had a great collection, which I still have, of records by John Charles. And for sheer beauty of song, that a human being who understands English, for the participation of melodic beauty, of sentiment, of purity of tone, and of apparently just simple presentation, but there in that simplicity is such magnificent controlled and disciplined art. I would nominate a hearing of John Charles Thomas's Victor record, Bendemeer Stream. I stand on that and let anybody else go get the one song by the one singer that they want, and let's just match it. Let's just see how it comes out. However, I want to hear John Charles, because I want to hear him too, but I wanted very much to hear him. So we got in there. In fact, I got the tickets from Doc Morton, M-O-R-T-O-N, whom I had met when he was vice president at NBC, and had worked closely with him at the very beginnings of the initial television broadcast. In other words, Morton was in charge of NBC television when we did the first baseball game in 1939 with a neophyte general manager of a ball club that was trying to find his way along, a young fellow named MacPhail. So the government, somebody, had made the networks divorce themselves of their artist bureaus, and Morton had gone off with what had been the NBC Artist Bureau, and which became the National Concert and Artist Bureau or something. That's what it was. Yeah, National Concert and Artist Bureau. So Morton was able, because he was handling musical people, he was able to get me 2 seats for John Charles. Now, when you're in a war, you are more frightened of somebody thinking that you're not patriotic than maybe you realize. Everybody walks around on eggs and careful not to crack one. And you start to think about it. In other words, you want to look patriotic, and you want to be at the patriotic places. And if they're going to put on the Star Spangled Banner, you sing right along whether you can sing a note or not. In other words, it's there. And I say this to try and recreate the moment when Mr. Thomas came out on the stage with his packed house at Carnegie Hall, and his accompanist followed, and his accompanist sat down at the piano. He went through the preliminary things of heightening the tension of just in that little piano stool he was going to sit on. You know, in the circus, when they come to the big moment when the fellow's going to slide down this tight wire, well, you have a roll on the drum, and then you look up at the fellow, and he bounces up there a little bit, and then you know he's not going to start to roll the drum again. And you maybe have a blast of brass from the musical instruments. And they keep this up for 2 or 3 minutes until they got you right on the razor edge, you see, and then down you come. Well, that's what these accompanyists do for these concert artists. They do that conscious misdirection. They sit over there and they fiddle with their coattails and then take out a handkerchief. You watch them when they rub the palms of their hands Well, if a feller has got beads of sweat on the palms of his hand, he's going to play the piano on the stage like that. It's professional. I really feel so. But they dry their hands, and then you can, and this flexing of their fingers as they hold them over the keyboard, the salad running up and down as though they hadn't been to a rehearsal in weeks. And all of this is calculated to center your attentions upon the stage and get you at concert pitch for the artist. Well, so this pianist, he was the first actor in this two-man show, and he got everybody ready. And Mr. Thomas stood there in the bow of the piano, and pow came the chords, and now we're going to have the Star Spangled Banner. Everybody had to have the Star Spangled Banner in World War II. That's all. Otherwise, you were first cousin to Hitler. So we all stood, and here came the massive series of the opening chords, and Mr. Thomas gets ready to open his mouth to lead us in the national anthem, and suddenly from the extreme rear of Carnegie Hall came a fine masculine voice starting the anthem himself. And Thomas just stood there, and he never did sing. And this got him right between the eyes. Well, the audience sort of picked it up. But this fellow at the back end could sing, and he did. He sang it. Well, the accompanist kept right on going. He had started. At least he didn't quit. But Thomas didn't sing it. So this man at the back end, you could feel the embarrassment growing by the second. Here's the great Thomas silenced up on the stage. And here is a fellow doing a good job. And he's wailing away at the anthem way at the back of the hall. Well, this fellow and a few of us in the audience, we'd been singing Sotto Voce because this was too good to miss. We sort of understood we had to listen to what's going on back there. He sang it. He hit that big note and everything. Full, no falsetto. And he didn't hesitate about it. He didn't have to take one or two starts like a horse that's getting ready to jump over a barrier. Well, they, meaning that fellow at the back of the hall and the pianist, they came to the end of the Star Spangled Banner. And the audience sat down very gingerly. And now I have never felt a crowd that was so embarrassed. Everyone is, the effrontery. Mr. Thomas is, of course, in the minds of the audience. He's insulted. I mean, what has been done to our John Charles Thomas here on his big sellout evening in Carnegie Hall? And Mr. Thomas smiled, and he took a step forward, and he said, offhand, and to me, this is about the most perfect thing I've ever seen about a recovery. He said, well, it's all right, as long as he's a tenor, which he was. And the audience broke down in gills of laughter, and Mr. Thomas's concert was made that night before he ever sang a note. The only time I've ever heard of a better remark of a person in a, should we say, a rather sticky spot. Man came home unexpectedly one time and walked into his bedroom, and there was his wife, and she was startled and embarrassed, and the husband immediately sensed that something was wrong, and he heard a little commotion, and he opened his wife's closet door, and there was a strange man standing there, naked. And so the husband said to the man, what are you doing here? And the man says, well, everybody has to be someplace. Now we're getting ready to open the season, 1939, and the great Giants and Yankees are condescending to return to the metropolis and bring their new broadcaster with them. A good friend of mine, and a good man, and a very good broadcaster for a particular area, but not New York City, Arch MacDonald. And Arch had been broadcasting down in Washington, and before he broadcast in Washington, he had been broadcasting in Chattanooga. And we had known each other, 5 years. We liked each other, and we liked each other right till the time that Arch had a heart attack and died on the train going from New York back to Washington a couple of years ago. So there wasn't any thing between us. In fact, that's after he had been signed up to do the New York games, and I signed up to the Brooklyn game. We hadn't seen each other.
hadn't talked, didn't have anything to talk about anyhow if we hadn't met. So anyhow, they're coming in, and the season is getting ready to open. And Time magazine, which likes to tell the world and the reading public that it covers all the news and better than anybody else. They really got it. I don't know if it's News Times got it. So Time magazine comes out, and the issue got in my hands just 2 or 3 days before opening day. I will remember as long as I live. In fact, somebody handed it to me. I said, "You look at this." And there was a story, some length, about the New York broadcast, the Giants and Yankees, how it marked the beginning of broadcasting in New York City. And now New York City, which was the last of the Major League team to broadcast baseball, was now going to get on the bandwagon. And beginning opening day in New York, all 16 Major League teams would broadcast. History finally come around 260 degrees in this particular area. And that the broadcaster for the New York teams would be was Arch MacDonald. And it went on for some paragraphs about how colorful this man was. In fact, Time said he was the best baseball broadcaster, end quote. And it talked about some things he had done in Washington, and it talked about some of his figures of speech, and how he approached a broadcast. And it had a picture of it. And it went to some length about how he dared some people who differed with his opinions in Washington to come down to the studio so he could fight them. Big piece about McDonald, and about the Giants, and about the Yankees. And I get to the end of this piece, and I suddenly looked up, and I realized that this great news-gathering magazine hadn't even said they were going to be a broadcast in Brooklyn. Much less it said that I was going to broadcast in Brooklyn. Well, Mr. McPhail had just gotten me a 50,000-watt radio station. Well, I'd gotten himself one, he didn't get me one, but I was going to broadcast on one, which was just as strong as the station that McDonald was going to broadcast on, which was then it was WABC, the flagship of the Columbia Broadcasting System, which now has the call letters that go along with the network, WCBS, and which also for years has been broadcasting Yankee games. So you do meet yourself coming back if you just keep on going long enough. Anyhow, the Brooklyn Ball Club was very definite in the league as they convinced Bill Terry, 34. And Brooklyn was, as I had found out recently, was one of the 5 boroughs comprising the city of New York. And I don't know as I've ever been as mad. As he used plain things, I thought that was the damnedest thing I ever experienced in my life. Here is a news magazine. And what Time did then, and they didn't mean to do it, because I don't think Time has ever meant to do a kind thing in its existence. Kindness has nothing to do with Time magazine. It has very little to do with anybody in the news medium. So they didn't mean to do me a kindness. In fact, they, as far as they were concerned, they gave me the ultimate insult, complete ignoring. Boy, when a news magazine doesn't even mention your name, they can't do any more. Actually, they'd do you a favor if they'd mention your name in such a way that you could sue them, because at least you'd have the satisfaction of getting in a rhubarb. But when they just don't even mention you just don't exist. Well, to a human being, to say that he doesn't exist, you can't do anything worse to him. That's the complete. I mean, the theologians always say that man's great trouble is the fact that he gets lost from God and basically comes to the conviction that he's alone in creation and has no God, that God doesn't know that he's lost him. It's like this song, Lost in the Stars. That's a very great that song, and they're lost in the stars. In other words, the little star gets lost, and so the song goes on to say that the thing is that a man can stand anything as long as he feels that God knows him and knows where he is, that God hadn't gone away. But Time magazine, as I'm ready for opening day at Brooklyn on the 50,000 watt station, with the MacPhail and the dog. They didn't mention MacPhail either. Now, boy, that's a pretty good oversight, even for Time magazine, not to mention Larry MacPhail at one of his pinnacle moments. Well, and DeRocha, his debut as a manager. No, sir, nothing. So, anyhow, I was really left alone. Well, at least as far as the magazine was concerned, but I wasn't alone. I had lots of company, good company. So the blessing that they did, the kindness they did, which they didn't mean to, was that if I had needed any... Bear Bryant wrote a series of 5 articles in Sports Illustrated. And after you read the articles, you come away with the feeling of a very designing, calculated fella who deliberately puts on the role of being a country boy more than he is, and callously says that the most important thing about his coaching, and he uses the word designedly, is that he motivates his players, motivation. In other words, he, all out of all proportion, he steams them up and he wants them steamed up. Well, anyhow, if I needed any motivation, because I'm trying to get to this word motivation, Time magazine gave it to me. And if I needed anything to lock me in at Brooklyn, to make me one, O-N-E, make me a stranger in the flesh, who had just drifted within a month to this city, who had only been, when I read this magazine, I had only once, one day, been in the borough of Brooklyn. I went once to see the ballpark and to look at where I was going to broadcast. I had been in Brooklyn one day. I had ridden the subway to Brooklyn and back once. But if anything was needed to make me a complete one with 3 million Brooklynites, that was it. Because my every reaction was at Time representing New York and the Giants and the Yankees and everything that was opposed to Brooklyn and this complete rebuff, that my reaction was, well, they ain't going to do this to us. And I was prepared to work hard. But I was motivated. And that motivation never stopped in the MacPhail, Ricky, O'Malley years, the 15 years I was at Brooklyn. And newspaper motivated me too. And it made me have a very unkind initial thought when I learned of a man's death. In 1946, I was established at Brooklyn. And Time magazine to the contrary. McDonald lasted 1 year. The Giants and Yankees of 2 different years couldn't get sponsors and were off the air. The Brooklyn broadcast went on going. Time magazine to the contrary. And I was established in 46 at Brooklyn. Established in New York City. And the Brooklyn broadcast was established as the dominant broadcast. And Ted Husing quit CBS. And Husing was a great broadcaster. He was the first great technician that we had. But anyhow, he was the first director of sports at CBS. And he was one of those early key people that helped build that network. He played a pivotal role, and Mr. Paley never forgot it. And a lot of people around CBS in Husing's last 2 years thought he got away with murder. And they wanted his hide. But they couldn't get it because Mr. Paley wouldn't let them get it. And I would have to say, from what I know of Husing as a person, what I heard, I guess he was a little high-handed if he wanted to be, and he wanted to be. But still, he had earned it. He was one of Mr. Paley's most able lieutenants. He did things. For example, he and CBS lifted the Orange Bowl down in Miami years before it had any business being held in the same breath with the Sugar Bowl and the Rose Bowl. So Houston, in July of '46, baseball season is going full blast at Brooklyn. Time magazine to the contrary. And Houston quit. And Edward R. Murrow had just been installed as vice president in charge of public affairs and news at CBS. He'd been brought back from London, and he was off the air. He was going to be a desk man. He was going to be a big shot. Well, you couldn't prevent Murrow, no matter where you put him, being a big shot, because he was a genuine big shot. I mean this in all kinds. He was a first-rate fellow. He was always, Edward R. Murrow was a center ring man, to use the circus vernacular. And so, Murrow was so new at the job, he was still fooling around with carpenters and all, trying to get some desk and shelving space made. He had a habit which he picked up in England, London, reading standing up, and he was having these carpenters build a desk, a reading desk, that you stood up to read your newspapers at. He'd stand there and turn the papers on this desk, and which was about 4 feet wide, and he'd stand up. And I was asked to come in and see Murrow, and he said to me, Houston's quit after we had to introduce ourselves to each other. And I was immediately taken by him. And I like to think that he was too, with me. So he said, Murrow was a fellow, he didn't mince words. He said, you're the fellow, he said, I don't know your work so much, I've been out of the country. He said, I know of it. He said, everything I hear is fine. He said, but my colleagues, that was the word, I think he was the first man to use this word widely. And it's a wonderful word to get along with your associates about. It gives them a certain dignity and lifts them instead of saying my associates. But my colleagues, and that takes everybody in a partnership. And that's one of the reasons that the people who worked for Murrow enjoyed working for him, and they loved working for him, and they did so much. They were his colleagues, they were his associates, they were his friends, professionally and personally. He said, but my colleagues tell me that you're the man that we want. Well, it's pretty heady wine to be the fellow that follows Ted Hughes. It was a great network. Second director of sports for CBS. Well, now, to make a long story short, we came to a complete agreement and in a hurry. If they wanted me, I wanted to be, and it was just a question of Bacchus being Siamese brothers. We were both willing. First, I reported to my new office at CBS, and the deal was I was to continue doing the Brooklyn ball games. I wasn't going to give them up, and I was going to do the New York Giant football games that fall, which I'd been doing for some years. In other words, I didn't give up any of these two big play-by-play things. I added the job and to clear more time. Of course, nobody knew this then, but my wife and I knew. We had put our house on the market at Scarsdale. I knew that I couldn't commute anymore. I wanted to gain 2 to 3 hours a day and complete flexibility of time, and that's so we and that in fact during the World Series of that fall. Just a couple of months later, we moved into an apartment in Manhattan just to clear time so I could have the extra time for the office of CBS. This was not a thing that was done in light moment. I figured that I could clear the time and rearrange my life. I wanted to do it, and I figured, and if a man wants to do something, by and large, he's got to come pretty close to doing it. I wanted to do it. And I may say in passing, I did it. Well, anyhow, the first day I walk into my new office at CBS. I'm going to be there now 3 or 4 hours, and I'm going over to Brooklyn to a ball game. It had been announced to the press the day before. And there was a little routine announcement in the Times that I was the new director of sports at CBS and would continue doing the ball games in Brooklyn. That's all. And the same thing in the Mirror, and the same thing in the news. There wasn't any announcement that would shake up things in the same way that when they dropped that bomb on Hiroshima. And I didn't expect it to be, but at least it was being noted in the public prints. And I pick up the Herald Tribune. And Mr. Stanley Woodward, whom I had known and Dr. Radcliffe, especially football season, the coach. Mr. Stanley Woodward, sports editor, and sometime columnist, when Red Smith wasn't looking. The Herald Tribune, he didn't just take the news release and let it run in his papers. He himself wrote about it. He motivated me, boy. If there's any doubt in my mind about whether I'd clear the time to do this CBS job or not, that fixed it. Bear Bryant, I don't care how skillful his manipulation, he never motivated a football player at Kentucky or Texas A&M or Alabama. And he never will, the way Woodward motivated me. And it happened just as the few seconds it took me to read this paragraph. As I said, it made me have a very unkind thought when I learned that this man died. Mr. Woodward wrote, as Mr. Stengel again would say, and you can look it up, that it was announced yesterday that Red Barber was going to take on the sports directorship of the Columbia Broadcasting System and would do their football games and other events, and would also have an office. And that he was going to continue his broadcast at Brooklyn just like he had been doing. And that he was going to do the broadcast of the football Giants when the football season came around, like he had been doing. And said Mr. Woodward, if he can do these two full-time jobs, if he can do it, I'm coming over to 485 Madison Avenue and right in front of the main door commit Harry Carey. End of Mr. Woodward's story. I was motivated. Some 18 years later, I have to confess, a few minutes after I read that he had died, I closed my eyes and said a prayer, and I meant it. A prayer for his soul and a prayer for God's strengthening of his wife, his children, and those who loved him, and his sister, who is an outstanding doctor, whom I know. And many times we were together, working together. I meant my prayer. But when I learned that he had died, the first thing I said to myself, I said, he lied. He didn't come commit Harry Carey. He died in bed. Now that I've been motivated here and there, I got myself to Brooklyn for opening day, and all I'd heard all my life was what a tough man Bill Terry was. Well, when you hear that a man is tough, I think it is wise, in addition to finding out how tough he is, to find out who told you how tough he was and why did this fellow tell you he was tough. Because there are two sides to a coin. And Terry didn't get along too well with some of the newspaper men. For the simple reason that Mr. Terry was a strong man who intended to lead his own life on a pretty reasonable basis, and he never dared make himself 24 hours available to some newspaper man who wanted to call him at home at night and chew around about a story or something else. And when Terry took over the Giants from McGraw, I think, I believe it was Joe Williams. But anyhow, so the tradition has it, so the legend is, that some important newspaper man said to Terry shortly after he was made the new Giant manager, I want your home phone number. And Terry said, why? He said, because if something comes up some odd hour, I'll call you to check you. And Terry said, no, sir, you can't have my home phone number. When I go home, I go home. I'll be here at the ballpark plenty of time before the ball game, and I'll be here all the time you fellas want, and I'll be here. I'm available in professional hours. But when I go home, that's my private life. And they tell me that this writer just gasped, and that boy, you know, that's like withdrawing from the Union. That's just, why, man, to a newspaper reporter, you don't have any right to have a private life. Well, the idea that you withhold your home phone number from a reporter or a sports columnist, why, the effrontery. Well, what a sticker this Terry was. But it's a pretty close little fraternity, the press. And they passed the word around. That was the start of the disillusionment of Terry in the New York press. And but there were other writers who respected him. I know Kenny Smith loved him, and a great many of the thoughtful, intelligent writers appreciated very much the worth and the correctness of this man. Well, my relations with Terry, his reputation as an ogre, fellow that ate up writers and small boys, and boy did he chew up radio announcers. It came out to Cincinnati before he and the Giants got to Cincinnati in '34. Mr. Terry and his Giants came into town, and I went around to his clubhouse. I was always an early bird in the ballpark. I would hit that ballpark time as players got there. I'd be there long before they took off their street clothes and put on their uniforms. So I went around to the visitors' clubhouse, and I knocked on the door, and I asked to see Mr. Terry, and the Giant trainer told me that Mr. Terry didn't have any time for seeing strange people at the door, and I said, well, I think you'll see me. You tell him that I do the broadcast out here, and I want to come in and get his batting order and find out about his ball club. And the trainer demurred. After all, they didn't broadcast in New York. Nobody liked radio fellows anyhow. So Terry did the same thing that Charlie Grimm had done opening day. He hears this commotion with the trainer and somebody at the door. And he came over, and I remember very well, first look I ever had at Terry. He had on his shoes, socks, he put on his jock strap and his baseball cap. He had a cigar in his mouth. He came over, he said, what the hell is going on here? The trainer started to tell him, and I interrupted because, after all, the trainer didn't even know my name, and I told him who I wanted and what I wanted, and he said, well, come in. Just like that. Just come in. So he turned, and he walked on back, and he continued dressing. And he just started saying, well, he said, I appreciate you coming in here. He said, because you've never seen my ball club, you don't know anything about it. And he said, I'd like to have you know about it from a fellow that I think knows something about it. I'd rather have you know it from me than anybody else on the face of the earth. And he ran his whole ball club down, not on his batting order, the whole squad. He told me all about it. He told me about the rotation of his starting pitchers and how he liked to use them. And he wanted some length that he said, now in Cincinnati, he said Fitzsimmons beat Cincinnati by just throwing his glove out. In those days, they'd play sometimes 4-game series. He said he's going to open the day, and he's going to come back on 2 days rest and pitch. He's going to start twice here, which Fitzsimmons used to do against the Reds. Because he said, Terry, he just beats them. And he said, I learned from McGraw, he said that you really take dead aim on the second division ball clubs. You don't let them get away. And when we got all through, he said, I want to tell you this. Anything you want to know about my ball club, you come ask me and I'll tell you. Well, that was my relationship with Bill Terry to this born day. I never met a more intelligently constructive, helpful, nicer man. I never met a man that was more devoted to his family. My goodness alive, we spent more time with Terry fishing in his pocket getting out pictures of his children. At that time, he didn't have any of them old enough to be married and have grandchildren, which he's got now. And, gee, here's a kid radio announcer, and the great Bill Terry really gave him his ball club. I never had anybody give me a ball club as complete until Casey Stengel did it in spring training of '54 when I joined the Yankees. And by that time, I was a pretty well-established broadcaster and had known Stengel for many years. But Terry, to me as an unknown, he gave me his ball club, and I probably knew more about the Johnson than I did about any other club in the league except Cincinnati and all, because every time I saw Terry, he always brought me right up to date. It's not that he told me things that I should know. He told me exactly what his ball club was and what it wasn't, and how it played and how it didn't, and what its strength was and what its strength wasn't, and what he planned to do. So, Time Magazine's got me motivated. I hadn't planned to do anything opening day at Brooklyn except go over there and sign the thing on and broadcast. And I thought, well, now, we've got to do something extra. Well, when you're motivated, you start walking around in a tight circle, and you start asking yourself questions, and then you start answering them out loud. I said, well, we're going to do something extra. So I got a hold of people at WOR, and I said, can you give me 10 minutes extra time? I said, sure. Everybody's so ecstatically happy about breaking the ice and starting this thing, and after all, time didn't mean so much in those days. So we came on the air at Brooklyn 15 minutes before the first pitch, and they had gotten me an extra cord with a microphone on it, and I was down, and I was over at the Brooklyn dugout, and I was over at the Giant dugout. And if you like talent, the only people I had DeRocha on for about 6 or 7 minutes on his Major League debut day, not only opening day at Brooklyn and opening day on the radio, but it was Leo's opening day as a manager. And he couldn't have been better. And I've had a wonderful relationship with DeRocha, just 100%. I have not, in my relationship with Leo, I have not one negative. I've learned as I go along to take people as I personally find them. I don't care what somebody else says about them, read about them. I wouldn't be surprised with what Leo has done a few things a little different than I would have done. We haven't lived the same life exactly, but he's lived his life. And let me say this for Leo, and he's a pretty capable, energetic fellow. He has left me completely alone to live mine. And I have never asked DeRocha for anything that he didn't give me. Never. I couldn't have worked with a man that was easier, or more constructive to work with, or more pleasant. No. And that still goes. So, if you like talent, I had DeRocha at that day, and I had Terry. And if you think Leo was interested in making a good first impression to the public, his first day as a manager, and telling the great public on the first broadcast in New York, and Leo knew what the score was. If you think he didn't know there were some millions of people listening, and this was a pretty hot impression, and he wanted to tell them his batting order and what sort of a year he was going to have, and about his pitching, and how he was going to run that ball club, etc. Well, Leo told him. And if you think Leo was good, you should have heard Terry. Boy, he really shined. Yes, Bill Terry can talk when he wants to. You don't have to wind him up. No, you don't have to motivate him. He can motivate himself. And anyhow, Terry talked about his ball club, etc., etc. And that was a stunning beginning of the broadcast at Brooklyn. And then we went on and we did the ball game. So that's how the thing began, with an old country boy in his first month in New York getting pretty well motivated.
Question, you said we. Did you have a partner that first year that you broadcast?
Yes. And I think that I was the first man that had a full-time, I used to say associate, but now as I've been around Edinburgh, a full-time colleague on radio, and I believe I was the first man to have two. In Cincinnati, the first year I was there, I worked without anybody, worked alone. And as I've said, these were just occasional broadcasts. There wasn't any reason for a two-man crew. It was all started very simply. And then I had the second year, there were 2 or 3 fellows that came and went. And nobody had taken it very seriously. The broadcast is still coming into being. But the third and fourth years I was there, had a full-time colleague, Al Helfer, Helfer. Big brother Al, yeah. We worked together 2 years in Cincinnati. Al had come to the station. He wasn't brought to Cincinnati to do this work, but he had come on the staff at Crosley from where he had been in radio at Pittsburgh. And we were put together. We worked together beautifully, always did. If you can't get along with Al Helfer, you can't get along with anybody. He's just that easy a fellow to get along with. And we fitted. You know, sometimes people fit. You know, it was Nanny, 2 Black Crows, Pagliacci and Cavalleria, ham and eggs. The Helfer and Bob, we fitted. It was just a team. And the only better team that I've ever had was working with Connie Desmond. Now, I would say that Desmond, before his illness, Desmond, healthy, is the best man I've ever shared a microphone with. Now, to go back to Cincinnati, Al had gotten a little restive over limited opportunities at Crosley, and after 2 years, he left and came to New York and came actually to the staff of WOR. And he would do occasional sports, but he was just on the announcing staff. He was a good announcer. So he was here in New York on his own when I came. And while I didn't quibble with the General Mills people, with Samuelson, never even dickered at all about what they were going to pay me, I did ask for the right to name my associate broadcaster, because we all knew that when we went into Brooklyn there'd have to be 2. The business had grown up that much, and there wasn't any monkey business. This was an all-out broadcast with no deletions, 39. Well, it's been all-out in Cincinnati the last couple of years. But there wasn't any minimizing the thing. There were going to be 2 fellows in New York, and I'm awfully glad I said what I said. And I said the one stipulation is that I must name my associate. So when the time came, this man to be named, I think they flew me up from Florida for a day's meetings. And they said, have you thought anything about your associate broadcaster? And I said, well, there's a fellow in New York that I worked with for 2 years, and I don't know whether he's interested or not. He's got a job. He's doing all right. But if he wants it, he's the one I want. They said, who is he? I said, Al Hoff, and they called him. The fact is, they called him right then and got him on the phone, and they said, Red said that he would like to have you work with him on the Brooklyn games, and Helfer came back and said, I'll be there. It was just like that. They were hot times. They worked out later. I don't know. I went back to Florida. So that's how Al and I started. And we were together the 3 years in Brooklyn, and it just was a very happy, if I may use a word from Variety, a very happy click, C-L-I-C-K. I mean, just from opening day on, that's all. It was just Brother Al and Red, that's all. We just took off, kept on going. And, of course, those 2 years we worked together in Cincinnati were very useful. I mean, after all, we weren't strangers. And Al was in the Naval Reserves. And after the 3rd year at Brooklyn, he was called active duty. And off he went in the Navy and had a distinguished career record. One time was captain of his own ship. When I say captain, I mean commanding officer. I don't think his rating was ever as high as captain in the Navy. So after Al went into the Navy, we had to have an assistant broadcast for the 4th year at Brooklyn, so it'd be 39, 40, 41, 1942, we needed another man. And we came up with Alan Hale, H-A-L-E, who was a former FBI man, and he had been broadcasting in baseball in Chicago. He had gotten out of the FBI and gone into baseball broadcasting for the simple reason that his wife could not stand I learned a lot about the tremendous work, self-sacrificial work of the FBI men and law enforcement agencies, and the price that their families pay just by knowing Hale. He was out there in Chicago at the height of gangsterisms, and as he told me, they would put him on a plant, someplace where he'd have to lie in a room maybe and monitor a telephone and remain absolutely silent and incognito and stay there a week maybe, or 10 days. And he couldn't communicate with anybody. And his wife wouldn't know where he was or what he was doing or whether he was alive or what, and she couldn't stand it. And that's what took him out of the FBI. Left his own devices, he would stay. But you can understand this poor young wife with a baby. And you think of the FBI men and the law enforcement men around the country trying to protect us and give us some semblance of safety. And I hadn't thought about it before, but think about their wives when these men are off doing this dangerous, silent, lonely work. So Hale had actually, his wife had come from the Pacific Coast, Pacific Northwest, and I think that his years in the FBI undermined her health. I don't think she ever did regain full vigor. And he had decided to quit in Chicago. And was going to take his wife out to the Pacific Coast, back to where her family was. And he didn't know what he was going to do. He was going out there and finding something to do. If he could get in radio, fine. If he couldn't, he was going to do something else. But he was going to get out of Chicago. I think the memory of Chicago was too much for his wife. In other words, even though he was out of the FBI, they were still in Chicago. And I guess those buildings in the neighborhoods, and it was too much. Reading a paper and another gangster killing someplace. And she was not well. And the year he worked in Brooklyn, I never laid eyes on Mrs. Hale. I did not have enough understanding then to understand really the load that Alan was carrying. But he carried it beautifully. And the broadcast, after Helfer went into the Navy, was switched from WOR to WHN. Now we're getting a new station. All of the sponsors that were there when Helfer was there dropped out, one reason or another. And a brand shiny new sponsor, Old Gold Cigarettes, and a brand shiny new advertising agency, J. Walter Thompson, a brand shiny new radio station now took over the broadcast of the Brooklyn games. And I say this deliberately so that there can be no question in my mind if somebody wants to know, well, when Helfer came back from his career in World War II, why wasn't his job at Brooklyn available? It was because that in this business there wasn't any job that you could hold on to. I mean, sponsors go. Radio stations change. Advertising agencies change. And when he came back, Desmond had been on the job and was established at Brooklyn. So there wasn't any assignment. Helfer was gone 3 years. Wasn't any job at Brooklyn, and I did call MacPhail in his first year at Brooklyn. And I said to Larry, Larry, Helfer is back. He said, yes. I said, if you haven't set your broadcasters at the stadium, and MacPhail had decided to break away from the Giants. The more you keep looking back, you keep seeing MacPhail. Now, MacPhail, who broke the radio thing in New York, he then broke up the home and home thing with the Giants and Yankees because he always believed in continuity, his own ball club. And he broke the thing with the Giants and went on his own, and then threw 3 broadcasts into New York. And this is what opened up jobs right then that year. And then he also... no, he didn't break it that year. He broke it the year after. And also he went on the road. MacPhail was the first guy to travel broadcast live, travel broadcasters.
Was that before 7?
And yeah, MacPhail did it. And so anyhow, I'm not certain of the year, we'll have to check that. But MacPhail was first to do that. Now, so when Helfer came back, I called Larry, and I said, Al's back. And I said, as you know, Larry, the whole thing is so changed in Brooklyn, there is no job. There was no way to hold a job. He said, no, I understand. He said, tell him to come see me. And he put him on the New York broadcast that year. However, Hale is with us 1 year, and as I said, he was going to leave Chicago, go to the Pacific Coast, and we called him. And when we called him, he was within an hour of getting ready to go to the Pacific Northwest. And the idea of being in Brooklyn was so appealing and attractive to him that he said, give me a day or so to think about it. And he called back, he said, I'll talk to my wife, and we're going to try it. He said, I just got to come in and work on that broadcast anyhow. I got to try it. I can't go to the Pacific Northwest yet. So he came in and worked a year, and then for his own private personal reasons, then he did. He left and went out to the Pacific Northwest. He went into the advertising agency business, and hear from him. We've had warm communication. He's done well, and I understand that everything in the family muchly improved. But I keep thinking about the price that Mrs. Hale paid for Alan being in the FBI. Now, so Hale is going to leave us after 1 year. And the Giants and Yankees had been off the air 1 year already. Or they were going to get off the air, I forget what it was. Anyhow, they didn't have sponsors, and they didn't know what they were going to do. So 39, 40, 41, 42 was Hill. So we're getting ready for the 43 season, and the thing at New York was all up in the air. They didn't know whether they were going to broadcast or what. And the fact is they didn't broadcast, that's right. That's the first year they didn't, and there were ominous signs all over the horizon. But General Mills had come into an awful tiff with MacPhail after their 3-year deal with him. And Samuelson, who fancied himself as a negotiator, in other words, some people have to negotiate everything. You just can't take yes or no. And Samuelson kept negotiating with MacPhail, and I told him one time, I said, Cliff, you better quit negotiating with that man. I said, because I know his competitive disposition, I suppose. He's a graduate lawyer, and I said, when you negotiate with him, you challenge him. You make a game out of it, and you start playing a game with him, he's going to beat you. He's going to find some way to beat you. Well, he said, what should I do? I said, I think you should just simply say, Larry, look, let's look at this thing. We're partners, and see what each what we can afford and you can pay, and let's agree on it like this, and not no. And also in this negotiating with Samuelson, his great technique was to you wouldn't hear from him. He figured the time would go by and it would drop. Like that overwrap apple will finally fall off that limb. MacPhail hadn't fallen off a limb yet. So Samuelson gets to negotiating with MacPhail, and MacPhail simply makes a deal with Old Gold Cigarettes to notify Samuelson he was no longer interested.
That's how it changed.
So then Samuelson's mad. He's going to show MacPhail and the Dodgers, and he went over and was involved in the New York broadcast the 4th year, and brought in a fine young broadcaster from Toledo named Connie Desmond as one of his men. They'd had trouble for the first years over in New York trying to get broadcasters. McDonald, after 1 year, decided he'd rather go back to Washington. And if you look back, you'll find that they had a lot of fellows tumbling in and out of there. Jay Flippin was involved in it for a year. A fellow who was a sports writer for the Herald Tribune. You see him around now. He's retired. What is his name? Ivy League type fella. No, not Camera. Mel Allen just got in there just as odds and ends. He was. The impression now is that Mel was the principal broadcaster up there. He started just hanging around, in effect. What is this? I said he's got a double name in there. Johns or you haven't seen him in years. I haven't written for the paper in years. I think he. What is his name? Very pleasant gentleman. Well, I don't know what to think of that. Well, what the Herald Tribune, Stanley Woodward, Rudd Rennie. Holy mackerel, I saw him out there at the Mayor's Trophy game at Shea Stadium. Had on an almost red shirt. It was that dark of pink. Anyhow, just keep in mind, I got to get that. But anyhow, they had a succession of fellows tumbling in and out. In other words, that broadcast hadn't gone.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it that way. It hadn't gone.
Had Alan worked there sort of as an assistant?
Mm-hmm. And so to help shore up everything, I think Macy's was also one of the sponsors.
Macy's?
I think Macy's was involved with General Mills too. And they brought in Desmond. He was over there for the years, 40, 41. He was over there 42, Johnson Yankees. And our man leaves us, Alan. I remember that the fellow I did business with, the J. Walter Thompson, was a guy named Spencer. Called him Spence. Called him Spence so much I almost forgot his first name. Well, Spence and I had a wonderful working rapport, and we took each other's word. John Reba, R-E-B-E-R, was in charge of the radio department. And then later television, but these days we talk about radio. And Reba was in charge of the radio department, and Reba would be in charge of such things as the Kraft Music Hall at Bing Crosby. No, he was a big, big man. And Reba was Spencer's boss. And Reba used to get furious because Spencer and I didn't have signed contracts. Knows I was going to do the Brooklyn games, and I did them for 2 months without a word in writing. And Reba was hitting the ceiling all the time, and Reba said to Spencer, "Are you sending him checks?" And Spencer said, "Well, he's working, isn't he?" Mm-hmm. And Reba said, "I can't understand this." He said, "You lost your senses?" And he said, "Was anything wrong?" Spencer said, "Is anything wrong? Anything going wrong? What's the matter?" Well, Spencer said, "Well, I'll send him a letter of understanding, and when I send it to him, he'll sign it and send it back." And Reba said, "Well, listen," he said, "I don't..." Well, that's it. Anyhow, Spencer and I got along fine. So now, he and I are talking about the fact that we've got to have a fellow for the season of 43. And we had agreed that we didn't want to give any publicity to it and get applications. Holy mackerel, you get these applications, you don't know what you're getting from. We wanted to see in our own quiet way if we couldn't center on the man we wanted and examine him personally and see if he wasn't it. So I went over to Shores. Well, going in line. Toots has always been a very good friend. And so I was in Shores having luncheon, and as I started to leave, a fellow came in that I had just said hello to. I just knew who he was. It was Desmond. And he said, "Can I talk to you a minute?" And I said, "Well, sure." He said, "Well, I'll come right to the point." He said, "It's not that I'm unhappy with the work over there at with the New York broadcast, etc. I'm awfully glad to be in New York and have that sound." But he said, they haven't got any plans for this coming season. And nobody can tell me when they're going to have any plans. He had pretty good intimation because they didn't broadcast, ultimately. Mm-hmm. They never did have any plans. But he said, they haven't got any plans. He says that I have just heard that Hale has left and is not going to be with you. And he says, I'm not trying to beat around the bush. I'd like the job with you. And if I can have it, then that's all with New York. He said, I have no contract, no nothing. Nobody can even tell me what day tomorrow is going to be over there. Well, I said, where will you be in 30 minutes? Well, he says, why don't I stay here? I said, all right. So I got in a taxi and went over to 42nd at Lexington and went up to Spencer's office. And again, we didn't bother to consult with the great Mr. Reba. I said, Spence, Desmond says he wants the job. Well, Spence says, where can we phone him? I said, right over at Shores. So Spence phones him, and Connie came right over. And he had the job. That's how Desmond came in. Now, what else do you want to know about how Harwell came in?
Well,
so what else?
That's a little later. Let's. We got a few more minutes in this tape. Go back to '39 and talk about that televised game, just for a little bit. That's sort of history.
No, and when I came to New York, here and there, you'd hear people talk about, well, there's television. You hear the word, pictures on the air. Well, I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't think anything about it. But I have always tried to study people that I'm associated with, not to coldly motivate them, as Bayer Bryant said so bluntly in his 5 issues in Sports Illustrated, that he motivates his football players. That's the key word, that he knows how to do it and he does it. And he went to some great length to tell about all the different variations of how he motivated them. But I have felt that the way to get along with people, from your wife on down, is to understand them and what makes them tick, so that you don't step on their particular corns. And it's not that you're trying to motivate them or coerce them, but you're giving them the courtesy of thinking about them rather than just thinking about yourself. Well, in being around MacPhail, it was pretty apparent to me that one of the things that he dearly loved was to be first about something in a constructive way. He was first with a ticket plan. He was first with night ball in the major leagues. He was first with the radio broadcast in New York. I don't think there's any question he was the first man that really, genuinely cleaned up old ballparks and put in new restrooms, especially for women. He had a lot of firsts. He liked that. He still likes it. And I think that's great. That's a mark of a man who's alert and alive and willing to get up and do something and is willing to move. And if you lose, all right, but just make so many moves that your percentage is good. Well, this is MacPhail. So it was very apparent that if you wanted to get MacPhail to do something, all you had to do was say, Larry, would you like to be first? So I had been to New York to see Alfred H. Morton, see Doc Morton, when he was in the radio at NBC, and talk about coming to work at NBC after Mr. Royal that I had founded. And he told me to go back and sit on Fountain Square, sit there till I rotted. Well, Mr. Morton and I couldn't agree on my coming to work at NBC for the very simple reason that Mr. Royal and I couldn't agree, is that I kept saying to NBC, tell me what you're going to pay me, and they never could tell me what I was just supposed to come work for the great national broadcasting company, and I haven't done it yet. But Mr. Morton and I were very good friends, and he wrote me at one time a very nice letter after I'd been in New York to see him, and he said, I am so glad that we have had our personal meeting, and I'm glad not that we have too much hope of working together, but I'm glad to have had the opportunity to know Barber the person after having known something of him as the professional. He was this sort of a man, lovely man. Well, with the beginnings of television, NBC put him over there in charge of it. He called me up in July, or it may have been the 1st of August, somewhere in there, and he said, Red, do you think there is any... Now, there's a comedian. This is a laugh. Boy, television now controls baseball more than any other factor. Television controls not sports. Television, and the income from television, the impact of television. Professional football, television is it. You can't begin to talk about sports today and appraise sports today until you start with television. Now, Mr. Alfred Doc Morton, the National Broadcasting Company, in charge of television, he calls me and he says, in a hopeful voice, but a voice that didn't seem to have too much hope in it. Red, he said, do you think there is any chance that Larry MacPhail would let us televise a ball game from Brooklyn? Now, isn't that a beginning sentence about television and major and professional sports? Red, do you think there's any chance that Larry MacPhail would let us televise a ball game from Brooklyn? And I said, well, Doc, I don't know, but I'll find out. He said, would you undertake this for me? Why, Doc, I said, for you I will. And for him, I went in to see MacPhail. And he was sitting at his desk at 215 Montague Street, and he says, you know, you've put in a few months just seeing me when you ran into me at the ballpark. What do you want coming in here, 215 Montague Street? He said, you want something? No, I said, Larry, I don't want anything. Well, I said, what'd you come here for? Well, I said, I just wanted to know if you wanted something. Well, he says, what are you talking about? I said, do you want to be first in something? He said, what is it? I said, would you like to be the first man ever in history to televise a Major League Baseball game? He said, yes. And the fee that MacPhail got for televising the first Major League Baseball game, which was the first game of doubleheader with Cincinnati in August of 1939. The fee that MacPhail got was that Doc Morton would use the full influence of the National Broadcasting Company and draw upon its resources and install for that one day a television receiving set in the press room, so that while the first television game in history was being done from a Major League ballpark, MacPhail and the writers and a few people could see it.
What did the receiver look like? You saw it. Did you get a chance to go back and see it? Or
Huh?
Could you go back and see it? Or
Heck, no, I was out doing it. I couldn't go back and see it. How could I go back and see it? I'm sitting out there. They put me up in the booth. I sat up outside, right with the fans, on the upper deck, second deck, back of third base. And I had earphones on that were connected with a director down in the truck. This was years before anybody ever dreamed of a monitor.
Yeah.
There was no monitor. They only had one or two cameras, and I had to guess which way the camera was pointing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know what was on the picture. Once in a while, Burke, B-U-R-K-E, Crotty, C-R-O-T-T-Y, was the director. And once in a while, Crotty would holler at me, you know, that the camera was at second base, the camera was on the pitcher. Once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And we had three sponsors. And they, of course, had to technically get permission. And the first commercials, to my knowledge, the first commercials ever on television were the three commercials done that day. You know, it's hard to understand how this wasn't something being born. This was something you might say that is almost shortly after the male and the female genes had met, gone into partnership. This was the starting of the fetus almost. I remember that I held up a box of Wheaties. That's the first, for my knowledge, that's the first commercial. I held up a box, and nobody got any money or anything else, that's just for permission. So I held up a box of Wheaties, and I poured them in a bowl. And I took a banana with a knife, and I cut it off. And I said, well, that's the breakfast of champions. I completely ad-libbed. Then for Saucony Vacuum, we had Mobil Oil. I put on a service station Mobil cap and held up a can of oil. And for Procter & Gamble and for Ivory Soap, what do you think I held up? A bar of Ivory Soap. That's what once. Each one got one little courtesy credit, didn't it? Thing. And then after we did the first game, my recollection is they had a camera and a microphone down on a playing field. Mm-hmm. And we had some fellows on that I interviewed.
Oh, really?
So the first baseball players to be interviewed. After all, when I went to do pre and post at the stadium in '54, I had a running start on that somewhere. And we had Bill McKechnie on, we had Leo DeRocher on, we had Doc Money on, we had Bucky Walters on. I remember that very, very distinctly. And I remember I was always muchly impressed with the size, the strength, the agility, the dexterity, and the beauty of Doc Cavalli's hands. Magnificent hands. Magnificent hands. And I remember asking him to show his hands on the camera. And I know that at spring training camp down in Havana, they took us out to a zoo where they had a big gorilla. And he was throwing himself around in that cage and cutting up and this, that, and the other, and we were standing around there. And I said to Camille, now you say something. I said, Doc, that girl looks pretty rough in there. But I said, I expect it'd be a pretty good contest if you got in there with him, provided you can get your hands on him. And Camille didn't hesitate. He just said very simply, he said, yes, if I got my hands on him, I think I could hold him. Those were the hands he had. And Camille still remembered, he came up to Old Timers Day this summer. And we were standing around talking, and all of a sudden he said, do you remember that year at Brooklyn on the first television? I said, yeah. He said, you remember you asked me to show my hands?
What did you do about your radio broadcast that day?
Al Helfer did it.
I see.
I just wasn't on the radio at all for that first time.
We still got a couple minutes. I'm wearing you out, that's all right. Let's eat it up. Just very quickly, you had, after, I mean, Desmond was with you, then you brought in a third party when you were sick. That
Third party came in. I didn't bring him in.
Well,
Ricky brought him in. Ernie Howell came in in 48.
When did Hodges come up? Did he come, didn't he?
Hodges was never with us.
He wasn't?
Hodges was over with the Giants.
He was Allen's assistant, wasn't he, at the Yankees?
That's right, and then went to the Giants on his
I
own.
see, that's right.
But that sort of chronology, I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
I wasn't studying about it, as we say down home. I wasn't studying it. I was motivated to do something at Brooklyn by Time Magazine.
All right, we got that. Let me just review very quickly, though. At Brooklyn, you had Al Helfer, and you had Alan Hale.
I had Helfer for 3 years, Hale for 1 year. And Desmond was with me right on through when I left after the season of 53. Harwell came in 48 in July, or the 1st of August. Well, July 48, and stayed with us through the year of 49. And then he jumped. His contract was up, and he got the opportunity to go to the Giants, and he went. He went with Hodges.
And then Scully came in.
And then Scully came in for the season of 50. And I'll be glad to tell you about in our next session about how Harwell came in, which is the hemorrhage in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the beginnings. That's why I say it was the first time that the hemorrhage did it. That is, it was going to happen, but the hemorrhage really brought it into being. That was the beginning of the three-man.
I see.
3 full-time broadcasters, because this was the television is now forcing its way in. This little thing that Morton asked piteously, do you think McPhail would let us televise a ball game at Brooklyn?
Yeah.
This thing. And then after Harwell went to the Polo Grounds, and I was notified about that at halftime. I was at Stanford University doing a Stanford, California football game, and they called me from New York at halftime when I was off the air, and said that your boy Harwell has jumped to the Polo Ground. That was the word that came over the phone, jumped. Well, he had the right to jump. I mean, he didn't say anything to Mr. Rickey. He didn't give the Brooklyn Club a chance to keep him or anything else, and I understand his reasons. But he just made his decision and went. I think he felt that being the third man over there was not what he wanted to be. And I can understand that too. And he had a chance to be a co-broadcaster. And he went. But so they said to me, your man Harwell jumped to the Polo Ground. I said, fine. And so then we gradually began thinking, and Scully came to work at Brooklyn because of an attempt to establish a principle. I had had a feeling for years that it's like a woman has never had a child, and I understand the psychiatry fellows tell me that that's a wound that she never completely gets over. She hasn't fulfilled completely in her mind her function. And somehow, I guess I had never gotten over the fact that I didn't get into teaching school. And I still am a little, well, I'm not irritated, I'm a little nettled, I'm a little puzzled that I have, why some university hasn't, I made it plain to my own University of Florida. I sent word down when I was going to move in Miami a year ago that I'd be delighted at the University of Miami. Why I, after my experience, wouldn't be asked to give a course, a series of lectures, 4 lectures, 5 lectures, 6 or something about the technique, philosophy of my aspect of the business. I believe I can do it, and rather interestingly. But I guess the thing about this is, if you offer yourself for nothing, that's just what it's worth. Now, if I called down to the University of Florida and said, well, you know, you got to pay me a lot of money, and I'm hard to get or something, well, then, of course, from the president down, I'd be knocking on the door. But here, good old Red, you know, I said, well, fellas, you know, I'd be happy to fly up there 4 or 5 times and Well, so anyhow, the principle that Scully was three principles. One was I had always had the idea that I would like to teach, so that was a principle. Second, I'd always had the idea, wouldn't it be interesting to take a young fellow, promising with a potential, who was an absolute green pea, knew nothing about the business, and present him to the audience for what he was, and teach him and train him on the air, which is what we did with Scully. And Scully had never done anything, a professional ball game in his life. And third, Desmond, I'd understood, was restive around Harwell as the third man. Harwell was too experienced a broadcaster. Somehow there was a threat to Connie. He never said it, but it upset him. This was almost a little bit too much. He was caught between Harwell and me. I think that's fair. So the other principle was that if for this third man, and of course again television hadn't become nearly as big then, this third man would be a fellow who would be no threat to Desmond. A kid, neophyte, would not be a threat to Connie at that time.
Yeah.
That'll take care of this third one. I got to go to the stadium to do a ball game. I haven't even started talking for the day.
I don't know. Well, you haven't had any games.
You're a hard man, McGregor.
Well, gee. This works today instead of just like yesterday.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Okay. You didn't want to talk about opening day in 42. You might ask me to tell you that special.
I don't wish to attempt to go into too much detail about the Dodger pennant of 1941. For those who were around and knew it, I will mention a few highlights, and that would be sufficient. Because when there are embers alive in the ashes of memory, it only takes a few gusts of wind to fan them into a living flame of memory. And for those who were not around, then 1941 and the Dodger pennant merits, beyond peradventure, a full book, which is not the purpose here. However, the borough of Brooklyn, long-suffering, had not won since 1920, when they played Cleveland, and were humiliated. The Dodgers looked very bad in that series. Their great spitball pitcher, Burley Grimes, was hit from here to yonder. And later came the ignominious disclosure that one of the infielders for the Indians that the shortstop for the Dodgers had given it away when he unconsciously, as he could, standing in his position, see the catcher's sign, when he knew that a spitball was called for, just before the pitch was delivered, he would lean down to get some dry dirt to put in the pocket of his glove, so that if the ball were hit to him, he would have a chance to get it instantly a little drier so that he could make a better throw. Because when Grimes spit on the ball, it was spittle in volume. And if the catcher did not sign for a spitball, the infielder did not reach into the dirt. And the Cleveland club had picked this up and knew it, and this is why Grimes had such a terrible time. Also, it was the Dodgers of 1920 who hit into the first unassisted triple play in the World Series. Billy Wamgantz's played down at second base. So while they hadn't won since 1920, even the memories of the last time they won and what happened to them in the World Series were not too palatable. And the great borough of Brooklyn, with its teeming population and its hopes and its fears
and its resentment of the tall buildings of Manhattan, had smoldered, had had a second division ball club, had suffered, and they knew in Brooklyn that MacPhail was going to put this ball club on the top rung. He was going to give them their answer to the Giants. He was going to finally supply the answer to Bill Terrier's query. But for the season of '34, is Brooklyn still in the league? MacPhail had cleaned up Ebbets Field as best it could be done. He brought in Camilli. He had continued to bring in. He made DeRosa the manager in '39, and he couldn't have made a more astute choice. It was a healthy, growing, ever-strengthening, brawling human ball club in a very healthy human borough and a most intimate human ballpark. The Cincinnati club won in 39, and they won in 40. But the Dodgers gave them a contest in 40. Not one that too seriously worried the Reds, but it was a very plain straw in the wind as to coming events. The Brooklyn club was flexing its muscles. Mr. MacPhail was waking up the sleeping giant at Ebbets Field. And he didn't spare the horses. And DeRosa didn't spare the Dodgers. And the Dodgers didn't spare anybody they could get to. And the country rejoiced and hoped along with Brooklyn. And that's why I would say that I don't believe any punt was ever as devoutly hoped for by so many people in these United States as that punt in 41. And again, when Raymond Graham Swain stepped off that plane from Europe, late in 41, and the first thing he said to the crowd around, including reporters, how'd the Dodgers do? He said it for the country. And it was a rough pennant to win. And going into the season, I'm not looking back at any records, and got time to go to the files in the New York Times. I think that makes a very dull book. In fact, as I look back over the years, the time I started to read a book, and it had footnotes, and it had dates, and it had facts and figures, I, by and large, didn't read too far in it, because I had been to college and taken my courses. And this is no effort to be a textbook. This is just one man's memory, and it may be quite fallible, but it is very warm and viable. And going into that season, MacPhail wanted one other thing. Going into that season, the club was built, and all minds were directed toward beating Cincinnati, which won the pennant twice. But as the reality came into being, it wound up that the St. Louis Cardinals was the team that had to be beat. Although the Reds were a strong ball club, anytime you've got Derns and Wallace around, it will take more than a pat on the head from your mother. But it was the Cardinals that came, and it was the Cardinals and the Dodgers that came roaring down the September stretch. And did they roar? And I think that if anyone is interested in that season, they can go back and look it up. But let me say that it came to a climax in one day, one ball game. The last day the Dodgers played the Cardinals, and that game was at St. Louis. And these two ball clubs were nip and tuck, with Brooklyn sitting just ahead. And I think everybody knew that this ball game was it. If the Dodgers lost that ball game and reeled out of St. Louis beaten, then a virtual tie, I think everybody realized that they would have felt that they had gone up against their opposition and fallen back. And of course, for the Cardinals, they just had to have it from every standpoint. That had been a rough series. Oh my, that had been a series in which Fitzsimmons went to the mound, was a winning pitcher in a ball game, and he probably had the less physical stuff he ever had in his life. But Fitzsimmons was a strong man, physically, and a violent man, and there was no doubt in anybody's mind that Fitzsimmons was perfectly ready with that big bare body of his. He was ready to meet you under the stands or in front of the stands and tear you limb from limb. And Fitzsimmons was at the end of his career, and this was all very serious to him. And this was a hard-bitten bunch of Dodgers that didn't intend for this thing to get away. And Fitzsimmons, with nothing, went out there and cursed and threatened and ranted, and on just sheer spiritual, profane, vocal guts, convinced them that they had just better not take a Holton swing on him. And he threw at Johnny Mize and cursed him until Mize hollered from the box, "Fred, I'm not mad at you." The Cardinals were against Fitzsimmons' genuine belligerent hostility, kept waving flags of peace all afternoon. And this was translated to the country. This was a pennant fight. This was a fight. This was not just a series of games. This was not fellows that if they win, they would go to the bank earlier the next day than the fellows who didn't win. This was not anything that was coming out of a computer. This was some lusty human beings that were out there grabbing anything that they could get, and it was an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And the time had come in that series at St. Louis and in that pennant that there wasn't anything that mattered except that one group of human beings was going one way or the other to beat another group. And this is the meaning of that pennant fight. It's not anything like where the people go around talking about the combination number, the magic number wasn't any talk about any numbers. They would talk about some human beings in that one. And just before the Dodgers went out to St. Louis, DeRocha, who was aging, was always a marvelous man at shortstop. Had been playing shortstop, and in some games he put this rookie kid in, Pee Wee Reese, who showed up at spring training camp looking so young and so blond and so skinny that the veteran clubhouse man of the Dodgers, Senator John Griffith, for 5 or 10 minutes wouldn't let Reese come in because he said, "You're just a kid fan trying to get around here with these ball players. Get away from here." And Reese had to go find some club official that knew who he was. And the club official had to tell Griffith, "This is Pee Wee Reese, the shortstop McPhail bought from Louisville." And Reese is this slender kid, and he hadn't been in anything like that. Of course not. Of course, the old pro, like the days of the Gas House Gang, you know nothing but hard-bitten baseball. But there comes a time when a man's reflexes are tempered and slowed. And those muscles, while the mind is willing, those muscles are just a split second late in responding to the call. And I think everyone recalls that the great columnist Bill Coram, just as the Dodgers got ready to go out to St. Louis, that Coram wrote an open letter to DeRocha, printed it. That was his column, saying, "Leo, we all want you to win this pennant. It's great. That's all. You're a great shortstop. But Leo, you can't win the pennant out there at St. Louis playing shortstop. You've got to let this kid do it. For better or for worse, whether you win or lose it, he's going to have to win it for you." Bless Leo's heart. Nobody, in my knowledge, has ever said that Leo was a small man. I understand he's made a few sins, but there haven't been any small ones either. Leo does nothing by little degrees. And Leo's a big man. And he followed Coram's advice, and I think if you look it up, you'll find that Mr. Reese played more out there at St. Louis than Leo. And now we'll come to this last, this 3-game series. And now these fellas they've got their knuckles on the line. And their knuckles are already bloody. Billy Southwood, the big great right-hander, Mort Cooper, ready and well rested. And he was a tough man. He was not pitched for St. Louis. And DeRocha had his man ready, Whitlow Wyatt. And Wyatt was a tough man. You know, Mr. Wyatt is the only fellow in the front of the public that ever flattened deliberately when Mr. Joe DiMaggio with the pitch ball in the World Series. And Mr. DiMaggio was visibly upset about it, and if you recall, hollered at Whitlow from second base, and Whitlow hollered back at him. And but for the innovation of some umpires, you'd have had a pretty good playing brawl right in a World Series ball game between the mound and second base. Only DiMaggio and White. So, I mean, we're talking about men. We're talking about men going for something. And when you put it on the line, they reached for it. And if they stuck out their hand and drew back a nub, that was all right too. They must stick that hand out. And Billy Herman, who was the second baseman, told me he'd been around a lot of great pitchers in his time. But that for 1 year, now let's get Herman's quote exact, but that for 1 year, that year of 41, Wyatt was the best pitcher he ever saw. 1 year. Wyatt had had a lot of injuries, a lot of problems. In fact, McPhail pulled him off the bonfire. In fact, Wyatt didn't want to pitch any more baseball, and McPhail persuaded him to give it one more shot. So, here is this veteran, and had sore arm, operated knees, and this is his big moment. And he wasn't about to let it get away from him either. Cooper, the other pitcher, is a younger man, and these two ball clubs get going. Well, by George, if they hadn't started that ball game before the Cardinals get a man at second base, and the batter hits a ball to Reese at short, and this little rabbit starts from second over to third, and Reese thinks he's got to play on him at third base, and he threw to third base, and he hit the runner in the back. And here, with all the chips on the line, Wyatt's in the pickleback. Instead of having a man out and a man at first base to start this ball game, with all that he meant, my recollection is he's got men at second and third and nobody out. And the shortstop has made a big boot. And now what do we do? Well, Mr. Stengel says you can look it up. My recollection is he struck out the next two hitters and got Mancuso to pop up. That was Wyatt. And that ball game got off the first inning scoreless, and it stayed scoreless. And Wyatt, after that first inning thing, and he settled that ball club down, and he settled Pee Wee Reese down. And Wyatt is just pitching beautifully. And what do you think this Mort Cooper's doing? It wasn't that he wasn't allowing any runs. He wasn't allowing even any hits. Now here's this Brooklyn club getting, or you might say, if they were weaker fellows, they're getting pretty well frustrated. They get into the 8th inning, and they haven't got a hit. And my mind goes back that I think Cooper got the first man out in the 8th inning. And then Dixie Walker. Fellow McPhail got off the Bone Pond in Detroit. Dixie Walker doubled. Now you have heard about signs being stolen, or gotten, if you want to use a kind of word. And there's not as much of that goes on in baseball as a lot of fellows write and a lot of people talk about. But right then and there was a sign that was picked up, and nobody can estimate how much money that sign was worth. Because Dixie, after he gets down to second base, he doesn't stop to pat himself on the back and applaud himself about getting the first hit off Cooper. And he doesn't start prancing around down to second so folks could see him and say, oh gee, look at him, he just got a double. Dixie stood on second base, and then he took his lead, and his mind was on winning this ball game and winning this pennant. And Dixie did all he could do as a runner at second base. He looked down at Mort Cooper's brother, Walker Cooper, the catcher. And he got the sign of Billy Herman up there at the plate that the catching brother was calling for the pitching brother to throw a curveball. And Dixie gave that sign. He'd had a thing made up with him. He gave it to Billy Herman. Now Billy Herman can get a sign, and could get a sign, as well as any man that ever lived in baseball. He lived that way by his wits. So Dixie flies to Herman. The next pitch is going to be a curve.
And Dixie laughed and pulled his lips back over his teeth when he told me about it later. Otherwise, how in the world would I know about it? And Dixie says, Red, he said, you know, I almost bust out laughing down at second base. He said, when I gave Herman the curveball sign, he said his eyes bugged out as far as 6 inches. And sure enough, the pitching brother threw a curveball that the catching brother had called for. And Herman rebugged his eyes, and he doubled. Well, you don't give Billy Herman a curveball sign for nothing. And Dixie Walker scored. And again, to use Mr. Stengel's expression, this I'm sure, you don't have to look it up, although you can look it up if you wish. The Dodgers won that ball game 1-0. And went on to win the pennant. They were never headed thereafter, although they had a stormy day in Philadelphia when they came in there, and DeRocher was so wrought out that he wouldn't shave. Leo, old Dapper Dan, he's going around the city of brotherly love unshaven. He wouldn't shave until that pennant was clinched. He didn't. And they go in there and win a ball game, and then they're playing, let me see, I know they're in a doubleheader in Philadelphia, and they win the first game, and he started Luke Hamlin in the second game, and by George, in the first inning, Hamlin got the bases loaded. I forget who hit it, but somebody hit a grand slam home run, and the Dodgers lost that, and Leo nearly died, and Hamlin, to my knowledge, I don't think Hamlin ever pitched again in the major leagues. And before the Dodgers could get out of Philadelphia, DeRocher took violent objection to something that the Philadelphia reporter said to him and hit him. Oh, Leo, my goodness, as the Dodgers started for St. Louis, they had a couple of series to go, and they played one in Pittsburgh. And the violence of this contest between these men, Hugh Casey, who was a very mean, rough man, and he was a great relief pitcher. And if it meant something, Casey would simply not only knock his mother down, but he would hit her. He didn't care for a man or a devil, and he didn't care for Casey, as he proved it one day when he stuck a shotgun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. But Casey and DeRocher are having a terrible time when they played up by Major Curse. Boy, they were not in concord. And Casey deliberately, it's the only time I've ever known, deliberately threw a pitch high, not at the batter, but at the plate umpire, with instructions to the catcher to stay low. He threw at Major Curse. And Mage was aware, too, and Major Curse threw Leo out. And they're in a no-score, an even-up ball game with Pittsburgh in the ninth inning. And Pittsburgh, all of a sudden, Pittsburgh had a little infielder, a little utility infielder by the name of Alf, A-L-F, Anderson. You might say, why should I remember a name like this of a utility infielder that only got 1 or 2 ball games, is only in the major leagues to stay long enough for a cup of coffee? You got to remember Anderson when you remember this pennant thing. And Leo is thrown out by Major Curtin. He's in the clubhouse in Pittsburgh. And Casey is relieving. And they're fighting for it out there. Anderson, this may be the only major league hit he ever got in his life. Tripled. And the Pirates got him in and won the ball game. And Leo is back in the clubhouse raging. And somebody came in and told him that Pittsburgh had won. And he said, how? Somebody said a triple and a fly ball. And he said, who tripled? And whoever it was said Anderson. And when Leo heard Anderson, he actually physically destroyed the interior of the clubhouse and windows. They tell me that no clubhouse was ever actually wrecked like the one at Pittsburgh. Now this is what they were. This is how they were fighting. What they were fighting for. And this is something. This is the country knew this. This was a brawl. This was like a free-for-all surging up and down the street in front of your house, and you just sitting on the front porch watching it. Well, so this is sort of, then they win that pennant, and was the highlight of that World Series.
Oh,
Was the fourth game over at Brooklyn. The Yankees had won the first game at the stadium, and Wyatt had come back and won the second game. And then the Yankees won the first game at Brooklyn, which made it 2-1. And then Casey relieving, strikes out Henry. Best curveball Casey ever threw. Owen didn't come up with it. And instead of the Dodgers winning that ball game, and the series being even at 2 games apiece, and heaven knows what would have happened then, that pitch got away. Henry got on. The Yankees rallied, won the ball game, led in the series 3-1, and they didn't just win the ball game that day. They won the whole ball of wax. That's all. I mean, I remember MacPhail standing in the press club after that ball game, crying unashamedly. It's a terrible thing to see a grown, strong man who's worked so hard, come so far, fought so much, and then by a quirk of fate, have it snatched away. Of course he cried. Mickey Owen cried. And Leo, I think, reached his finest moment a couple of months later. For the life of me, I've never understood why newspaper men never wrote about it much, if they ever wrote about it at all. I would have thought it would have been a piece that would have been written then and rewritten time after time as showing a man suddenly standing great, honest, naked. They were showing the motion picture that Lou Fonseca puts together, the World Series picture. I remember they were showing in the New Yorker hotel. But all the writers in town that were in town were there. They always come, in the winter time for the baseball things, and they always come when there's free whiskey and free food, and so that's why I say, there was the free picture, free stories, free drink, and free calories. So the writers were there. When I say all the writers were there, they were there. And Rocha hadn't been back around this town after the World Series. So it wasn't that he'd been around people. He hadn't. So he's news. He's back again. He's new story. So they, as soon as the picture's over, they all zero in, center on Leon. They're talking around, and of course they're talking about the third strike. And did Casey throw a spitter? Did he cross up on? So on and so on and so on. And Leo said, well, he said, I've talked with Mickey, I've talked with Casey. He said, to the best of my knowledge. To the best of my knowledge, Owen called for a curveball, and that's what Casey threw, and he just got a little bit more on it than Owen expected. He said there wasn't anything but a mechanical error, that Owen just simply, the pitch was way down by the batter's feet. He said, remember, maybe, he said, the fault was that Henry even swung at it. Said Leo. He said, nobody said anything about that. He said, that was not pitched right over the plate. He said, he was down in by his feet, a curveball breaking down, almost hit him on the feet. And Owen, by the time he missed it down there, his hands, you saw in the pictures, his hands down there on the ground, back of his feet. So he said and it's down to his bare right hand, he just didn't come up with it. You, said Leo, you fellows, if you really want to get to it, you shouldn't be writing about Owen and about Casey. That's one of those things, a physical thing. He said, what you should write about is about me. He said, you saw in the picture, and you remember, Casey got 2 quick strikes on Charlie Keller, didn't he? And Leo didn't say Charlie, because he doesn't, when he's talking in a hurry, it's like most people, you wrote up, you don't waste time on first names. In fact, Stengel didn't waste time on names at all when he was really in high gear. And Leo says, you got 2 quick strikes on Keller. And Leo said, and then Keller tripled, hit that screen in right field. No, he hit the screen in right field on the base hit, and I forget what triple or double. And there it was, he hit the screen. Anyway, I guess it was a double. And said Leo, I made the mistake. He said, for the first time in my life in a spot like that, I didn't get off that bench and get out to the mound. Now, this is back in the days in which there was no limitation on a manager going to the mound. And I might say right here in passing that I think it's a lousy, stinking rule that they've got in the major leagues that limit a manager going out to talk to his pitcher. Where did these rule makers ever get the idea that the fans were sitting out there with a stopwatch in their hands wanting to go home? If they wanted to go home, they wouldn't have come to the ballpark. Who is more human than the manager? My gracious, when the truculence of Bill Terry walking out to talk to his pitcher in a jam, seeing Billy Southworth suddenly in that quick sprinting trot speed off the St. Louis bench to go out there to talk to one of his men, to see Casey Stengel with that half hobble of his, going that broken leg going back to when a taxi hit him on a rainy night in Boston when he was managing the Braves, to see Austin with that calm, big strength of his walk out to settle Padres down in the 7th game of a World Series that he went on to. I don't understand the legislation that takes humanness out of baseball, because baseball has nothing but humanness to sell. And the only thing about 41 that's important, and you think about it again, is humanness. This was humanness. So, Leo, and this was humanness too. Leo said, look, I don't know when in a spot like that. If my man has gotten 2 quick strikes on the hitter, I don't go out there and stop him and say to him, now look, now we got him. Now, let's go over what we're going to do with the next couple of pitches, because now that we got him, we're not going to let him get away. And he says, Casey is shell-shocked. Why wouldn't he be? And Owen is shell-shocked. Why wouldn't he be? And he said, the manager was shell-shocked. And I sat there, and I let Casey come back in with the pitch that Keller hit. Said, Leo, to the writers, if you want to criticize anybody, write about me. And you can go back in the files and I'm going to make a direct aside here in this book to my colleague, Mr. Robert Creamer, a professional writer of the staff of Sports Illustrated. Have you read anything about Leo saying that to the writers in New York 2 months or so afterwards?
Never.
Saying if you're going to write about Owen or Casey, better write about the manager. Well, anyhow, that's 1941 in the ball game and the World Series. Now, what about that?
One footnote, forgive me. The day before the Owens game was quite a ball game, wasn't it? Wasn't that Fitzsimmons against Russo?
Well, there again is the humanist. Yes, Fitzsimmons is out there, and Fitzsimmons is even with the Yankees in pitching a commanding ball game, and you know that Fitzsimmons, with his stuff, is the equal of anybody. And what happens, which is again humanist. Fitzsimmons, the best fielding pitcher that we had in the league. Russo, who was a very excellent hitter, hit a line drive, hit him right back on a kneecap and broke his knee. And they had to lead Fitzsimmons off, and the relief pitcher lost it. I think it was Casey that got beat. Yes, if you want to start looking up and want to write a book on the season of 41 in the World Series, sure, I've been trying to hit some high spots. And you can write it that way. Yes, Fitzsimmons got his knee broken, and the ball bounced over to Reese, and Reese threw the batter, threw Russo out, I think it was. Did he get a hit? I don't know. But the important thing was that Russo actually knocked his opposing pitcher out at a very sensitive juncture.
Aside to you, you mentioned that Brooklyn got smeared in the 1920 World Series. It was a disgraceful thing. They got beaten badly. They were beaten 4-1 in 41, but it was as close as a 4-1 series can be, as I remember.
Well, the humanness makes a difference. In other words, you're over and above a ratio of the Yankees winning 4 out of 5 ball games, because we all know that suppose Fitzsimmons isn't hit on the leg,
Yes, I
on the knee.
point.
Suppose Owen holds the 3rd strike.
They went the other way.
Well, as the saying says, school could be turned out in South Georgia. But this, again, is humanness, and this is what I'm saying is why people will remember 41. And I think the people who will remember the humanness of it don't need any recitative about on the 17th of June, the Brooklyn Club was 8 percentage points ahead of its nearest competitor.
That was fair
But,
than that. That's 41, all right. That's pretty good.
When did the Bears beat the Redskins 7-3-9?
1940. December 1940.
Yeah, but I had done that game, and that's something. Now,
You did that game?
yeah, I broadcast it.
Did you?
Yeah, I was on the phone to broadcast it. Did it on the network. Championship game, sure.
I'm embarrassed
Did.
to remember that you did. I heard it.
Yeah, you heard it. You only heard one person doing it. And that's that's the greatest pro game I ever saw. And that's the only time in a broadcast that I became completely afraid.
I've always prided myself on having a confidence based on the fact that if I did a thorough enough preparation, coupled with experience, and if I got a good night's sleep, and that's a single, if somebody would say to me, well now, how do you get ready for a doubleheader? I said, there's only one way you get ready for a doubleheader. You go to bed early, you get a good night's sleep. You got to come up there, be apt, to use the letters, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And so I've always gone to the microphone prepared and ready. But during that football game, I actually got genuinely afraid. And I got afraid on this reason. I was the only broadcaster. There was no way listeners could check me. The two teams had met 2 weeks before, and the Skins had beaten them. A touchdown to a field goal. 7-3. I don't know if anybody believes in numbers or not, but Washington had won 7-3. Now these same two clubs, and nobody's hurt. There's no difference in thing. The only was that they meet it now. They're meeting in the playoff. And I knew these two football teams. I was broadcasting the Giant games, and I'd already broadcast Washington a couple of times. And you didn't have to know anything about Washington anyhow, except Sammy Ball back there in the double wingback formation. That's probably the easiest football team to broadcast there ever was. The Redskins with Sammy Ball. And I knew the Chicago Bears. I had not only broadcast a game with them, but there was an open date that the Giants had, at which the Bears were playing the Eagles at Philadelphia. And I took Lila, and we went down and sat in the stands, and I didn't have to be concerned with anything pertaining to a microphone or the business, except the business of looking. I didn't care who won the football game or anything else. This was one of the rare opportunities I had to actually scout for my own purposes the team that I was going to broadcast the following week. So when we start that ball game down in Washington, it's a clear day. There's not any problem about visibility. The field wasn't muddy. I mean, everything was just ideal. Also, that was in the Griffith Stadium, small ballpark. And sitting up there on the second deck, you were sitting around practically on the back of the quarterback's neck. In these big stadia, you can be a country mile away, and these fellows look like little dolls down there. But down there, but at Washington, you were right in there with them almost. I mean, you were close enough. You heard them hit. You heard their voices. You were right there. You didn't need spotters. I didn't need spotters. I mean, so there should have been the easiest football game in the world to do. There was never a question of identification. There was never a question of first downs. Very few first downs. There wasn't a question of officiating, of clouded calls. There was nothing moot, except that by the time this ball game is pretty well along in the third quarter, here's the team that had been beaten 2 weeks before in the Pro League, 7-3, leading by such fantastic figures, that suddenly I had a fear, and I think it was a proper one, that some people are going to tune in this ball game that haven't heard this thing develop. And they're going to hear this score, 50, 60 to nothing, and they're going to say that broadcaster is drunk or full of dope or crazy. They weren't going to believe me. Because I suddenly became aware, as the numbers got into telephone figures, that this was an unbelievable, fantastic thing. And I did get afraid. And by the time we got into the fourth quarter, I looked down the press box, and there was a fella in a uniform. He was a colonel. And he was Biff Jones, who was a football coach of some note. And he was later an athletic director at Washington. And I knew Biff Jones. And then there was a man who was also a colonel by the name of Everett Yon. And I had known him at the University of Florida. And I think we got this in the book about the meeting with Yon Bachman. And he had left the university and went back in the armed forces. And when I knew him at Gainesville, he was captain. So I knew Captain Yon and Biff Jones, and I sent for them. And during a timeout in the fourth quarter, I said to them, I'm going to ask you gentlemen to help me. I said, you're both reputable people, and you're known for your honesty, and you're known for the fact that you know something about football. I said, Coach and Colonel Jones, would you please tell the audience what the score is? Because I said, I'm afraid somebody may not just believe a working broadcaster.
and he said what the score was. Then I turned to Captain John, Colonel John, and I said, well, I can't go out there, but Captain, that's the only way I know you. And he laughed. He said, that doesn't make any difference. I said, well, the thing that makes a difference is, will you corroborate what this other colonel said about the score? And he said, yes, I will. That's what it is. I said, well, friend, that's all I can do. Now, if you don't believe them, let's go right ahead with your own opinion. And that was my reaction to that football game.
That was a fantastic.
Yes, it was. Well, oh my goodness. You know, they might say, just before they slide you up on a table at the undertaker's place, would you have any last thoughts? And I guess if I had any, I'd have one. I can see Bill Osmansky going off left tackle for that first scoring play, going 80 yards at Washington. I can see it right now. Right now. He didn't break anything very wide open. Well, in 1941, at the end of the professional football season, we'd come off that pennant, and I went right to work doing professional football. And that year, I did the television at Brooklyn of the then Football Dodgers, then the National Football League. Dan Topping had them.
Television? 41?
Yeah, for the National Broadcasting Company. Televised the whole thing over at Ebbets Field, all the home games. Built a special booth, stuck it out there, and what was back to second base in the baseball season on that other sideline where there were no seats up in front of the right field fence. Special booth. That's all over there for. It was a television booth. And so that was my assignment. And then, at the latter part of the year, I drew the assignment to broadcast on radio the championship football game, which proved to be between the Giants and the Packers. No, Giants and the Bears. Giants and the Bears. Giants and the Bears, and it was going to play in Chicago. And that was my first brush with World War II wartime sensor. So, the Dodgers are going to play their last game at the Polo Grounds with the Giants, and the Dodgers were coached by Jock Sutherland, the Giants by Steve Owen. And then would come the championship game. So, inasmuch as the game was at the Polo Grounds, and my assignments had been at Ebbets Field, this meant I had an off day, which gave me another opportunity. The Giants had already clinched, before this Sunday, had already clinched the Eastern half. And everybody knew they were going in against the Bears. That was it. In other words, it's just playing out the schedule. So the Dodgers come over to play this last game of the season. And, of course, I'm at the Polo Grounds, and holy mackerel, was it cold. Woo! And because I went broadcasting, etc., I think it's the only time in my life I haven't had a chance. I took a couple of blankets, wrapped myself in, and I was sitting in a seat that reserved for special friends of the club. And, actually, the seats were reserved mostly for the wives of the writers and the wives of the Giant players. They were sitting right underneath the working press box, which has a bearing on what I want to say. In fact, I was sitting right at the, I had the end seat alongside the walk that led right up to the press box. So I'm watching the Giants knowing that I'm going to broadcast them the following Sunday, which I did. And the Jock Sutherland has gotten his hand on the Dodgers pretty well, and he demonstrated he could make a single wing go, and he had his fellows blocking. And they, although the Giants had won their half, the Dodgers won that game, and they cut them up pretty badly physically. Of course, naturally, it's hard when you have won, as the Giants had won, and know you're going to play for the championship, to think that you can be up. And for the Dodgers, it was very easy. They just finished the season, and they wanted to finish their going away. So they won the ball game. It was meaningless except to the men involved by and large, but there's a big crowd. It's kind of interest. Always interest in Brooklyn and Manhattan. Always. Oh, that was a sad thing when the Giants went up to the coast and the Dodgers. Terrible. And it struck baseball a body blow here in the East. Of course, you can't gainsay that the United States goes from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, And California is now the most popular state in the union. So things worked for the general good, but for the particular situation here in New York, that hurt when you took out the Dodgers and the Giants. It's no getting away from it. And it could be, and I expect so, because if there's nothing else about club owners, they're selfish. And they're going to see the light. They're going to have to see it. That there's more money to be made, and I'd say, it's just my opinion, television's going to demand it. Television will dictate it. You will have inter-league meetings in the middle of the summer. So you will have the Yankees, and I'd say it won't be too far off, the Yankees playing regular league games against the Mets. Then you'll have something of the Dodger-Giant thing back again. In fact, that would, I would say that if I were given a decision, somebody said to me, you can have one decision, what is the single most important thing you can do to pump new vigor and vitality into the New York Yankees? I would say schedule a home-and-home series where the games count next summer with the Mets. You couldn't get in Yankee Stadium. Well, we got away from that. So I'm sitting at the Polo Grounds watching the Dodgers cut up the Giants. And I say cut up because they did it physically. And the ground was hard. And it was so cold. And during the first half, a couple of times, I heard over the PA, General Donovan being paged. Would he call his office? I didn't think anything about it. Although as a general rule, an event like that, when you page an individual, something's up. But General Donovan, that afternoon, his name didn't mean anything to me. I don't know anything about it. And during halftime, Arthur Daly of the Times came down and spoke to a couple of people a couple of rows ahead of me. And then as he started to go back to the press box, and this is why the location that I had, the end row along that walkway has a bearing, he said, Red, he leaned over. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor. And he went on up the press box. And I sat there for about a minute. And the realization, the awareness, suddenly swept over me. And I just got up and folded my blankets when I got in the car, turned the radio on, and went home because the rest of the football day was gone. My mind had some other place. I don't know when I've ever thought as hard about anything as I thought about the United States, the world, my wife, daughter, and myself. So people are always saying, where were you when you first heard about Pearl Harbor? That's where I was, and that's where I left. And right now, pronto. Spanish say, I guess you say muy pronto. And as far as brush with the weatherman, next Sunday in Chicago, they set out this word, don't speak about weather. Because there are 18 million little Japanese submarines sitting all around there in New York Harbor and San Francisco Bay, and they're in Biscayne Bay in Miami, and they're right up at almost tying up at Norfolk, Virginia, and they're under the docks in Baltimore. And if you say anything about the weather, well, then that's all they need. If they can just find out from you something about the weather in the Midwest, well, then they're going to blow up the whole United States. That's the way it started. And so here we are in Chicago now, next week. It wasn't raining for some, but they had some rain, and the field was muddy. Well, I say I hadn't been keeping company with a wartime weather sensor, or any kind of a sensor. In fact, I hadn't been censored in my little career in radio. I'd been told just go do the job as you see it. And I had been told don't say anything about the wind, and don't say anything that it is clear, and don't say that it's raining, just don't mention the weather. So I said, all right, I can understand, I won't mention the weather, and I didn't mention the weather. But they played out there about a couple of minutes in the Bear Center, wearing a towel, and he took it off and he started to wipe the mud off the ball. And I said, he's wiping the mud off the ball with a towel, and pow, he cut the broadcast. You can't talk about mud on the field. Why, all those Japanese submarine commanders and all those German pilots and everybody else, why, now you said it's mud on the field in Chicago, and by a process of reduction they can figure out the whole weather pattern, and therefore they got the United States right in front of their sights. So I said, all right, so boy, anyhow, there was another thing about that game I remember, and that's in the bus going back. The Bears had a fullback that they'd gotten from Stanford named Norman Stanley, Standlee. He was not only big and strong and eager and willing and talented, but he could also run. And the Giants had a defensive man named Nello Falaschi, who was a raging tiger. He ate up human beings. And Falaschi was a fellow that loved to hit him. And all he wanted was for that line to open and let him get a shot at the guy coming through with the ball. Falaschi, Nello, Nello, Nello Falaschi. An outstanding man at his trade. Well, the Bears got the ball about 15 yards away from the Giant goal line. And it's one of these things that just happens. You don't expect to see it, but you see it. And here it came about. Moses never got that Red Sea apart as well, as orderly, as immediately as these two lines parted and opened a hole. And there was nobody in the hole. The arena was cleared for the principal combatants. Here came Stanley with the ball. And here came Falaschi. And they met. This was Falaschi's meat. This he had spent a lifetime waiting for. He couldn't have asked for the stage to be set better. And they met. And Stanley never broke stride. He just broke Falaschi's arms wide apart and went right on into the end zone. Well, Steve Moore, Stout Steve they called him, he was a big heavy man. He was a big man. And he was a little heavier than when he had played. He was an outstanding tackle in the early days of pro football. He helped build it. He was one of the strong men in the creation of professional football. He was one of the real fellas. Great big man. And of course, as the years went by, he added some pounds, and he had a round face, a round physique. And he used to dip snuff. No, dip was the wrong word. As a boy, I heard about people dipping snuff, and they did. But when you dip snuff, you'd either dip it with your fingertips if you were genteel and have a little pinch up your nose or in your lower lip. And if you were more earthy, you might take a twig and make a little brush at the end and put some snuff on that and then brush around your teeth. But Steve just took the snuff box, being a direct man. He just took out his lower lip and he just shook a thimbleful in there. So he always had a lower lip snuff, tested in football. Didn't smoke, snuff man. Habit wore off, and his great son, Mel Hine, picked it up. He was a snuff man too. Well, Hine snuffed out enough ball carriers. I guess he was a snuff man either way you want to say it. He's one of the great defensive men out. He would really smell out of play. So, we were on the bus going back to the hotel, and then we're going on down to the, well, I guess we weren't going to the hotel. We were going to the railroad station, catch the train, come on back to New York. And the Bears had won the game convincingly. I know he wasn't saying anything about the game. He wasn't saying anything about the loss. He wasn't saying anything about anything. He wasn't saying nothing. He was just sitting there looking out the window, and it happened. I was sitting in the seat across the aisle in the bus. And he was staring out the window. And we rolled along the lake shore in Chicago. And then Owen turned around and he said, not to me or not to anybody, he just said, he said, you know, there ought to be a law they shouldn't permit Stanley to play with humans. Now, Pearl Harbor, when I got the impact in it,
Ask you a question. Did they cut you off the air completely or just temporarily?
well, temporarily, till I was instructed again. I was off for about a minute.
Yeah. And
While this man is wherever he was, I don't know where he was, he calls in on the phone. He's got a phone, and he calls in and says, "No mud, no nothing."
Right.
Then I was allowed to start again, and it also said, "You do that once or twice more, and you're going to be off the air for the whole day." You know, a nation is awfully afraid when it gets in a war. It's terrible. A mass fearful hysteria. That's how you have, witch hunting, and gets into high gear. That's what he said. You mentioned that mud one more time. And, well, so that's how I saved the war. I didn't mention mud anymore at Wrigley Field that day. I hadn't realized I'd played such a vital part in the conduct of World War II in its early stages. And the United States needed a help right then. They needed a lift.
Yeah.
You know, a week after Pearl Harbor, they needed the fact that here I did the championship game and never referred to the fact that it was muddy anymore. And you know, nobody in Washington's ever called me up to thank me or decorated me or anything for my services of that day. Well, now, Pearl Harbor, trying to keep this thing moving, Pearl Harbor moved inside me. This nation being at war moved inside me. And I had a decision to make. We won't go into detail, but the word came to me from several sources that I could have my choice of commissions if I wanted to take one. Commissions were bandied around rather freely. I'm going into several areas. And I tried to think about the situation, and the government said that they had the draft going, that we'll take every man in his proper time. And I had gotten married in 1931, so I couldn't feel down inside that I had gotten married to avoid the draft. And my wife has got more guts than anybody I know, and she had tried twice and come through the horrors of pernicious nausea, pregnancy, and lost two. Sarah was our third attempt. She was born in 1937, so I couldn't really feel that I had a child just to try and keep out of the draft. And I thought to myself that it might be a little selfish on my part if I listened to the band and went and jumped in the uniform and took a commission. Be an officer. That looked pretty nice. And it'd be fine for me. And a lot of interesting things might follow. But there were three in this family to be considered. And one that hadn't asked to be in the family, our child. So I made a double decision. I made a decision that I would wait until I was drafted. And the other was that as a civilian, I'd do anything I could, and I think that's the reason that I got so heavily involved in Red Cross campaigns and in blood donor campaigns. I know it was. And I don't think it's the purpose of this book to talk about Red Cross campaigns. I was chairman of fundraising in the borough of Brooklyn for 2 years, and for the entire city of New York, all 5 boroughs for one, the biggest year, raised some $19 million. And I didn't broadcast those 2 winters. I worked at it full time. That's enough of that, but it all goes back to when Arthur Daly said to me at the Polo Grounds, the Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor. But the blood donor thing, I do want to spend a minute or so on, because if I'm proud of any one thing, I'm proud of that. Let me make this call. The only preamble about the blood donor thing was the one that that until the first blood donor appeal was made, opening day of 1942, there was no use of the word blood on the air. It was just an unwritten law that radio was such an intimate medium going into people's homes that nobody knew at what moments in homes. But the word blood, I mean, for example, if somebody had a radio on and was eating and somebody on the radio said blood, why,
people would get sick, horrified. So there was you'd have a prize fight. Nobody would say anything about anybody being bloody. Blood was simply not, you didn't use it, that's all. It wasn't there. And I was sitting down in the radio box for opening day 42, Brooklyn. I guess about half an hour for the ball game. I always try and get to the broadcasting booth no later than 30 minutes before the game starts. I feel it's important that you collate your notes, get your scorebook in order, you put down your batting orders and the umpires, and you check your statistics and you look over your commercials, and you have the time, and you're not rushed, that you order in your mind your working routine of the day. You which innings you will do, and which innings that your associate will do, and you know before you start that by and large this is your general pattern of operation, and I think it's almost impossible, the way I'm constituted, to go on the air if you've just gotten to the booth. Mel Allen was a great broadcaster, but his makeup was such, he had his brother putting his notes and all together, but Mel timed it to where he would actually get to the booth just 5 seconds before he was to go on the air. I never asked him why he did it, but we were certainly different in that respect. So I'm sitting there, that's why I said, I can remember back in opening day 42, and I say I was sitting there half an hour before the ball game, I was sitting there half an hour before the ball game. And a gentleman sent in his card and asked to speak to me, and his name was Ripperger, R-I-P-P-E-R-B-E-R-G-E-R, Ripperger. Ripperger, R-I-P-P-E-B-E-R-G-E-R, I guess it would be Ripperger. Anyhow, if you want the name, you can call the Red Cross people. They can look back in the file and they'll tell you. I don't remember his first name. But he was a volunteer. That's the strength of the Red Cross, they're volunteers. So, Mr. Ripperger said, I wonder if you can help me. I said, oh. He said, I'm having a terrible time. Well, I said, I'm not having a terrible time. He said, but the Brooklyn Blood Donor Center, the Red Cross, is having a terrible time. We can't get blood donors. I'm trying to get blood donors. Everybody is afraid of giving blood, and they don't know much about it, and also we haven't gotten any publicity. Nobody knows anything about it, and this, that, and the other, and we've started this work collecting blood for the armed forces, and we just got to have some help. We got to have some blood donors. Well, I said, what can I do about it? He said, I thought maybe you might make an announcement over here and just say something about it. Do we have a blood donor center? And he said, you might give the phone number and ask him. If anybody's so minded, they might call and make an appointment. Come in and give a pint of blood. I said, Mr. Prager, you've asked me something I can't give you the answer to. I said, we're not supposed to mention blood over the air. I said, that's a sticking point right there. I said, you've not touched on about the most verboten thing there is. Blood. And then, let's say, this thing, Pearl Harbor, and, made me pause. And then another thing came in my mind. I had just a couple of days previously read in Reader's Digest, one of the articles, was about how, right immediately after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, how the civilians had stood in line day and night to give their blood to people who needed it. And the thought then came to my mind, well, wait a minute now, that's all right, the people in Honolulu. But the way this war is going to be fought from now on, it's funny how things jump in mind. So the way this war is going to be fought from now on, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to need blood, and there are not going to be any other people around to stand in line to give it. So I said, Mr. Ripperger, I said, come with me. And we went right up that short flight of steps and the catwalking into the press room, and there was Mike Phail. And I said, Larry, this is Mr. Ripperger from the Blood Donor Center at the Red Cross. And I said to Ripperger, I said, tell Mr. MacPhail what you told me. And he told him, very simply, just like you. So Ripperger said it. And MacPhail's response was immediate, simple, direct. He just looked at me and he said, the hell, there's a war on. And that was all I needed. I went right down to the booth, and that was the start of the blood donor appeals. And I found out something about people, about human beings. I believe in them. Now, Thomas Jefferson sort of believed in them about things of government. I believe that if you will let people know that there is a genuine need, there are enough fine, wonderful people who will answer it. When I made the first blood donor appeal, you could hear WOR shake. Everybody in the radio industry in New York City shivered. Oh, blood. Oh, the reaction to that, the backlash. Oh, boy. Run for the storm cellars. The only reaction to the blood donor appeal was the fact that people jammed the Red Cross switchboard at Brooklyn, volunteering to come in. And from that time on to the end of the war, there was never a Brooklyn broadcast. It was done. That when we started, we always would call the Blood Donor Center before an hour or so before the game and find out the number of appointments they needed for the next days and the hours that they really had need. And we would go on the air and we would report to the public the needs of their servicemen as reflected in their Blood Donor Center at Brooklyn. And the people would telephone. And along about the 7th or 8th inning, the Blood Donor Center would call us and say, well, we're all set. You don't have to make any more appeals today. And the Red Cross people in New York and Manhattan, they didn't speak to the Red Cross people in Brooklyn. At least if they did, they didn't speak to them very, very warmly. And for a while, the Blood Donor Center in Manhattan was too big to do any appealing for blood themselves, because after we started for the Brooklyn Blood Donor Center, we called over to the Manhattan Center. Said, would you like for us to include your phone number? Oh, no. Not you people in Brooklyn. But it wasn't long that needs of the serviceman overseas, this was war, spread, grew so terribly. But before long, we got a call from the Manhattan Blood Donor Center, the New York Blood Donor Center, and said, here's our phone number, would you include that too? And we did. And this is a great career, and I hope I'm not unaware of it. But if I have to pick one thing out of it, I'll take those blood donor appeals.
How long did you keep them up? After the war, too, or stop them at the end of the war?
We did not abruptly stop them. We, I think, if you look back, you'll find that everything was in a gradual, orderly, diminishing. Is descendo the opposite of crescendo?
I don't know. I never heard
Well, let's coin it then. An orderly descendo.
Very good.
How's that for your morning? Now you have to go to work?
Yeah, I better go over to work.
Okay. Now that gets you your blood donor thing. The next thing let's do. You want to go the same ground again?
Yes, I'd like to.
Is this interesting? That's what
Yes,
we've been talking about?
yes, very much so. Very much so.
I think I will. Just make sure it's still going. Yep, it's working. Yeah.
It's working now at the right speed?
Mhm.
You want to go back over the soap opera thing?
Um,
'Cause that was the thing that people were apprehensive about at
Yes.
that time. I don't know.
I'd like you to. Perhaps I remember much of it, but perhaps you'd better anyway, so I'll remember the key points of it. If you want to do it.
No, I mean, if you want the material, I'd be glad to do it over again.
Yes, I would like the material.
As the years passed at Brooklyn and at Yankee Stadium, here and there, an old friend, an interested person, would go back and bring up the point, when did you know, when did you feel that you had become established in New York City at Brooklyn? Because certainly you had to have sizable questions when you left the security of Cincinnati and the Midwest, came to such a totally different area, to this frightening complex of buildings. Millions of people that make up the greater New York City area. And you didn't even know when you came that the city of New York had one borough, that it even had any boroughs, much less 5 boroughs, and Brooklyn was only one, and that it was the southern tip of Long Island. When did you know that you had secured yourself as far as the professional hazards of your enterprise let you feel secure in a job in which you were going to start broadcasting baseball when it had never been broadcast in New York City? And when all of the smart fellows on Madison Avenue, and they must be smart because they've been saying for years that they are smart, when all the smart fellows on Madison Avenue said that baseball broadcasting could not succeed in a city such as New York, that baseball was basically a small town enterprise in which it was played in areas small enough that the people in those towns could associate themselves with and get involved with and be tremendously interested in ball clubs and in ball players. But the New York City was much too big and much too important. It wasn't going to stop its afternoon business to listen to broadcasts that actually the basic fans in New York who were interested in baseball went to the ballpark, and that was just about that. That there was just too much going on in New York, and the tempo was different. There were too many demands on people. It was just the broadcast would simply be lost, would be swallowed up. And, said the smart boys on Madison Avenue, baseball broadcasting cannot compete with the soap operas. In this day and time, people have no understanding of the impact of the soap opera in 1939. Procter & Gamble and a lot of other corporations, they had them, they just came out like out of a factory. And one 15-minute soap opera followed another. And people by the millions listened to them, and it was a form of addiction. It was like taking dope. You got tied in with these people in these continued radio serials. And the housewives arranged their afternoon assignments to where they could do things with their hands, with things that could be done quietly, like sewing, darning, sorting, filing, so that they could stand at the ironing board. The family ironing was by and large at that time done in the afternoons, while the woman in the house could listen to the soap operas. Well, they had warned us before I got to New York that was way up. We would finally meet our Waterloo. And it wasn't going to be too long happening either. We were just going to suddenly find that our radio baseball sound waves would bounce back into nothingness. Well, it didn't happen that way. Baseball is played by human beings. And you don't fool human beings. They have a very, all human beings, particularly in mass, I think Abraham Lincoln was saying it, when he said you can fool some of the people some of the time, and et cetera, et cetera. And this is what I think he was talking about. That people in mass, without knowing how they know it, they know what is true and they know what is phony. And they know what they want and they know what they don't want. Now, as long as the soap operas were grinding along and there wasn't anything to compete with them, this was just bully, to use one of Judge Landis's favorite words. This was just bully, and I think Judge Landis got that usage of that word from a fellow named Theodore Roosevelt, in case somebody old enough to wonder about where the real usage of the word came from. And where Theodore Roosevelt got the word, I don't know. I never interviewed him on a pre- or post-game show at the station. But the ball game was very much a real-life thing. It wasn't make-believe. The soap operas are doing fine in their make-believe continuity and agony. And the people listened and liked it. But down underneath, subconsciously they knew it was a bunch of actors and actresses and script writers and a fellow sitting over an electric organ and fellows in the studio with these dulcet, pear-shaped tones selling various soaps and liquids. I almost said detergents. This is before anybody ever heard of a detergent. Well, when the baseball thing came and brought with it not a verisimilitude, but a reflection of actuality, when suddenly you wondered what was going to happen yourself on the next pitch. Nobody knew what was going to happen, and this was not made up. This hadn't been ground out in some mill. That this had not been turned out by the smart boys on Madison Avenue. It was like magic. And they had said that baseball could not compete with the soap operas, and it did it from the first day in New York. And the broadcast from Brooklyn had something else. The broadcast from Brooklyn reflected the working, striving, hoping, fearful, anguished humanist that's in that borough. And it's very much in that borough right to this day. Human beings lived in Brooklyn. And human beings came to Ebbets Field. And human beings played in the uniform of the Dodgers. And terrible human things happened to the Dodgers that people could understand because, in a sense, it happened to them. Like the expression that Joe Jacobs came up with that time when his fighter, Max Smelling, I don't know, something went wrong. I don't remember the occasion. It was Joe Jacobs came out he said, well, about this particular episode, and they said, well, I should have stood in bed. The human being that had lived a few years and tried to earn a living, he understood exactly what that meant because, what does the poet say? Lives there the man with soul so dead and never to himself is said that I should have stood in bed. Well, so the Dodgers were human. They had days which they should have stood in bed. They fellas from 3 men on third base on, they could figure out a way to lose a ball game better than anybody. And they could figure out a way to win one better than anybody. And they would lose ball games they weren't supposed to lose, and they beat the tar out of a pitcher that nobody was supposed to beat, a fellow named Carl Hubble, and you can look it up. The Dodgers beat him. And the Dodgers proved to Mr. Terry they were in the league. They didn't finish very high that year, but the Giants didn't win it either. So this, and MacPhail and DeRocha just were made for that situation. And the thing that, so as far as knowing, the Time magazine thing made me mad, but it didn't upset me in the feeling of security I knew from opening day at Brooklyn that we were on our way. We just started in high gear. We gave them a DeRocha and Terry, and then the ball game, and then that ball pond. And it was just all over. It was as immediate opening day at Brooklyn in 39 as it was opening day since 1934. I mean, just suddenly, you're here. People are excited. They're interested. I was suddenly known in this town in 24 hours. And the joy that was in Brooklyn over having an equal major league representation on the air. John Cashmore, the borough president, was a very good friend of mine, a wonderful man. We worked together on a lot of things. And he told me, he said, Red, he said, I've never had any trouble about being elected to the office, being elected, but he said, I tell you right now, since you came to Brooklyn, if you'd ever run against me, he said, I don't know how it would have come out. And he says, and I got all the machinery. Well, I thought this was high praise, but this was the sudden success, and that atmosphere was never reflected in the Giant Yankee broadcast. It just wasn't reflected. So there comes still a mechanical point that you can put your finger on, a minute, in which you can say, now I know I'm here. And that's all there is to it. Cliff Samuelson was the man from General Mills who was the leading fellow in his deal with MacPhail and then with the New York crowd. And of course he was riding herd on the broadcast at the start. And his fellow from the Knox Reeves agency in New York, and they had an office. Dingy, grimy, set of cubby holes across the street from Grand Central Terminal in the Channing, C-H-A-N-I-N building. And Robinson had an assistant. And they had a secretary, first name was Laura. And I look back, I guess these fellows at that time, Cliff, Brad, but they didn't have very much to do, and also they didn't have much inclination to be going home. And Samuelson, of course, his home was in Minneapolis. He didn't have anything to go home for in Manhattan at all. And they immediately, from the start, set up a routine. And remember that they had a broadcasting team across the river at Newark. Earl Harper was the one for broadcasting. And they had two sets of broadcasters, in effect, up in New York. They had McDonald and an associate at the stadium. And then they had McDonald and another associate at the Polo Grounds. You know? So they wanted the broadcasters from opening day on to stop in that office at the Channing Building in the morning. We were playing afternoon games then. Stop in the Channing Building in the morning before you went out to the ballpark. And they wanted you to wait. Then they'd bring you in and make out like they had something to talk with you about. And then they wanted you, when the ball game was over, to come back by the office. And then they wanted you to call your wife and say that you had an important business meeting and you couldn't come back home for dinner, and stay in town and have some drinks and dinner and palaver. Well, this went on for about a week. And I was getting very angry about it. And I might say that my better 9/10 wasn't getting too happy either. Sitting out in Scarsdale. These calls coming back. Well, I got to stay with Brad and Cliff or something. And I always have taken my... when I give my word, to me it's pretty important. And the day that I gave my word before God and before about 50 friends and got married and swore a very solemn oath about one woman, somehow or other that stuck. And I've always wanted to work. But I felt that I went from my house to my work, and when my work was finished, I went back to my house. Well, I was now being, I thought, asked to do more than I had any right to be asked. There wasn't any reason about coming in and sitting around that office in the morning before I went out to the ballpark just to report in, and then coming back to pay my respects in the afternoon. And I had, things were getting a little cool between us because I was saying I couldn't stay in town for drinks. And then I was going home. So this thing came to a head after about a week. And I went in one morning, and I made up my mind. And I went in, and so Secretary Laura just says, "Hello, Red," and indicated by a toss of her head that I was just supposed to go sit over in the chair against the wall and wait until one of the great men decided he wanted to tell me nothing. And I said, "I want to see Cliff," because Samuelson was in from Minneapolis. Oh, she said, "He's busy." Well, I said, "He's not that busy. I got to see him right now." Right now. And so she opened the door, and he was sitting at a desk, and he wasn't doing nothing. And I went in, I said, Cliff, I got to get something straightened out. I said, what'd you bring me to New York for? He said, well, I broadcast the Brooklyn games. I said, that's what I thought, but I find out that there's another dimension that I never contracted for. I said, this thing of coming in this office in the morning and hanging around for nothing. And then coming back to this office after the ball game when I'm tired. I've done my day's work. And I said, this thing of constantly being heckled about staying in town for drinks and for dinner with you and Brad and his dog robber. I said, I perfectly happy to do all the work that pertains to this job. And if you have something that is important to take up about this broadcasting job, I'm glad to come into the office. I'll be glad to come in the office at 3:30 in the morning. I'll get out of sick bed and come into the office if it's something that has really got some bearing on this job. But I said, if it's this thing the way we're going now, we're not coming here for nothing. I said, if this is the way the job is, then you hired the wrong boy. Because I am not going to do it. Oh, he got a little red in the face, and he sent for Brad Robinson. And let me say about, I don't know what Cliff is now. I haven't seen him for years. Brad went into World War II, and I think he had a very rough time. And he had to make, he made a sizable readjustment. I'd say a complete rearrangement of his life. A fellow who didn't want to go home in the evenings, he came back out of World War II and went into the ministry. And I know that when he was ordained as an Episcopalian priest, I was invited by Bishop Kellogg in Minnesota, and I wished I could have gone, but I couldn't get there. But I was delighted for him. And I bring this in because I think people are always much nicer and finer than some of their more thoughtless or careless actions at a particular period indicate. Nobody at General Mills and Knox Reeves was really setting any sort of a campaign, but they were strangers, and their homes weren't here, and after all, there wasn't much they could do about broadcasting the ball game. Once the thing went on the air, the announcer had to do it. I guess it was a pretty empty office. But whatever it was, it didn't fit in my schedule. And so I made my talk. Samuelson called for Robinson. He said, Brad, Red said that he's not going to come in here before a ball game and after a ball game unless there's something. And Robinson squirmed a little bit, and then Brad said, well, Red, he said, you know, he said, you have got a different job from the other fellows. He said, you know, you got that long subway ride out to Brooklyn. And he said, two, he said, the broadcasts are going very well over there. Larry, Minnie McPhail is happy, and he said, the WR is happy, and he said, there isn't any need now for you to be coming. If there's something really important, we'll let you know. We know you'll come in, and appreciate it. But now he said, anyhow, do me a favor. He said, you don't have to come in anymore. But he said, don't tell the other fellows, yeah? So, if I needed any, pinpoint documentation that the broadcast in Brooklyn was on the main line and not about to go on a sidetrack, to use the railroad expression, I'd say that when I walked out of the Knox Reeves offices in Channing Building, and I was rarely back in there again, when I walked out and went down that elevator and got on the subway, while the train was taking me to Ebbsfield, I knew that I was on my way pretty conflicted to just more than just to one ball game that day. Does that give you what you want on that?
Yes.
Now, let me try and hit a few high spots and say that we had so many wonderful, exciting things happened at Brooklyn, because McPhail took a very sick ball club, second division ball club, and he completely rebuilt it. And he had 3 ball clubs. And you had to really pick up the paper or tune in the radio every day to find out which ball club was around over there. Because he had one ball club that had just left. he had one that was going to play that day, and he had one that was coming tomorrow. And they kept coming and going, and the greatest example of this was Dixie Walker. I mean, MacPhail was picking up anybody who breathed. They tell me that in World War II, when we got going, that the draft was took you if your body was warm, had some human temperature. MacPhail was a couple of years ahead of him. He was getting them that way on ball players. And he bought anybody that moved. And one of the fellows he got off the bone pile was Dixie Walker. Well, of course, he just became the most popular ball player that ever was in the history of Brooklyn. Batting champion, tremendous fellow. And boy, did he and MacPhail have some sharp differences of opinion. That added to it, too. Brooklyn loved it. And the thing about MacPhail is he not only had good fights, but he had them publicly. Well, I mean, when Cashmore said that he'd have been perturbed if I'd run for borough president, he'd have been more than perturbed. He'd have just thrown in the towel if MacPhail had ever run for borough president over at Brooklyn, because MacPhail would have had it 99% of the vote. And DeRosa could have come pretty close to winning it, too. Dixie Walker could have won it. Dolph Camilla could have won it. Maybe now that we sort of hinging this thing on the borough presidency and people voting for you, Pee Wee Reese could have won it. Whitmore Wyatt in 41 could have won it. Duke Snyder.
Oh, Pete Reiser.
No, Pete Reiser never seemed to touch popular wells. Reiser was a fine ball player, but he had this. Was almost the first full-year man. He won a batting title, and he just had one injury after another. And the people were sad about Reiser. I don't know. He kept bouncing off that concrete, and there was everything. Of course, after Lavagetta got that base hit off Bevins with 2 out in the 9th inning in the 4th game of the 47 World Series, he could have been elected overnight too. And Freddie Fitzsimmons could have won it. He could have been borough president. And Jackie Robinson could have been borough president. Roy Campanella in a landslide could have been borough president. Well, I think maybe this gives you the idea that what these ball players, these athletic people meant to the 3 million people in that borough. This was a living, breathing human operation around the Dodgers in those days. And till the borough suddenly had the dollar sign that O'Malley hung up blur their vision of the humanness of the team. Well, Tex Carlton on the 9th, the Dodgers broke from the barrier in 1940, second year obviously, huh? They won the first 9 games. Of course, they were in first place over the defending winning Cincinnati club. Of course, anybody around baseball knew that the Cincinnati club was a fine ball club and a better ball club by far, anchored on Derringer and Walters, and was going to come on and repeat. Unless somebody shot those 2 right-handers. And but anyhow, the Dodgers won the first 9 and electrified the town, and the 9th one was Tex Carlton's no-hitter, and I remember that one very well because it was pitched out of town. We were doing the game from the studio, Western Union Wire, recreation. And I always, on the Western Union Wire reports, I know a lot of announcers would hold up their reports for an inning or so and would know what was in the ball game, and then this made them dramatic actors. But I felt, for several reasons, that the audience was entitled to a news report, and therefore it was only news if I gave it as it happened. If I knew and then monkeyed around as though I didn't know, that wasn't news. I also figured I was dishonest. And also, I thought that I did a better, more vibrant broadcast if I myself didn't know what the next pitch was. I was waiting too to know what it was. And a lot of fellows I know in the era of doing recreations would do everything they could to try and lie to the audience, what it meant to delude them, fool them. Would try and pretend that they were not doing an out-of-town wire report game, but it would actually at the ball game. In other words, they would screen out the sound of the Western Union dot dash had another room. They would deliberately put on crowd effect records. They would take a pencil and hit it against a little small box to simulate the sound of the bat hitting the ball. They would broadcast it in such a present tense. I'm looking at it. I'm saying this. Well, somehow that offended my sense of just plain honesty. And I felt that my job was to broadcast a 9 or 10 game from Western Union Paragraph 1 the best way I could from Western Union Paragraph 1 and have the audience know all the time. And I deliberately would not have any sound effects of any order, except my microphone was hung right above the Western Union instrument. The audience could hear dot and dashes. Now, I heard all sorts of stories how fellows would stand in bars, and an unknown operator who knew dots and dashes would read the dots and dashes as it came over the air, and then make a bet with somebody right quick before I said what the pitch was. That couldn't happen. Maybe an occasional stray pitch where I was involved in telling a story or something, but never an important one, because every time a pitch came in, I broadcast it. So I know that sort of thing is just how legends grow up. And you can see it makes an attractive, provocative story. The sort of story that, you write about how guys always wanted money in a neighborhood bar, you see. And then to find out later, say, oh boy, he used to be the champion dot dash man of the whole Western Union enterprise. Well, I know that didn't happen, not because I was standing at those bars. I wasn't. I was standing in the studio, but I know that the stuff that came in and how quickly I gave it. In fact, to prove this may be a little digression, but for a few years, when the Dodgers went to the Polo Grounds, we didn't have any, at the beginning, we didn't have reciprocity. Oh, isn't that a lovely word? We didn't have reciprocity. So when Brooklyn went to the Polo Grounds, and remember the Giants weren't concerned with reciprocity because they only broadcast their home games. When they went to Brooklyn, there was no broadcast of their games because the Yankees were home. And but anyhow, the Dodgers had the right to do a wire report of their game at Brooklyn. So here was a situation in New York that went on for years. I'd been in the studio doing a wire report game right here in New York City, while the Giants are doing a live broadcast to run in the Polo Grounds. And all the fellas got to do is switch the two dials back and forth. And people did it too. Oh, do people love to check on fellas on the radio. And I knew they were going to be doing it. So all I said to Western Union, I said, well, now, I want you to impress upon this man up there at the Polo Grounds that I want him to not waste any time when he sends me a play. And my man in the studio, and I worked out a code. We did a little different paragraph 1 when the Dodgers played the Polo Grounds than we would normally do. After all, if they're playing in Cincinnati or St. Louis, there's nobody competing. You're not in a hurry. You don't much care if they send S1C for strike one call, or if the operator wants to spell it out, strike one call. There's no time limit. But the Polo Grounds, because we were up against a live broadcast, we streamlined it in this wise. We were such good customers of Western Union, and there was so much at stake that they gave us our own sending operator. In other words, I told them, we can't have the operator who's sending paragraph 1 to 50 or 100 stations and have these fellows around the country breaking him and stopping him and hanging me up because I was in a pretty strenuous competitive spot. So we had our own operator. And I worked out with him a streamlined code in which he would send whatever was the minimum amount of dots and dashes to our receiving operator. They worked out the code together, but anyhow, the first thing he did was he would send strike a ball. And I'd see an S or a B. And so that's the only time in my life that I would say it was a strike or a ball and not know anything more about it than that. And I would say it right on the air, strike. And by the time I had said strike, then would come a letter S, meaning swinging. And then I said swinging. That's strike one on Camilli. And or it would be strike, and the code was such that he didn't send any numbers like strike one or strike two.
strike three. That was up to me to remember it in my head. We didn't waste any time on that because we needed the quickest information we could get. So I'd get this S, and because all my receiving operator would do was just he'd have his two fingers poised, one on the S and one on the B, and then the S and it might be F would follow. That'd be foul. And actually, when it was a strike for a foul, because you don't always know whether the foul's going to be caught or not, the first thing I'd get would be F and be foul, and I'd say foul. And then you might have it back on the net in the first base stands or caught. And as he would send, I would be hanging right on the air waiting for... in other words, as I would say one word, I was waiting for him to tell me what the second word was, which they talk about tight wire walking. That was pretty good tight wire walking. And if it was a base hit, the first thing he would send on our streamlined code, he would send an H, and I'd say hit. Well, I didn't know whether it was going in the stands or going to the shortstop or where. He would have to tell me as I said hit, then the next clue would come. It was very interesting. And people tell me that you could listen to the Giant broadcaster, and by the time you could flip that dial to the Brooklyn broadcast, there it was too. And we not only survived with Western Union reports against the live broadcast right here in the same time, but we flourished. To my knowledge, I never heard anybody complain about it yet. Well, and in fact, the Brooklyn broadcast didn't go on the road for a year. It was a year later that the Brooklyn broadcast went on the road after the Yankees and the Giants began to travel, because the sponsors, the fellows putting up the money, and Mr. Rickey at the ball club, and the fans were satisfied enough with the Western Union reports, and of course the charm about the paragraph 1 reports was that they demanded that you fill gaps of time. You had huge gaps of time to fill. Therefore, you were telling little stories and vignettes, little features, which if you were involved in the actual play-by-play, you can't stop with a ball game going. You can't get them in. And it was just a revelation to people that loved the little human stories. Yeah. People like to know when other people were born, how they got their names, how many children they've got, the color of their eyes, if a man has a sick child. They like to know, and people like to know how does a fellow get to be a ball player? What was his most exciting day? What was the day that he remembered the most bitterly? Like in the case of Archie Vaughan, I think everybody understood Archie Vaughan when he came to Brooklyn a great deal better. Not that I said he was a former batting champion at Pittsburgh. Not that I said that he started out as a fine shortstop at Pittsburgh. Not that I said that he was a great left-handed hitter who was going to hit the right field wall. These are sort of like you're not surprised if you see a hammer and a saw in a carpenter's box when he comes to the job. These were his tools. Well, these were Vaughan's tools. These were his working credentials. But Archie Vaughan became human. And I said to them that when I first saw him, he was a new batting champion, and he was a bright boy in the league, and he backed up under a simple pop fly, and it went right between his hands and hit the button on his cap and cut his head. Well, that made Vaughan very much a human being. You heard about Babe Herman being hit and other fellows being hit with fly balls. They tell me Babe Herman was never hit on the head with a fly ball. But Archie Vaughan was with an infield pop fly. So, by these little things, you would weave in and out on the war reports. And when Mac Phail started traveling the Yankees, and then the Giants fell in and started to travel, all of a sudden, I said to myself, oh, I'm in a radio station studio doing a Western Union recreation with the dot and dashes sounding all the time. Oh, I said, and here are these other two fellows. They're out in the ballpark. They're seeing it for themselves. They have the actual sound of the real crowd. It's, there was never any question in my mind. Of course, the best way to do it is to do the game you see yourself instead of taking the skeletonized description from a Western Union man and a different Western Union man in every town in the league. And every one of them was different and saw a ball game different, had a different set of experiences, different insight. Oh, I said, well, I loved my home, and I loved going home. And I still do. And I have always regarded travel as necessary. In other words, I only do it when you have to do it. I think, as I said to you talking, I don't believe that I've ever gone off on a fishing trip with men or a hunting trip with men. Not that I'm not free to, but when I finish work, I'm quite content to be home. I got this from my father, who was a locomotive engineer. And he loved his work. He loved railroading. But he loved his family and he loved his house. And when he wasn't on that locomotive, he was home. He was home because that's where he wanted to be. My father would run these great big freight trains up and down the state and come in before day in the morning. And then he would get up long before he'd gotten his sleep. I found that because he wanted to see the children and wanted to see us before we went off to school. And then, as soon as we went off to school, he'd go to the grocery store. And after consulting with my mother and finding out what she would like, and he'd go to the grocery store. And I'm talking these days, you go to the grocery store, you walk to the grocery store. You didn't telephone it in, and you didn't have any automobile, you walked. And so he'd go over to the store. And he'd buy a turkey, or he'd buy a roast beef, or something. Or maybe he decided that he wanted to make pies. He was a great cook. And he loved to cook, and he loved to read, and he always rolled his own cigarettes out of Prince Albert tobacco. And so this locomotive engineer would come back from the store with a sack or two of groceries, and he would get in that kitchen. He loved to bake because that would give him hours to be there. He kept a rocking chair in the kitchen. He wouldn't have a house that didn't have a big kitchen that had room enough for the stove and a table and a rocking chair, and room enough. He didn't want to be crowded in his kitchen. And he would get this bird ready, get it in the oven, and made the stuffing, gravy, or he'd cook country steak, which had to cook very slowly, simmer on the back of the stove for hours, grits. And he was a wonderful cook, and he loved to cook, and I guess if you said to me, what's a big memory of your father? I'd have to say my father in the kitchen, not on the locomotive. My father in the kitchen, and he had the cleanest hands of any man I've ever known. Now his work on locomotives was with grease. He'd come home in overalls. Boy, they'd be greasy. They'd be so greasy and dirty they'd stand. You've heard about clothes standing by themselves. His overalls stood, and heavy denim. And I was a small boy. My dad would come home, and I'd see him coming. I'd run to meet him and jump upon him. He'd hug me, and we'd proudly go in the house together. And then he would say, "Well, Bud, you want to give me a hand with my overalls?" And my job was to help pull the overalls over his shoes. And so this man working in Greece, and you worked long hours in those days too. They had the 16-hour law. You couldn't work more than 16 hours, but people talk about 40-hour work weeks, 35-hour work weeks, 30-hour work weeks, 27 hours. His day was 16 working and 8 off. And in the busy season, that's what it was. It's what they call working on your rest. He was on 16 and rested 8 and back to 16. And this is pretty exacting work, being a locomotive engineer. He also ran passenger trains. He ran whatever train there was to run. And this was a responsible man. He never hurt a passenger or wrecked a freight train. All those years of responsibility, he discharged it completely. And so he would have the greasiest, grimiest hands, and grease, it seems, that when you work in, especially the heavy grease that was on those old steam trains. he retired before diesels. I know that God was merciful and took my father out of this life while steam was still the dominant force in railroading. It would have broken his heart to have seen the end of steam locomotive. That was his life. And so that grease seems to get under your fingernails. Heavy, cold grease. And I remember that before he would even unload the bags from the grocery store or anything else, he did the final working over of his hands in the kitchen sink with soap, with a brush. And then he'd get out his pocket knife and clean under his nails. And he'd get those hands the way they were just right. And then, with his hands wet, he'd shake Arm & Hammer baking soda over his hands. And he used to say to me, there's one thing a man can do, son, he can have clean hands. Well, my father was a clean-handed man, not only with his physical hands. He was quite a fellow. He had the respect of all the men that knew anything about him. And I've heard some stories about some things physically he did physically to other people that he never said anything about. And I'm going to this much length. And I know that he had principles that nobody trespassed upon. He was a man in a rugged, physical man's world. In what you would think would be a world of very callous man. I never heard my father say one profane word in my life. No, I'll take it back. I remember one night he walked across the room and I turned on the light and he hit his shin against a table that had been moved during the day and he didn't know where it was, and it hurt him, and he said, "Damn." That's the only word I can think of that he ever said. He was a man with clean hands. And so there he'd get his hands clean. And then he'd get the food ready, he'd get it in the oven, he'd get whatever he was going to cook for a period of time. And then the enjoyment of his day would close in upon him. He would always have a good book. And he loved good literature. For example, when he got a hold of Gone with the Wind, he didn't speak to anybody for 3 days, and you dare not speak to him. He would read it. And he'd sit there in that rocking chair in the kitchen, and he'd read, and he'd make those cigarettes out of Prince Albert, and he'd smoke them. And he would have sort of a little slow rock, and he would cook. And this was my father at home. And this was some years ago when we were living in Manhattan, we were going to St. James's Church at that time, and I know that Lila heard Dr. Consolving after he came in as the rector, when Dr. Donegan had been made the bishop of the diocese. She came back and told me she'd heard Dr. Consolving say in reply to something at some meeting of parents that religion, meaning what parents do about it, that parents to children, that religion is not taught, it is caught. Well, it wasn't that my father ever lectured me about having clean hands. I just got it from him. And I got, it's not that he gave great dissertations about the sanctity of the home and the joys of the fireside. I just caught that from him. He loved and respected his family, and he loved and respected his home, and he loved and respected his work, and he loved and respected his neighbors, and I caught it from him. That is, if I have any of those things. And this was involved when I told Samuelson and Robinson at Knox Reeves' office that I wasn't going to be leaving my house before I properly had to go to work. And when I finished my job, I was going back home. While I was saying those words, it was actually my father who was saying it. And so that's the memory I'd say that'd be the first memory I would have of this man, this man of clean hands, sitting in that rocking chair, rolling his cigarettes and reading a good book and cooking. Where do you want to go next to?
Well, you were talking about the wire service things and the honesty and the
Oh
directness.
yes. Now I knew there was something on the other. So I have always had this strong feeling about not being out of my home anymore. Than to earn the living, to have a reason to leave the house. Otherwise, why leave it? I wouldn't. I'm very happy. I've always been very happy with my wife, and very blessed with my child. And also, my disposition is such that in my own house, I'm never lonely, even if my family's not there. In other words, like this summer with my house in Miami and my wife in Miami or in Europe. As you know, I'm not alone up here. I fixed up a little kitchenette. I cook up here. I did that. I caught this from my father. And instead of going around to all these restaurants, there are two stores right around the corner, and I welcome, and I go in there once in a while. But there's a general rule, if I am not going to be out with friends, I cook my own dinner up here and read. I never did roll cigarettes. I always bought tailor-made ones, as my father would call them. And, of course, the last couple of years, since a little visit down in Emporia, I haven't done any smoking. But actually, I'm so, you see the books, I don't turn that TV set on very much because that takes too much of my time, too much of my attention. I got some other things I'd rather be doing ahead of that. I'll turn it on if there's something I want to say. I'll look at the morning paper. I look down the listings in a hurry. If there's something I think is outstanding and I'm going to be here, I know what's on the set. But I haven't got to turn it on. This little radio, I turn it on for news and music. This is a pleasure. I can go around with this little radio set all the time. And this thing, but I haven't got to turn that TV set on. It's like the story, you really get down to it. There are two things I have got to do. And now you tell me if this isn't right down what you call grassroots fundamental about a human being. I have got to do only two things. When people tell me I've got to do this and I've got to do that, I have got to stay white and I have got to die. And over and above that, I haven't got to do a single other cussed thing. And that's a strength too when you finally reduce it to that.
What did you say? You've got to stay.
I've got to stay white. W-H-I-T-E. Whether I want to or not, I've got to stay white. And I've got to die. And above that, I haven't got to do anything else. Now, there are a lot of things I should do. And there are things I intend to do, but I haven't got to do any more than those two.
Excuse me for interrupting. Remember when John Mize was hitting all the home runs that year?
Yeah.
And Billy Rigney said, you got to hit 12 in 8 days, and Mize said, I don't got to do nothing but die.
Well, you could have had, I've got to stay white, but that's right. But so, I think sometimes the little earthy things that strike you on the surface is humorous or something, but they pretty good psychological help. In other words, to know what you've got to do. I mean, I haven't got to continue giving this material about the book. I haven't got to have a book published. I haven't got to go up to the stadium and broadcast this afternoon. Now, I think I will, for many reasons, but I haven't got to do it. So, the Giants, well, Mike Vail set the thing in motion. And also, I had some strong feelings too, because Mike Vail was the first man to travel his broadcast. But for a decision I made, I would have been that man traveling with broadcast, because Mike Vail called me in and offered me a 3-year job broadcasting the Yankees at $100,000. And if I had taken it, Mel Allen never would have been the voice of the Yankees. So you never know about these things.
What was that, 46?
Yeah.
$100,000 for the 3 years or a year?
Mike Vail called me in and offered me a 3-year contract for a total, an aggregate of $100,000. And that's another story. And for 3 days, I was going to take it, too. So now Mike Vail's got the Yankees on the road, I could say to myself, oh, boy, if you just said yes instead of no, you'd be that fellow on the road. You'd already be on the road. Then the Giants went on the road. They couldn't stand the pressure of the competition. At least they thought they could. They went on the road. Now we're not going on the road, and we didn't go on the road for a couple months. And this thing is eating on me. Every time I go in the studio to do a wire report game, I think, oh boy, gee, I ought to be in the ballpark looking at this. These other fellows, Yankees, Giants, and I didn't, the reason I've been so long is I don't want to leave my home. I didn't want to start traveling baseball, be out of town half the summer. Oh, I didn't want that. And my wife didn't want it. I had never contemplated that as I started in this business. It wasn't that I started out in baseball and knew nothing but traveling half the time. And she married me knowing that this was the life, and she might not like it, but this is what she married into. She didn't marry into that. And I didn't want to travel. And I remember so distinctly that Bill McCaffrey and I had luncheon at the Lambs Club. And we came out and stood on the sidewalk. And I just said, Bill, look, I can't stand it anymore. I said, we got to travel. I've got to travel. The Brooklyn broadcaster's got to travel. This is in the middle of the season. He says, what are you going to do about it? I said, I'm going to tell Mr. Rickey. And I got right on the subway and went right over to his office, 215 Montague Street. And I went in and I said, Branch. And before somebody thinks I'm being flip with this man, for years I called him Mr. Rickey. And then he came to Brooklyn. And I continue to call him Mr. Rickey. Question in my mind not to call him Mr. Rickey. And he and I had a very warm, wonderful closeness together, and I called him Mr. Rickey. And he had been in Brooklyn a few months, gone through press conferences, etc. And one day I called him Mr. Rickey, and he stopped what he was doing, and he said, why do you call me Mr. Rickey? Well, I said, Mr. Rickey, because my father told me to call a man who was older than I was, Mr., until he told me different. He says, I'm telling you different, you call me Branch. He said, it just makes me mad that all of these flip newspaper men around here call me Branch when I want them to call me Mr. And the one fellow that I feel close to doesn't call me Branch and calls me Mr. Now you stop it. So I went and I said, Branch, I just come to a decision. I'm going to think about it, talk to McCaffrey, and I'm just going to tell you what it is. And I said, I don't like to make this decision. It's very upsetting to me personally. Well, he says, what's upsetting to you? I said, we have got to travel the Brooklyn broadcast. He says, you really think so? I said, yes. I said, we've got to travel. I said, for years and years, this Brooklyn broadcast has been first. I said, we can't. He said, but you know, he said, the reports, everybody's very happy. I said, Branch, I said, I don't care whether they're happy or not. I said, we're not quite major league doing the wire report, and the others are going around where the ball game is. And I said, it's kind of you to say that I'm doing a good job on the wire report, but nobody can do as good a job on the wire report as he does looking at the game himself. And he said, well, I'll convey it. I think he said to Bert Cat, I believe Old Rose was still sponsoring. He said, I'll convey this to Bert Cat. And the word came back that they were satisfied enough for that year and they weren't going to change it. But I did, for the sake of my own record, I did offer to go on the road myself, a half a year before it happened. And when the next year, of course we had to go on the road. The next year when we went on the road, I went on the road. And when I went to the stadium for the season of 54, well, when it came out in the fall of 53 that I was leaving Brooklyn and going to the stadium, some of the writers said to O'Malley, why is Red going to something? And he came up with the red herring, which is still stuck. He said, well, he's going over there to do pre and post because he doesn't want to travel. That was never a factor. And when it was agreed that the Brooklyn broadcast were going to travel, and they started traveling in the middle of 1948. And I remember because I only made...
In the middle of 48?
Yeah.
I thought you offered in the middle of...
Well, I offered, there was a whole year later. I was wrong. Let me get that back. I offered in the middle of 47.
I see.
And they finished 47 and started into 48. Despite my saying we ought to travel, then the sponsors and all, because were involved, extra money, and considerable extra money. That is really when the big money started coming about the broadcasting, when you started traveling, because, you know, the expansion in AT&T. People wonder why that AT&T stock is so valuable. That's one of the reasons. Well, Barber lines all over the country. So that's right. Off in the middle of 47, and then they started in middle of 48. The reason was that, and the first time they broadcast from out of town was in Cincinnati. And the next town was Chicago. And the third town was Pittsburgh, and that's where, and I never broadcast in Pittsburgh. That's where I had the hemorrhage.
The first trip.
First trip. And also that was quite a momentous trip because we're going to have the first broadcast from out of town, from Brooklyn, from Cincinnati, a night game. And Mr. Rickey called a press conference that morning to announce that DeRocha was going to the Polo Grounds and Sutton was on his way back in from some scouting assignment and would be in later that day and take over the ball club. That was a pretty good day to start broadcasting them out of town.
Sure. You forget that day, huh?
I don't forget that day. So anyhow,
Okay.
that was pretty well anchored. That's right. I'm glad we took that up. Because I got all these voluminous records that I'm checking. It wasn't my memory slipped about when we started broadcasting on the road, so I wasn't reading correctly what I've got written in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm doing all this for notes, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, so,
Right. Could I drag you back to
Yeah.
the Tex Carlton game? Because you started talking about that.
Oh yeah, the Tex Carlton game. The thing I remember about it was about the thing of trying to be honest about your wire reports. Oh, and there was another factor about the wire reports. You might want to bring this in. The thing I remember about the Carlton game is that in the sending of the paragraph 1, when you weren't under the lash of extreme time, such as when you're up against the live broadcast in the Polo Grounds, was that the operator would send you a pilot word about the play that was coming up. He'd send you ball, strike, etc. Then he would send a hit. So that alerted you to just be careful. Now, don't say anything for a little bit because there's a base hit involved. Then he would say, triple to right center field. Line drive. Well, that's great. You can build that up. Now you got your runners moving. If you got 2 on, they all score. And because he didn't send you that. And if it's triple, the guys go out up at third base. And who was in right field. He didn't send you that. Who was at third base receiving the throw. He didn't send you the second baseman who would make the relay because it's up for you to know that he went out there to take the ball and relay. So the Tex Carlton thing, he's got 2 out. Ninth inning. And no hitter. And as part of the word came hit. And people to this day say, Red, we still remember how you gave that. You said, friends, I don't know how he's going out, but he's out and it's a no-hitter. And the word came in out, the third out. The word came in out. And I didn't even hesitate. So that's how close I hounded it. I didn't even wait. I didn't hold anybody up. It would only been a second or so. Whether it had been pop fly or ground ball. But I just burst. I said, I don't know how he's out, but he's out and it's a no-hitter.
I remember that so well.
Right? Well, then another thing, you see, which, and I never got an answer satisfied. Oh, this boy out there in California running for Republican governor, Ronald Reagan.
Reagan.
He started out as a baseball broadcaster. Didn't get very far. Yeah, I think it was Des Moines. I know. And he used to do Western Union recreations of the Chicago Cub games. Oh, sure. And Wheaties in those early years, when I was in Cincinnati, they'd have a conference before the season ended for a day or so. Remember that at the Edgewater Beach Hotel in Chicago. And they'd bring in all the announcers around, and Reagan was one of them. And I remember this thing. Well, he soon went on at Hollywood. Let me say his good looks did not help him standing in the studio doing paragraph 1 baseball games because nobody saw him. And he went on out to Hollywood, and I haven't seen him since. And he would know me if he saw me from Adams or Fox. But I remember the conversation I had with him. Because we were all chewing around. I remember it had 50 of us in there. And I was one of the rare fellows that insisted that I broadcast a paragraph 1 game and the audience know it. These other fellows, they put in sound effects, this, that, and the other. So I said to this group of fellows, I said, well, look, the way I do it, and the audience knows what I'm doing, when the wire goes out, and the wire was always going out. And when you were doing the ball game in Cincinnati, you had wire trouble east of Pittsburgh. And if you were in New York doing a ball game, you had wire trouble west of Pittsburgh. It was always, I don't know how Pittsburgh got it, or West Indiana, but it was either east or west of Pittsburgh, just the opposite of where you happened to be. And I said, well, when that wire goes out, what do you say to the audience? And this Reagan said, well, he said, I remember I had it happen last year. He said, I just have to keep fouling off one pitch after another. He said, I had this fellow foul off 37 pitches before they got that wire fixed. And I said to myself, well, I'm going to suck egg meal. That's a record.
Oh, wasn't the score of that Carlton game 9-0?
I don't remember. It could well be.
I know
Yes.
it's the ninth game.
I think it was. I think there was a 9 thing there. It was a 9th straight game.
Yeah. I was sick and bed with the cold, and I learned from that game, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering, and I remember you saying, it's a no-hitter. I don't know what happened, but it's a no-hitter. It's so well. Ah, dear.
Now, I believe we've just about by and large wrapped up these details, haven't we? Now, what I was going to say is, in summation, that yes, we had these exciting men at Brooklyn. We had these exciting plays that would happen. If you want me to, I'll tell you about the only run-in I had with MacPhail when he ordered me not to broadcast, or I'd be thrown out of the booth. Did I ever tell you? Did I tell you that? Did I not tell you? And also, that's when I think MacPhail came to have some sort of respect for me, which we've always had for each other as well. I don't think you can have a real friendship unless it's based on respect. And I don't think you can have respect for people until the two people get tested and they get on opposite sides of the line. And they just look each other in the face, nose to nose. I know that's a basic fact in marriage. Two people in a marriage can't get along together until they've had some pretty severe, honest disagreements in which they faced each other. Because that's how they found out who each other was. You don't find out who a fellow is if he's agreeable.
What was the fight with MacPhail?
Well, you want that now?
Sure, you can.
So, well, this MacPhail is not only resourceful, but, that's one thing how things would rub off on you as a boy. I remember reading something about World War I, in which I believe it was Marshal Foch, wasn't it? And he always said, attack, attack, attack. Well, he was introducing MacPhail, because that's all MacPhail is, and all he ever had been is attack. MacPhail's never been on a defense in his life. When you assail him, it's too late. He's already moved to something else. You spend your time chasing him. He won't be waiting for you. He's going to be ahead of you. So, this is the first year we're over there in Brooklyn. And Carl Hubble is going to pitch the first game of a Memorial Day doubleheader. By George. Big day at Brooklyn. And the first year we started, WOR had a firm contract that they would not start before a certain time in the afternoon. They had these soap operas and these strip shows on. They were very valuable, constant money, big advertisers, etc. I think maybe the contract was that the OR wouldn't come on, let's just say, I don't remember, I'm not going to bother to look it up, nobody cares, but let's say that the OR was not going to come on before, say, 2:30. That's a contract. Heirs not to come to Brooklyn, no matter how early they want to start a doubleheader or anything else, before 2:30. Well, they got this doubleheader going, I don't know, whether it's 2 o'clock or 1:30, but the doubleheader is going to start. And the thing that touched off MacPhail was he got notified at noon that WOR was going to cancel the soap opera from 2:15 to 2:30 and substitute in its place a broadcast by Herbert Hoover. And somehow or other, this set MacPhail off, and he began roaring that he wanted this whole doubleheader broadcast, or nothing. He just took off. He wanted to come over there up on 2 o'clock or something. And OR said, no, I want to come back to 2:30. Well, this is a holiday, and all the executives at WR are scattered. And MacPhail gets to roaring around. And, of course, when he gets a ball in his teeth, in other words, if he decides he wants something, he wants it, and he goes right after it. And so he's hollering about he wants that air over there. He wants the whole doubleheader broadcast. And legally, he is as wrong as Adam's off ox. That didn't faze MacPhail, and wasn't anybody trying. And he wasn't even listening to that. He just took the stand all of a sudden that he wanted that doubleheader broadcast. So I'm sitting down in the booth about a half an hour before the game's supposed to start. And he sends for me. Well, that was odd. He sent for me. Never had sent for me. He was standing back up in the press room, leaning on the bar. And he told me, couple of seconds or something that I wasn't going to come on till 2:30, and that they put on a special Hoover broadcast, and I guess it was the special Hoover broadcast that touched him off. In other words, if they hadn't said anything and gone ahead with their soap operas that been no nothing, we don't come on anyhow, you don't want to come on at 2:30, I don't think in his mind when they said, well, we're canceling this, I think his point was in his mind, well, if they can cancel the soap operas, it had been a bone of contention. That's what it would be. If they can cancel the soap operas for a special broadcast for Hoover, who won president, well, why can't they get the air over here for my ball game? And with that as a takeoff point, he went into orbit.
What time was the doubleheader supposed to start?
I don't remember. It started at 2:31. Anyhow, the doubleheader started an hour before.
Right.
They were going to get the air at 2. I'd just say these are just
Right.
approximate times. I don't.
Yeah.
In other words, the station
you
was not.
come in about the fifth inning, something like that.
That's right. We were going to come in after about an hour's play,
Right.
and the station was right. Our boy Larry was wrong, but that didn't deter him from tearing up the pea patch. And he said, for me, well, I go in where he's standing leaning on the bar. And he tells me that, oh, I'm not going to come on till 2:30, and so on and so on. And he's put out about it, and he's demanded that they start. And he said to me, and I never said anything to him, no battle of mine. After all, the station, very simply, you know, I went on the air anytime, whenever the engineer raised his hand and then gave me a finger. That's when I went on. And until he gave me the finger, I didn't go on, and it was no spilled milk for me. What would hold it up until he gave me the finger? That was not my province. I was a broadcaster, so. He said, in effect, to me, he said, now listen, he said, I'm going to tell you something. If that radio station doesn't come over here for the first batter, you are not to go on the air at all today. If they give you the air at 2:30 after this ball game, this first game has started, if they put Mr. Hoover's broadcast on, you say, Mr. And he said, if they put the Hoover broadcast on, and then they can try and start over here at 2:30, and you try to broadcast, I'm going to throw you out of the booth. I said, Larry, I don't work for you. See, I came in on a contract to Knox Reeves, the agency for General Mills. And I just said, Larry, I don't work for you. And I turned and walked out. That's all I said. I went back to the booth, and in about 5 minutes, in came the electrician and another big hulking fellow and one of his assistants. He was a nice man. And they said, Mr. McPhail sent us in here. I said, fine, except one. And they said, but no, it isn't that, Red. He said, Mr. McPhail said that if you try to talk on a microphone, we ought to physically pick you up and take you out of the booth. Well, I said, well, then do it. Oh, now, Red, listen, now you're making it hard on us. I said, I'm not making it hard on you. I said, look, who do you work for? They said, we work for Mr. McPhail. Well, I said, well, what did Mr. McPhail tell you? They said, if you were on the microphone, that we would have picked you up and take you out of the booth. Well, I said, just do it. Do your work. It's as simple as that. But, Red, now, look, now, don't listen. Now, you'll just make it hard on everybody if you do that. Now, if you'll just not go on that, everybody's going to be happy if you just don't go on that microphone. I said, listen, you've told me who you work for? I said, well, I don't work for him. I work for somebody else, and my work is to broadcast. And when they turn the microphone on, that's my work. Isn't that fair? I said, that's what I'm supposed to do. Now, I'm going to do my work, you do yours. And in the meantime, I said, there's nothing going to happen here for 45, 50 minutes. Let's watch the start of the ball game. I said, a couple of chairs, sit down, have a cigarette. Well, the engineer over in the corner had heard this. And I didn't know that he had done it, but he immediately calls Master Control back at WOR and apprised them of what the score was. And Master Control made the decision, until they could get further instructions, that they wouldn't throw the air. Therefore, in other words, they didn't want to risk throwing the air. Me to start broadcasting and be forcibly taken out of that booth, and then something happened over there. No, what's going to happen over there? They didn't want that. So they made the decision in Master Control Room, WOR, not to come on the air at 2:30. And that first game of the doubleheaders when Hubble faced 27 men. Johnny Hudson got on, remember, with a single, and the next fellow hit into a double play. And
To my knowledge, that's the only time I ever broadcast a game, which a pitcher faced only 27 men. I never broadcast a perfect game. I didn't broadcast the losing game. And I might say that baseball is a healthy going business because we don't have too many perfect games. Do you realize that nothing happened in that perfect game? Nobody got on, nobody scored, nobody got hits. Why, do you think fans are going to come out to see many perfect ball games? They come out, fans like to see that ball bounced around, they like to see errors. Fans love errors. Fans love the humanness. I'm glad Lawson pitched it, I'm glad for the Yankees, and of course this is heresy. The Yankees, they think, oh, that's just great. For the Yankees, you have to be very careful. They don't demand that you go to church, or that you have any kind of religion. They don't demand that you believe in God, and neither are they very upset if you are an atheist or an agnostic. But you must, at certain times of the moon, genuflect before Ruth, Gehrig, DiMaggio, Mantle, and Lawson. Now, Master Control made the decision while Mr. Hubble is working on his 27 men. And at 2:30 came, and they just didn't give me the air. Well, that was all right with me. Now that I was sitting at the microphone, and there wasn't any question in my mind, I knew what I had to do, just like I told Louis. I mean, I wasn't fooling around with that electrician. He had his job to do, I had mine to do. And they could start to move me out of the booth if that was their job, and then we'd see what happened. So I was sitting there waiting for 2:30, and then we just didn't go on the air.
Were you surprised you didn't go on the air?
No, the engineer had said, as we got close, he said, I don't think they're going to switch out. But he was the fellow that saved it. Because this wouldn't have done anybody any good. Well, now the Master Control's made that decision about this Rhubarb over there at Brooklyn and avoiding a bigger one. Then they get going and they find Ted Stribert, S-T-R-E-I-B-E-R-T, I think, who later went down to Washington and did some government work there. He was the general manager of the station. They found him on a golf course someplace in New Jersey. And he gets off the golf course and gets on the phone to Mike Phail. Of course, all Mike Phail wanted was that extra attention. And do you know that Mike Phail wound up having the station beg him to let them come on and broadcast contractually what they had a right to broadcast the second game. Mike Phail very graciously let them come on for the second game that day.
Then did you talk to Larry after the game? When did you sort of, when did this whole thing get resolved? Never?
We still talk about it. In fact, I never said anything about that day. No, there wasn't any running thing about it. In other words, once the air wasn't coming on, the electrician and his helper left.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat there and watched Hubble pitch to his 27 men. Yeah. And was dying because I wanted to detail this over there. Oh, holy mackerel, he was, boy, he had one of his great days. And he was the master. It wasn't that they were hitting lines right and people catching them. He just flew. And so then I was told from the station that the thing with Mike Phail was straightened out and would broadcast the second game. So then it was just routine. We broadcast the second game. When I was going, I don't know something, Larry. And in fact, I don't think anything was said about that for some years. In fact, there's more being said about it now. Mike Phail rented a house down on Key Biscayne, about 6 blocks. Well, we bought one. Yeah. He's been living out there for a couple of years. And this past winter, we round together a lot, played golf. He's an amazing man. He's had, he had operation for cancer of the throat and beat it. He's had operation for cancer of the intestines twice and beat it. He had open heart surgery and beat it. I don't know what else he's had. And he's pushing 77 years old, and we play 18 holes of golf together. He's younger than I am.
How's his voice? Is it still vigorous?
Voice is great. So Mike Phail is still on his way. He's up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go see about his horses. He's Cincinnati, and he's what Marshall folks said, attack. And Mike Phail has a great deal of strength left because he never wasted any of his strength looking back. And that's a pretty important thing. And so another reason why we didn't talk about the thing at Brooklyn was he never bothered to go. He didn't go back. You didn't have any go backs with Mike Phail. You went on. Not for all. The thing that, as far as Mike Phail was concerned, was we went on there and broadcast the second game, and that was that. And then we were back for another ball game the next day. Well, but down at Key Biscayne this past week, we sat around and we had a cocktail party, a group of people together. Mike Phail would laugh, and he said, "Do you know what this young man did? He almost made me throw him out of a broadcasting booth in Brooklyn." He said, "I didn't really know he was around very much until I said he bowed his neck at me." Well, as I say, that's what I think
I'd always had a great respect for him, and I think that's when he finally realized that maybe I was old enough to shave and vote too. Was that enough for the morning now?
Beautiful. Very good. Very good.
Next time we're talking, we don't want to go through a kaleidoscope of 15 years. This isn't an attempt to be chronology. I want to talk about opening day at Ebbets Field after Pearl Harbor and the beginning of the blood donor broadcast, because we did it first in Brooklyn. We were the first in the whole history of radio to make an appeal for blood and to talk about blood on here. Blood had always been forgotten. You can't say that. That would make people sick in their homes. You can't. Now, there's radio is such an intimate thing, you can't say blood. The fellows doing fights up until this time would never say a fighter was bleeding or bloody. Or blood is spilled. You didn't hear the word blood. Just didn't say it. But we started in Brooklyn, and for a good reason, and everyone was glad that we did. And then I want to let's see, there was the blood donor thing. Then we want to talk about Mr. Rickey coming in. Then we want to talk about Jackie Robinson if we haven't already gone over that.
Yeah.
And then I want to talk a little about Bert Shotton, and then we want to talk about the beginnings of knowing. The first time I knew, I wasn't going to stay in Brooklyn very much longer with O'Malley.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first meeting I had with him after he had taken over control of the ball club and Rickey left. And he let me know on no uncertain terms how the association was going to be. And it's not that there was anything wrong with the association, except it was the way that Mr. O'Malley thought and reacted and did business, and he and I just didn't think and reacted to business the same way. There was nothing personal and nothing better. It was just it was almost sad because, but again, it's almost inevitable. I had been able to get along so well with MacPhail and get along so well with Rickey that you can't be asking to get along with everybody that comes over and takes over a ball club. Mm-hmm. And I have the warmest, in many ways, warmest admiration for O'Malley. He's a tremendous man in so many. Look, here's O'Malley, a poor man that made himself rich in baseball. If ever a man is a baseball man, you got to say O'Malley is. Mm-hmm. He's going all the way in baseball, and I think he does a pretty good job with his ball club out there in L.A. And he's been very, very generous at particular times with certain players. I mean, he was the one that put the big benefit on for Roy Campanella. And if you're O'Malley's man, you don't have to worry about where your next meal's coming from, ever. Mm-hmm. And I think that to my observation and knowledge, the love story of O'Malley and his wife is perfectly wonderful, because I believe that Mrs. O'Malley, who has a serious speech defect, she has. They had to do something with the larynx or something. You know, there's a hole in the throat. And I believe that this happened just before they were married. And
you know, he will not submit for an interview until the interviewer agrees not to talk about this. And one person violated that. Jim Murray did it at the Times cover about 10 years ago.
Well, this is the mark of O'Malley in his personal life. But this, I say, there's so many wonderful things about O'Malley.
Yes.
And he and I never had a vigorous hard word between us. Wasn't that? It just... And after all, he owned the ball club, so therefore, whose job was it to make a move?
Right.
Now we'll do
Okay,
those things later.
I don't mean to be beating a dead horse, but I also like you just to touch on a couple other things. As I remember, the end of the 1940 season was very exciting parts of it. There was a couple of great games with Wyatt pitching against Walters, I guess, and there was the ball hit up on the ledge, remember?
Well, there was a sure, and I've seen balls hit on a ledge at Brooklyn.
But wasn't there one particular game, Wyatt against Derringer, or Wyatt against Walters?
The great game that Wyatt was against anybody was the game against Cooper that turned the pennant in 41 at St. Louis.
That's right, that one.
That's the great, the outstanding one. And remember, we're talking about that, the pennant in 41.
I don't want to do it chronologically, but like a little bit of...
No, but that was the... Billy Herman told me that the greatest pitcher for 1 year he ever saw was Whitlow Wyatt in 41, and the greatest game he pitched that year was that game against Cooper, in which the Dodgers only got 2 hits. Herman and Walker double.
Okay.
Back to back.
And you yesterday...
In fact, Walker double and then Herman double. Because Dixie at second base gave Herman the curveball sign.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we have a little more to get into.
Okay, but just let me...
You think this book will go 60, 65 pages?
It might go that far. A little bit. 65,000. It just... Maybe it's my own nostalgia, but the 40 and 41 seasons were so exciting, particularly 41.
Well, we've touched on that. Raymond Graham Swing getting off the plane. I mean, sure, the whole country. Who said that?
Well,
Never
yeah.
was there a nation that wanted to
All
see
right.
one team win.
We've given the headline. This is an exciting season. But there are a few specifics. You already talked earlier in tape about when they came down the train and McPhail got off at was waiting on Frankfurt Street and Brush
Yeah.
took him through in the anger there. But just a few things like the Wyatt specifically and a couple of pieces
All
of
right.
excitement there.
All right.
One thing I'd like to ask you about is when did McPhail leave the club and when did Ricky come in? Just to have it down to 5 minutes.
McPhail left the ball club after the season of 42. When Brooklyn had I think it was a 5.5 game lead when they went on the last Western trip to St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
And McPhail went down to the clubhouse and called the players together. They were so confident they had a second straight pennant won. And he warned them. He said, the way you're playing and the way you're reacting, you're not going to win it. He called the turn. They went out to St. Louis, only won one ball game, I think. And then the Cardinals finally came on with this great, magnificent surge on the Southworth. And caught and passed the Dodgers. And after they were 2 games ahead of the Dodgers then won the last 8 straight and didn't gain an inch. And won 106 ball games and lost it. But McPhail had warned them late in the season going out to St. Louis, and they didn't pay attention to his warning. They went out on the train playing cards, and they were really walking, they thought, in the tall cotton. But he told them. And then at the end of the 42 season, he and the board of directors of the Brooklyn club, Jim Mulvey primarily, I think, whatever the decision made, I wasn't party to it. I don't know all the details, but he resigned and took a colonelcy commission in the Army. So he was a colonel in both World Wars.
And Ricky came in that winter from St.
Yes,
Louis?
Ricky came in to replace him. Ricky was the man who was brought in, and I think primarily Jim Mulvey. Because Ricky had come to the parting of the ways with Sam Braden at the end of the 42 season.
After that great World Series victory.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Ricky was out. And came to Brooklyn.
Okay. End of chapter 742 of this book. Remembrance of things. Make sure it's on here.
In the winter of 1934 and 35, I heard a man speak for the first time, a man that I had heard of before. I'd heard varying things about him before, and a lot of the things that I had heard about him had indicated that if and when I ever got to be around him, I might not care too much for him. And this was a man that I came to love next to my own father, and told him so. And he put his arm around my shoulder and said, "Thank you." They had in Cincinnati, as just about everywhere else in the hot stove league, a banquet, a dinner, in which people got up and said things and tried to get laughs, and they served rubbery chicken and even more rubbery English peas, and always the place would be too crowded and the service too slow, or the dinner would begin late, and somebody would get up and stay on too long, and the evening would always be too lengthy. And I recall very well that I was sitting out in the audience. This was several years before I would be invited to be at the head table. It had been, on the whole, a fairly quiet year, that first year at Cincinnati, for me. I'd been accepted. And when I say accepted, it's an interesting thing, and it's something that we all have to understand, that when people accept you, as Cincinnati accepted, that I could broadcast a baseball game. Once they had accepted that I could broadcast a baseball game, they didn't particularly go out of their way to be telling me about it day after day, week after week, month after month. So as I say, I had settled quietly into the community, and I was accepted. And it is a wonderful thing to be accepted, but the individual has the problem within himself, way down in his subconscious, is that after he has received some flowers while he could smell them, some plaudits while he could hear them, after he has received some fan mail while it is still spelled with a F and not with a P. And then when, as he goes about his work, there comes, should we say, a normal, ordered silence, and the acceptance is at work. The individual is most apt, I know it was true in my case, is most apt to miss hearing the applause, miss the audible thank yous. And when a community accepts you as doing good work, you in turn have to accept its quietness and its unvoiced appreciation. And maybe this will account too for the terrible hold that the theater and nightclubs have on the individuals who perform in it. See Bill Robinson dancing into his 60s and dancing by the hour, just as long as people would applaud, he would dance at these charity events. George Jessel in his 70s, always going, any audience he can get to tell a joke. Milton Berle, the hypnotism of the stage, I think it's all wrapped up in this fact that an individual wants to hear thanks. And once he has begun to hear it, it becomes a terrible poison. And he must hear it. He must hear it. The world of entertainment is filled with the greats who had one farewell tour or concert following another. And they couldn't stand the silence of their fellow human beings. And so I was sitting back out in the audience, I think it was at the Gibson Hotel, and this evening was going the way all of these winter sports evenings go. And if you're looking for an answer as to why they have these evenings and why they are so well attended, is that the majority of men live such empty lives that for the bulk of them, it's a big night to come to a Winter League baseball dinner. For those who are in the business, for those who are around the athletes, who are in and out of crowds, it is a heavy chore. We have heard all the things that the people are going to say at the head table. We know all the people who are there at the head table. And to stand and have strangers step on your toes and blow their breath in your face and hold you by the hand and by the lapel of a coat and ask you innumerable questions and want to argue with you. And it's a long evening. And the stale tobacco smoke becomes staler and heavier. The chicken and the peas and the cold coffee, the inevitable dab of ice cream. Well, anyhow, a man got up that I'd heard about. I'd never met him. I'd never been in the same room with him. And he spoke. And from the time he spoke, he captivated me. There was a strength, there was a warmth, there was a charm, there was a drive, there was a magnetism, there was a depth, there was a masculinity. There was something of great art, of purpose. You sensed that this man, as MacPhail was to tell me years later, and he'd had a bit of falling out with it, that when this man made up his mind, he'd walk through a 12-foot brick wall. And the charm, he spoke of Dizzy Dean, Frank Fresh, Peppermint, the Gas House Gang, that 1934 pennant, World Series and the championship over Detroit, and Dean was at his heyday, and every day was a triumph for Dizzy and the press. And how during the World Series, Dean came out to Mr. Ricky's house and interrupted a big formal dinner partner party with his exorbitant demands for more money immediately. And Mr. Rickey, that's who it was, Branch Rickey. And he took this whole evening up in his hands. And there was something that flowed from him to me. He took a long time dying in Missouri. I was in our new home in Miami. And I left word at the television station where I worked in the months that no matter the hour, not that I could do a thing about it, but when the word came that he had died, I wished to be called, and I was awakened. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning. I would suppose a man of Mr. Rickey's many facets, a man like Mike Pfeil, that everyone who is around them has a different appraisal. But I know that hearing Mr. Rickey talk that evening, I had been in an unconscious quest in these years that I had been in radio. I was searching for some way myself to try and give a talk at a dinner or at a gathering. And I had been stumbling. And I would say I got my first practical, valuable lesson of how to give an after-dinner talk that evening. It made an impression. I learned right then. I learned from hearing Mr. Rickey talk every time I ever heard him talk. And I heard him talk a great deal. I heard him talk, for example, on very serious spiritual things. Because for the 2 years that I was fundraising chairman for the Brooklyn chapter of the American Red Cross, Mr. Rickey, busy as he was, and not as young as he had been. And he did a wonderful job. He was my public relations chairman and my number one speaker. How much blood he secured, how much money he raised, there's no way of knowing. I know that he did such a great good. And with Mr. Rickey, busy as he was with the Dodgers, as troubled as they were in those wartime years, for Branch Rickey to have his coat off working on Red Cross for 2 winters, I didn't have a bit of trouble with any other important person in Brooklyn. If I wanted them to do a piece of work, well, with Mr. Rickey's example, they had to do it. If Mr. Rickey could find time, they had to find time. They just had to find time. So his strength and his value and his usage went just far beyond calculation. Well, I got to know Mr. Rickey lightly as he would come into Cincinnati. Because in those days we weren't traveling any broadcasts, and I wasn't going to St. Louis. But he was a man that worked at his trade of baseball. He was in Cincinnati a lot. He was everywhere a lot. He never bothered to take a suitcase. He would suddenly, if there was something in his, and he was in the office in St. Louis, and there was something that happened in his mall club in Rochester, New York, he just went to the airport. And whether it was, whenever he had time, he bought a toothbrush someplace. And the next day in Rochester, he called and had him send up a clean shirt. And later that day, after he had straightened out the thing in Rochester, he might be on his way to Keokuk, Iowa. And he might come home after being gone for 7 or 8 days, and he hadn't even started to, when he left home before the trip, he hadn't planned to go anyplace and all. And he'd come back with 6 or 7 ball clubs straightened out and 6 or 7 dirty shirts. This man moved. He just moved. He moved as the Spirit willed him, and he had a great spirit. One of the finest things I've ever read was what Dick Young wrote in a flash of inspiration in the news when he learned that Mr. Rickey had died. And he just, and Young had his differences with Rickey. And the whole story of the piece was that Mr. Rickey's spirit was so indomitable that it looked like it as the months went by, that he was just gonna defeat death. And young Peter, I thought, was a tremendous compliment to the man's indefatigable spirit. When he went back to a New York baseball writers' dinner, which is the great dinner of its kind in the world. And when Arthur Mann, who was then alive and used to portray Mr. Rickey so magnificently and so accurately, and so warmly, and so wonderfully, and Arthur Mann is out there portraying Rickey in the question of money and wealth and death came up, and something in the script was said to Mann, who was portraying Rickey, about that when you die, you can't take it with you. And Mann, speaking for Mr. Rickey, really, he said it, and Young used this as a punch in his great story. He said that Mr. Rickey just immediately said, "Well, then I won't go." And for those months out there in the hospital in Missouri, it looked like he wasn't going to go either. And all this time that he wasn't going to go, he was unconscious, but he still wasn't going to go. Heavens knows, he might still be alive if they'd ever let him get conscious out there for a few days. Well, little things, chance events. I knew that Rickey and Sam Braden were at a crossroads in St. Louis. It was in all the papers. The thoughtful people in baseball knew that these two strong men had come to a party. The thing just wasn't big enough for both of them down there anymore. Well, nobody knew exactly when Rickey was going to leave or be asked to leave or whatever was going on down there. But the Cardinals, with a great drive in September, caught the Dodgers despite McPhail's warning, or to prove the validity of the Cassandra of 215 Montague Street, Brooklyn. And the Cardinals won the World Series against the Yankees. And they caught the Yankees too. Also in that series, in the last 2 weeks of that season, I went through one of the most agonizing times of my life, and I thought my career was over. And a thing came up between Craig Smith of the Gillette Safety Razor Company and me that is still alive. There was a little bit more to my resigning at World Series in 1953 than just what was printed. Well, in that series, the Yankees won the first game out of St. Louis. And Red Ruffing set a new record at that time when he went into the eighth inning, got 2 out in the eighth inning without giving up a hit. That was then the record. And it stood until Bevins. And Bevins' records, of course, stood until Lawson. Well, the little Cardinals under Mr. Southworth gave the Yankees a premonition in the ninth inning when they kicked up their heels. But nobody thought much of it. The Yankees won. They had a lot of runs. But the Cardinals won the second day, and then it came to New York. And you can look it up. The Cardinals ran the great Yankees practically out of the ballpark. They won the next 3. They took 4 straight, and they won it 4 out of 5. And one of the games at the stadium was a game pitched by a left-hander by the name of Ernie White. And White, his whole career was plagued with a sore arm. And it looked like he'd spend 2 or 3 months getting ready to pitch one ball game. It'd be a whale of a ball game, and then he wouldn't be able to pitch again for a while. But he was ready to pitch this day at the stadium. And his wife told me that when Ernie pitched, I asked her, I said, when Ernie pitches, you keep score. She said, well, I start out trying to keep score, but if he stays out there a few innings, I chew up my pencil away. I haven't got anything left to write with. Well, this day, pitching the shutout at the stadium, his wife told me she chewed up 4 pencils. So I guess it was quite a job. Well, White shut out the great Yankees in their great ballpark. The Yankees of Marsh, Joe McCall. And I came, I was broadcasting, and I came out of the ballpark instead to walk down the street, leaving. And I just fell in step with the branch of Mrs. Rickey, and I never met Mrs. Rickey before. And Mr. Rickey introduced us. And I remember he said to Mrs. Rickey, Jane, I want you to meet Walter Barber. He didn't call me Red. I want you to meet Walter Barber, who's not only as fine a man as I know, but he is by far the finest baseball broadcaster we have ever had. Well, I didn't even know Mr. Rickey knew what my first name was. And to me, this was an accolade on high. For Frank Rickey to introduce me to Mrs. Rickey as the finest baseball broadcaster we have ever had. And he put his arm around my shoulder. Mr. Rickey was a warm man. And it was the gesture that my father often used. Just put his arm around my shoulder and would give me a bear squeeze and then turn me loose. And I think often there's something missing in our Anglo-Saxon Western civilization. I've had the opportunity to travel in a lot of Latin countries, and gee, those are pretty rugged, masculine men. But they hug each other when they meet, and they touch each other on the shoulder, and they pound each other on the back. I'm not talking about kissing cheeks, but there's something about the warmth of the body-to-body contact of the Latin man, which I don't know how we got this restraint over here. Or maybe there's some sort of ingrained subconscious sex prudery that still goes back to Puritanism. I don't know what it is, but some man that I like, that I really like, somehow or other, I like to throw my arm around his shoulder. 5 or 10 seconds. Well, it says a great deal more than words or a pot of flowers. And then Mr. Rickey threw his arm around my shoulder and he said this lovely thing. And then we parted the crowd. MacPhail, at the end of the season, announced his departure at Brooklyn to go into the Army. And one of the things that Larry did in his life quietly was that. He just announced his departure quietly and left quietly. And he did a great job in World War II. I understand he was very sensitive work that he did for General Marshall, General Summerall, Pentagon. And MacPhail was around fellows like Winston Churchill, etc. I mean, he didn't just exactly go after the minor leagues. Well,
Excuse me, what did he do? Public relations work or things like
no, he was right in the Army. And he was on, I would say that he was on whatever assignment that General Marshall and General Summerall wanted him to be on. He put him on different things. He was full colonel. He had that bird flapping his wings. Well, so MacPhail was gone. And I was no party to the discussions of the Brooklyn board. The next thing I knew is that Rance Rickey had severed at St. Louis and was the new man at Brooklyn. And Mr. Rickey, when he came east with Mrs. Rickey, first took a furnished apartment in Bronxville. First place he could find. I don't know how he wound up there, but he didn't stay there but a couple of months, but till he could get the lay of the land, and he then went on over to Jackson Heights. There's a little area just on, what's the next area past Jackson Heights?
Kew Gardens?
Kew Gardens, I think was in there. So after that, he always lived on the island. But he hadn't been in this apartment in Bronxville very long before he called up, and Lana and I were living in Scarsdale, which was just 20 minutes up the road. And he called up and wanted us to come down to his apartment. And Lila had never met the Rickies, and of course we were happy to come. And well, we went in for a luncheon, Sunday luncheon. And it was very pleasant. And of course, unless you have been around the warm magnetism of Mr. Ricky and the bosom of his family in his own house, you just don't know what charm is. And Mrs. Ricky is just a living, breathing doll. She's just as much a person in her own right. And Mr. Ricky, with all of his strength and his ability, he never got one step ahead of Mrs. Ricky in all their lives, never once. And I think maybe one of the reasons that Mr. Ricky ran so fast and went so far was because he had to set a gait according to his wife, and that was a pretty fast pace. And so Lila and I just were captivated by these two lovely people, genuine human beings, just lovely people, people of sensitivity, gentle people. And again, as you look back, you remember how little things are said. When we got ready to go, the only thing pertaining to business at all, certainly Mr. Ricky wanted to know me better, and he wanted his wife to know me better, because I don't think he ever made a decision in his life he didn't talk over Mrs. Ricky. And my recollection is that those two people didn't require much sleep, and they used to sit up and talk things over. Mr. Ricky was very intelligently vocal, and he didn't drink, and he didn't smoke. He used to smoke cigars once in a while. But you take a man with a tremendous drive, and if it isn't blunted and dulled by the anesthesia of alcohol, you're liable to find a pretty good talker. A fellow has to have an outlet. And Mr. Ricky didn't waste time looking at going to motion pictures, and and I'm sure he didn't waste much time looking at television. He had his own life to live. He didn't have to be entertained by other people, and he would talk things over with Mrs. Ricky. She was a sounding board. She'd listen, and also she had good opinions, and she wasn't a bit hesitant about giving them to this man. And she told him not to start the Jackie Robinson thing too.
You told him not to?
Yes, sir. Told him he had no business at his age getting into that, stirring up all the baseball in all over the country, and maybe getting into a thing he never got out of if he went to his grave. And she, as we used to say in Brooklyn, she let him have it about breaking the color line, bringing a nigger into baseball. This was a long time before anybody who knew Jackie Robinson's name, that is, in the Ricky household. Mr. Ricky decided to bring Jackie Robinson in a couple of years before he knew who Jackie was. Jackie just happened to be the individual that emerged from the principal. But Mrs. Ricky, well, and so did their daughters, and so did the six of them, and so did the son. They told Mr. Ricky to leave that thing alone. He had enough going. He wasn't headstrong much when he got the bit in his teeth. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Anyhow, Mr. Ricky would talk things over Miss Ricky. So when I say, sitting now, looking back, he came into Brooklyn, and he had a radio announcer named Barber, who was a popular man, who had broadcast through those formative, turbulent, exciting years of MacPhail and DeRocher, and a pennant in 41, and a near miss pennant in 42. And Mr. Ricky knew, without even having to talk to anybody, that I was not to be just lightly dismissed. And the intelligence of the man was that when he knew that something was, he was going to have to live with something, he figured the best he could, he was going to live it on the best terms he could. He wanted to know how that thing operated and how that thing thought. And Bear Bryant, writing in Sports Illustrated 5 installments about motivating football players, he's an amateur. The man that motivated is Branch Rickey. He motivated everybody. He would make a baseball deal 1 or 2 years ahead of time. He could tell you Say, well, I'm going to trade so-and-so to so-and-so, and I'll do it in 60 days. And by George, you could count up 58, 59, 60 days, and that was a story on the paper. Just the way he told you he would do it.
The other club didn't know this.
The other club didn't know it. Nobody knew it. Motivate. Well, he was wanting to find out about me. And further, he was wanting to begin his own motivation of me in his own way. And I didn't know it. Which is fine. Because his motivation in my case was to me a blessing. This man never did anything for me, never gave me, he never did anything except positive, up. I was installed by MacPhail and further strengthened by Ricky, and left alone by Weiss, and that's pretty heady wine. And then, so he wanted Mrs. Ricky to know me, and now we're getting to something else about Mr. Ricky. He wanted to know my wife, who she was, how she thought, because he knew good and well that over and above what I thought, he knew that the wife I was married to had an influence on me, and he wanted to know what that influence was. And he wanted Mrs. Ricky to know my wife. And I know now that after we left their apartment in Bronxville, Mrs. Barber was probably talked over more by Mr. and Mrs. Ricky than Mr. Barber was. Mr. Ricky'd have a ball player. They wasn't playing up to the way Mr. Ricky knew that ball player could play. And he would send for that ball player's manager, and he'd say, what's the matter with him? And if the manager couldn't tell Mr. Ricky to his satisfaction what was the matter with him, between them they couldn't get this ball player going again, Mr. Ricky would send for the trainer. And you know, the trainer will get a ball player on the table, and he's rubbing his muscles, and he's got him all soothed and relaxed, and that's a rather intimate relationship. And there's a naked body being worked on by another man's sensitive, trained, skillful hands, and there's a nearness, a proximity, and then the trainer, you've noticed, is like he's leaning over and he's talking in the ball player's ears. He lies relaxed there on the table, and you know, that ball player just liable to tell that trainer things that he just maybe. And Mr. Ricky, if he couldn't find out what was the matter with this ball player, he sent for the trainer. He'd find out sometimes. But if he couldn't get it from the manager, and then if he couldn't get it from the trainer, he sent for one other person, and he'd get it. He'd send for that ball player's wife. He'd get her in his office. And Mr. Ricky never did put a watch on himself. He gave all the time to whatever it was he was doing right then. And I think Freud says there's a reason for everything. Ricky didn't carry a watch. He didn't wear a watch. He didn't know what time it was. He would have to turn and ask somebody, what time is it? And he would need to know what time it was. And he said, oh my goodness, I've blown the airplane, I've blown the train, I've got 3 appointments I've missed. But he got, whatever it was he was working at, he got it done. You take the thing about do whatever your man giveth you to do. He did whatever was in his hand at that one time. And he'd get this wife in there. And he wouldn't mince matters with this ball player's wife. He would say to her, now, I want to tell you, we've got something you and I get to work out about your husband and your meal ticket. And the manager can't tell me what's the matter with him, and the trainer can't tell me, but I know something's the matter, and you may not have thought about it. But whatever's the matter with him is going to be the matter with you, and sooner than you think, because your career is inextricably coupled with his. Your happiness is coupled with his success. Now, Mrs. So-and-so, now you sit right there across the desk, and now let's get into this thing. Now, you tell me. You tell me. Didn't make any difference where that telling went. Into the bedroom or anything else, whatever it was, he'd get it. Talk about motivating somebody. You know, the real way that you genuinely motivate about a person is to find out who they are and what's the matter with them. What's troubling them, and he'd find out what's troubling that ball player, and he'd get it straightened out. And don't you ever think that the success of ball clubs isn't hinged on ball players' wives. And you could write a book, and boy, it would be a stunner about what women have done about ball games, the ball games they've cost, for about any reason you want to bring up. And they're still costing. So Mr. Ricky wanted to see who I was married to. He wanted Miss Ricky to see who I was married to. Now, when you think about it, this is a wonderful way to start a relationship. A person who is that much interested in you, to want to find out who you are. But what I started to say is after he had looked us over, and Mrs. Ricky had looked us over, and just before we went, and he got around to the more obvious business, he just said, well, no, he said, you know, we've got the winter ahead of us, and we've got months, and this war is going on, and nobody knows. We don't know where we're going to spring training camp. We don't know if we're going to have spring. We don't know anything about anything next year. He said, I have never gone into a situation in which I didn't know anything about anything. And he says, you're just going to have to go along with me. And he said, I'm going to count on you going along with me. He said, you're going to have to guide me at Brooklyn. This is very fine. He wanted me. He said, I'm going to lean heavily on your advice. And he did, by George. He would call me up. He would ask me. He'd say, listen, Mr. So-and-so has brought up something. What do you think? And because I knew the man wanted the answers I give it, I'd tell him. And I would say that I was the unofficial public relations man for Mr. Ricky there at the start of Brooklyn until he didn't take him long to orient himself, but did in the beginning. And I like to look back and say that I don't believe I sent him down a one-way straight backwards.
He wouldn't ask you about ball players.
No, he never asked anybody about a ball player. Mr. Ricky didn't have to ask anybody ever about a ball player. He didn't have to ask his manager, his coach, his scout. He told them about the ball player. During one of the spring training years at Bear Mountain, when we were working out at the West Point Field House during the war, we were quartered at the Bear Mountain Inn when John Martin was running it and was so kind to us. And his kindness was such that Ricky gave him a gold pass in perpetuity to come to Ebbets Field. And the only reason that pass isn't honored anymore is it's not anymore Ebbets Field, the Parliament building over there. But that's another story, too, about that time he presented that pass. But Mr. Ricky used to give these lectures. They'd run for an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on how he felt, what it was. He'd lecture about the play of the shortstop, play of the second baseman, or the play of the center fielder, or the sacrifice, the stolen base. And one night, he got up and he started lecturing on pitching. Some of the little fine points of pitching. Mr. Ricky was never a pitcher. He was a catcher. But he gets to lecturing on pitching. And there was on the ball club a real veteran head, I say head, but I mean intelligent pitcher named Kurt Davis. And Davis was real quiet. He was as quiet as a cigar store wooden Indian. So got this lecture. Davis was sitting there. But I didn't, of course, I wasn't a ball player. I wasn't a pitcher. I didn't have to go. But I went. I was just interested. I wish I had those lectures. That this was the days before tape recordings. If I had tapes of Mr. Ricky's lectures, I wouldn't have to broadcast again. I'd just sell them. Just sell them. Well, so he has this lecture there on pitching, and we coming out after the lecture, and I happened to be walking alongside Kurt Davis, and I didn't say anything because I had learned. I'd been around Davis on the Cincinnati team as well as on the Brooklyn team. I knew him pretty well, and I had learned not to ask him anything because he would just rather be left alone with his silence. So we just walking along. We didn't have far to walk in the building. It's cold. And march up there, Bear Mountain, New York, and Davis said to me, he said, Red, I spent my whole life pitching. And he told me things tonight I had never even thought about. Now, this is, Mr. Ricky asked me something about a ball player. Well, Mr. Rickey used to lecture about ball players that all these smart guys in baseball went broke trying to trade with him. And everybody would tell everybody in baseball, don't ever trade with Rickey, but they couldn't resist you. Like, you had to trade with Rickey again. And he beat you again, man. You got to, they were all going to beat him sooner or later. He sold Dizzy Dean with a sore arm to the Chicago Cubs, and he sold him with a sore arm, and the reason that they took him funny was they said, well, my George, Dizzy can't have that sore arm.
How are you, Bob?
We'll just beat him. We got to beat him sooner or later. We'll beat him with Dizzy. He can't have that bad an arm. And Rickey told him all the time, said, this man has trouble with his arm. And I won't make the deal until you know and acknowledge publicly that you know you're buying a bad arm pitcher. But they were so convinced that they got him this time. Oh, Kurt Davis was in that deal.
Was he?
Yeah, he was sent from he was sent from Chicago to St. Louis, and Rickey took the money. I think it was $185,000. I believe there were two ball players, and Davis, as a pitcher, was won far more ball games for the Cardinals than Dean did. And then Rickey dealt Davis on later. And this is the same Davis that they meet again when Davis is pitching in Brooklyn. And this says, I've been pitching all my life. This man told me things that I never heard of. Well, so at the end of this meeting at Bronxville, Mr. Rickey said he was going to count on me. And he did. And I tried not to let him down. He said, do you know, you think that I don't know much about you, but there's more about you that I know than you have any idea. He said, you have a potential for civic value that has not been touched. And I had never been asked to be on a fundraising campaign, not even to solicit for the Red Cross on my own block. But I don't know what it was, but after Mr. Rickey said that I had a civic value that had never been touched, and he also said that he was going to start doing something about it, well, I don't know, before long, the things flowed, and sometime I'll take my shirt off, and I've got a back full of scars that comes from trying to raise money from people, and the deepest and the reddest welts are from trying to raise money from Episcopalians. That's why my wife said I got an ulcer. I remember I was chairman of a committee to rebuild St. Barnabas House, which was an old institution, 3 old brownstone houses. And during World War II, Mayor LaGuardia, and he was just as sympathetic as he could be. He was an Episcopalian, but he told us. He said, I'm going to, as soon as the war's over, and after you can't fail during the war, as soon as the war's over, I'm going to get them these buildings. Well, that's how long the Episcopal Church has held on to them. They'd had 2 attempts to raise money for a new building, and they'd each been a fiasco. Well, of course, when you start to try and raise money from church people, well, you get 2 failures. That do make it nice. And the only reason that I was chairman of the thing was because I got shamed into it. I was sitting in the Red Cross office to 42nd Street. I was full-time. I was there. That was the year I was citywide chairman of all 5 boroughs, as well as keeping the chairmanship at Brooklyn. So I did 2 jobs in one. And I thought, as I sat there in that office, I was just as busy as a bird dog puppy with a new set of spring fleas. And a fellow in a round collar came in to see me. His name was the Reverend William E. Springer, S-P-R-E-N-G-E-R, and he had with him a man by the name of Tom Peters. And I wanted to know what they wanted, and they said, well, we got to rebuild St. Barnabas House. Cost $500,000, $600,000, something like that. And we have been tried twice and been failures. And the mayor said he's going to condemn it as soon as the war gets over. And we want you to go to work for that. not only go to work for you, but I want you to be chairman. And I said, holy mackerel. Chairman of that? Take that on? Now, I said, can't you see what I'm doing? I said, I'm working full time right now. I was quite sincere. I was sorry for him. I said, look, I'm interested in the church. Convert. But I'm interested in the church. I'm interested in my fellow man. But I said, look, I've already stopped trying to earn a living for myself for these months. I haven't got a nickel's income coming in, and I'm just a salaried fellow, broadcaster. And I said, I'm working full time, day and night. I said, my wife won't speak to me now because I only come home and sleep a little bit. I said, if ever a fellow has had to use this phrase, don't you know there's a war going on, and I've had to use it with Mrs. Barber. And I said, you're asking me to come in here and take this on now? I said, look, this town is full of Episcopalians. You get some other Episcopalian to do this. And Spring said, that's the trouble with Episcopalians. And he said, you're a prime example right now that they work for everybody else, but they don't work for their own church. And that sort of took me back a little bit. They work for everything else. And then Springer named a whole bunch of charities around town. Said they all had Episcopalians, but said they don't work for their own church. And I guess Springer was desperate. Of course he was desperate. Well, sometimes, something's as subtle as a punch in the nose. And I tried to digest that, and I couldn't digest it. I couldn't even swallow it. Because I guess he had said the fact. I mean, that's a fact. I wasn't Episcopalian. I was working. So I said, well, I don't know. I mean, if he had said anything else to me, I'd have turned it down. But he just happened to say, to use that word motivate, he just motivated me. And I said, all right, I'll do it. So I took that on too. And we weren't making very much progress with St. Barnabas House. The Red Cross thing got finished. And the war got finished. And the Archdiocese, the Roman Catholic Church here, Cardinal Spellman, they had come on some buildings out in the Bronx that they weren't going to use for a year or two. And of course we wanted our work at St. Barnabas House to continue. It had to continue. Work with troubled children, temporarily displaced. And every cop in town knows the address of St. Barnabas House. You have a family bust up some distressed part of town at 3 o'clock in the morning, and what do you do with the kids? Well, they take St. Barnabas House. And it's there for all children, races, colors, creeds, etc. Very few Episcopal children getting infected. That was one of the stumbling blocks of trying to raise money from Episcopalians. A fellow that doesn't want to give money, he's always got a pretty good excuse why they want to give it. Well, these resourceful Episcopalians, see, they soon find out. They say, well, I don't want to give any money to St. Barnabas House because not many Episcopalians use it. And dear Bishop Gilbert, that building is monument to him. He used to say, well, these children, they're all God's children, which is a pretty good answer about, I think, religion and humanity. Not the Episcopal children, Puerto Rican children, Jewish children. There are very few Jewish children because the Jewish people take care of themselves. But anyhow, the answer there, that's really was the meaning of it, is the meaning of it, is what Bishop Gilbert just said. He said, well, they're all God's children. And anyhow, we were fooling around, and we were making calls. Gee, I walked the street, I remember, with Dr. Dr. Brooks, who was then the rector of St. Thomas's Church. Wonderful, sweet man, an old man, white haired. And he had to wear truss. He had a hernia. He and I walked a lot of streets together, made a lot of calls together. Raising money is not easy, and when you get Episcopalians involved, brother, you got your hands full. So, from my observation, the people who raise money are the Jewish people and the Baptists. More as they raise it. Like the old story, about this small town that had a burying ground out back of the Baptist church. And they've been burying them in there for about 100 years.
And the time came that St. Peter was gonna raise them. These are all good Baptists, and they all are going to make it to heaven. And St. Peter just couldn't bring them in, one by one. He was pretty busy, so he waited for about 100 years. He brought the whole bunch of them up there. And he sent for them, but when he sent for them, he hadn't looked at his reservation book. And all of a sudden, these Baptists, about 75, 80 of them show up. St. Peter suddenly startled and embarrassed, realized that he's overbooked. He hadn't gotten a place for him for a few days. And he didn't know what to do, and he stood on one foot and he stood on the other, and then finally he picked up the phone and he called the devil. And he said, Nick, he said, he says, I got about 75 very worthy Baptists up here. Every one of them going to stay in heaven. But he said, I just fooled around, and I didn't make the reservations. I've got this thing organized up here. And he said, I'm going to have some place to keep them for about a week. He said, would you do me the courtesy of taking care of them down there for a week? And I'll send for them, bring them up here. And the devil says, well, yeah, of course, and send them down. So St. Peter explained it, says, you fellas going down there. Well, a week passed and nothing happened. 2 weeks passed, nothing happened. And the phone up at the pearly gate rang, and St. Peter picked it up, and it was the devil. And he said, listen, Pete. He said, you remember all those worthy Baptists you sent down here a couple of weeks? Oh, yes, I do. And he said, listen, I don't care what your accommodation setup is up there. You send down for them right now, because they've already made one collection. And if they take a second pass, they'll air condition the whole place. But we're not raising any money from our worthy Episcopalians, and somebody, I think it was Tom Peters, the man who came in that day in 42nd Street with Springer, decided one thing we needed was to try and get some official force. Everywhere we kept going around this diocese, everybody kept saying, well, I'm not going to throw any more money down a rat hole, because it had 2 failures. Vestry at St. Bartholomew wouldn't give a nickel. Use that as an excuse. I remember standing in St. Bartholomew's with Dr. Sargent, who was then the rector. Church was empty. It was about the middle of the afternoon. I had come down there to find out what his vestry was going to do about giving us some money. Well, he told me. He stood on the side of the church. And beautiful church. All lovely marble slabs and everything. And he told me his vestry said they wouldn't give a nickel. And I blurted out, I said, well, that horse is just as warm as a stone inside this church. And I turned and walked out. And that was the sort of thing we were running into. And the Cardinal Spellman had allowed us to use his buildings to put our children in for a rental of $1 a year. So our work was going on. And these old buildings down there, Leek and Mulberry Street, condemned. The then presiding bishop came back from a tour in Berlin. This is right after World War II. And we got him to come down and see these old buildings we had, and he said, well, these buildings are worse than the stuff I saw in Berlin after the bombing. And he allowed me to quote him on that. I mean, we had an ox in the ditch. We had this, Tom Peters paid for this dinner. Paid the book of it anyhow. At the plaza. And we had Bishop Manning, our bishop, a tough little man. And we had Governor Dewey, who was then sitting in a big chair at Albany. Dewey was Episcopalian and had been a former member of the board of this society. And I am the master of ceremonies. And I'm also the very troubled and apparently defeated chairman of the committee to rebuild St. Barnabas House. And I got up to start the evening, and I had some very nice little things planned to say, and out of the pain of my subconscious, I said, Bishop Manning, you having a doing? I know that Episcopalians in the Diocese of New York understand on a conscious level that you can't take it with you. But I'm now convinced that every one of them firmly believes way down inside that if anybody ever does, they're going to be first. And I thought the audience would choke. And Dewey got a little red because he was wondering what the reaction of a real tough bird, little gamecock, Bishop Manning, what his reaction was going to be. And Bishop Manning looked at me, those light blue eyes underneath that white hair. He was a small man physically and a huge man spiritually. And he just nodded in agreement. Now, where were we talking when we got off on this fundraising thing?
Well, you were
about
talking
Ricky.
about Ricky, and Ricky saying that you had a potential for civic.
Yeah, but we had Ricky. We had him in the Red Cross in Brooklyn.
Yeah, when you say that you had.
Well, I got lost someplace. I started on something. But anyhow, this is.
Well, let me try to remember. You said you had gone to Bronxville and he evaluated your wife,
Yeah.
let's say, and you got by other people.
Well, I put this in here deliberately as I was talking with you because somehow I want some of the Red Cross and St. Barnabas thing to come in, but let it just come in accidentally like this. We don't touch it anymore, right? I mean, I've said about all this I want to say. Now, the thing is that we've got Ricky at Brooklyn, and he and I have got a warm personal association. And he's my public relations man, etc. And now the next thing is Robinson.
All right. Now,
We need another tape on that.
Well, do you have time to talk about this now?
This tape is being recorded on the morning of Tuesday, September 27th, 1966. I last saw Red Sunday morning, the 25th, and I was to call him Monday morning at 9 to see whether he'd have time for me on Monday. I could not reach him at 9, but he called back at noon when I was in a meeting here at Sports Illustrated and said that he would be able to see me as planned Tuesday morning at 8. Later that afternoon, Monday, September 26th, the word came over the Western Union Associated Press ticker that Red had been fired by the Yankees as a broadcaster. The evening papers last night had front-page stories on it, and this morning the Times and the News had stories in their radio television columns about his dismissal. I'm recording this in my office at 5 minutes to 8. I'm going to leave here and go over to his hotel and see what he has to say.
Okay. There was a Red Cross meeting that was held in the office of John Cashmore, C-A-S-H-M-O-R-E, the borough president of Brooklyn. And it began in the late morning, and there's so many meetings, particularly those populated by volunteers, it dragged on because volunteers must be heard, and at this particular meeting all volunteers present wished to say something, so they were heard. And the meeting broke considerably after lunchtime, which has a bearing on the story. Mr. Ricky and I walked from Borough Hall to Joe's restaurant, which was an old landmark. It was right around the corner from the Dodger offices at 215 Montague Street. And when we went in, the place was deserted. It was well past the luncheon period. And Mr. Ricky walked to the back of the restaurant, and we sat down, and gave an order. And after the waiter left, we were completely alone. And I recall very distinctly that he had picked up a hard roll, breaking it into pieces and jabbing his butter knife, and putting pieces of butter on pieces of the roll, and was eating. And he said, "I'm going to tell you something that my board of directors doesn't know." He said, "I'm going to tell you something that I believe nobody else knows outside of the family." So when I was baseball coach at the University of Michigan, I coached baseball there while I was getting my law degree. He said the best player I had one year was a catcher, and he was a splendid young man. He was a Negro boy from Upper Michigan, where his family was the only Negro family in that area. And when he came to Ann Arbor, he was, by and large, unaware that he was a Negro boy in a white world. He had had no unpleasant experiences. He said, we went down early in the season to play Notre Dame. And we went into the Oliver Hotel. And he said, I stood at the desk and I was registering my players, saying this is so-and-so, so-and-so, and getting their room keys for them, sending off to their rooms. And when this catcher came up, the room clerk pulled the register back and said, we do not take Negroes here. And he said, I was stunned. And he said, this boy didn't know what had hit him. And he said, I explained to the room clerk that this was a catcher for the University of Michigan team, and the University of Michigan team had complete reservations. They were the guests of Notre Dame University. And the room clerk was quite blunt and said, Mr. Rickey, quite rude and quite vocally firm about it, that they did not register Negroes and they were not going to register this one. And he didn't care if it was the University of Michigan football team or what. So, said Mr. Rickey, quite a crowd was standing around by now, listening, watching. And he said, I said to this clerk, I said, well, now we have to have some way out of this. He said, would it be satisfactory to you if the boy sleeps in the extra bed in my room and you don't register him? But he stays in my room with me. It's next to bed in that room. And the clerk said, yes, I'll do that. So, said Mr. Rickey, give me the key. And he turned, and he said, I handed the key to the boy. You'll have to straighten out this sentence. Tense. Because I got you past and present in here. And it should be present. And said, Mr. Rickey, I gave the key to the boy, and I said, now you go up to this room. And you stay in the room till I come up, and I'll come up just as soon as I can finish registering the rest of the team. It won't be but a couple of minutes. I'll be up. You go up and stay. And said, Mr. Rickey, when I registered the rest of the team, I went to the room. I pushed open the door, and there was this fine young man, this Negro boy, sitting on the edge of a chair, and he was crying as though his heart would break. His whole body racked with sobs, and he was pulling frantically at his hands, pulling at his hand. And he said, he looked up at me and he said, Mr. Rickey, it's my skin. If
if I could just tear it off, I'd be like everybody else. And this bear-shaped man with the dark, bushy eyebrows broke another hard roll. Crumbs flew all over the place. Jabbed at the butter again. He was mad all over again. He was back in the Oliver Hotel in South Bend. He leaned over and he said, now, he said, you know, I have formed a Negro baseball team called the Brooklyn Brown Dodgers. So, that team going in the Negro League? I said, yes. All right. And said, Mr. Rickey, I've got all of my Dodger scouts scouting Negro players. Scouting them right now. They're scouting them all over the Caribbean. They're scouting them all over the United States. He said, I've got Suki, meaning Clyde Sukforth, and he named his first line scouts, and he had them all at work, and he said, they are scouting Negro players only. And they think they're scouting them for the Brown Dodgers. He said, I have never been able to shake the picture of that fine young boy tearing at his hands and telling me that it was his skin, and if he could just tear it off, he'd be like anybody else, like everybody else. And he said, as the years have come and gone, this has hurt me inside. And he said, I have made up my mind. Before I pass on, I'm going to do something about it. He said, these reports are coming to me every day on these Negro players. And he said, what I'm telling you is, and my board of directors doesn't know it yet, he said, there's a Negro player coming to the Dodgers and not the Brown Dodgers. He said, I don't know who he is, and I don't know where he is, and I don't know when he's coming, but he's coming, and he's coming as soon as we can find him. He said, needless to say, I've taken you into my confidence. He said, Jane, Mrs. Rickey, is utterly opposed to my doing this. My family is dead set against it. He said, I've got to do it. I must do it. I will do it. I am doing it. And now you know it. And this was a year before I heard the name of Robinson. It was a year later when I picked up the paper. He never talked to me about it again. I picked up the paper and I saw where Robinson had been signed and was going to Montreal. And I said, well, he said he was going to do it. I've often wondered, why did this man tell me that afternoon in George Weston? One, you would say, this thing had become so much a part of him. Opposition of his family was so complete. And he was carrying all of this inside of himself, that he had to have some human being to speak out loud to, and have this other human being hear him say what was inside of him.
paid me the high compliment of choosing me as that human being that he would trust. This might have a bearing. But Mr. Ricky's strength was such that he could walk his way alone. I don't think he needed me as his confessor. And certainly when he spoke to me, I gave him back no support. I gave him back 100% silence because he had shaken me. And I think that because he shook me is why he told me. Because Mr. Ricky, bless his sweetheart, always told me that, in his opinion, I was the most valuable person in the borough of Brooklyn to him and to the ball club. He never let me forget that I had a great worth and that I was doing a great piece of work. And he saw to it that I was left free to do it. And I don't believe a person ever was able to approach him and begin to say something critical of my broadcasting. He stopped it. He would not hear it. He said, "You don't know his problems and how he's handling things in his way. You leave him alone." MacPhail was even more violent. He fired a fellow for criticizing my broadcast. Cardinals were playing in Brooklyn one night, and Jaime Green was the bartender. And the first inning started, and the first Cardinal up got on first base, and the next Cardinal got a base hit, and the Cardinal from first started for third. And the throw came into third ahead of the runner, and I went with the umpire's first decision, which was out. And the ball rolled out of the baseman's hands, and the umpire changed the decision, and he said, "Safe." And I said, "Now he's safe." And with that, the radio was going back of the bar in the press room, and MacPhail was standing there. He hadn't gone out to his seat yet. And Green said to MacPhail, "Listen to that Barber, he can't even tell out from safe." And MacPhail said, "Take off your apron, you're through. You let Barber broadcast." No. Green said, "Listen to that Barber, he can't tell out from safe." MacPhail said, "You tend bar and let Barber broadcast." And Green said, "You can't talk like that to me." And MacPhail said, "I never will again as long as I live. Get out. Take off your apron. You're through." So Mr. Ricky had seen to it that I had sole occupancy of the Catbird Seat. And he shook me that afternoon in Joe's restaurant. I was born in Columbus, Mississippi. My family moved to Florida when I was 10. My father's people, going back to before the Revolutionary War, came from North Carolina. He is a drifting railroad man, came into Mississippi. But my mother, her people had founded, some people think was the first, if not the first, one of the two first newspapers in the state of Mississippi. And they met in Columbus, married. My father stopped booming, as they used to speak of railroad men who went here and there in those days. And the 3 children were born in Columbus. For all I know, the family might still be in Columbus, except for the boll weevil. Boll weevil came along, and he ate up more than cotton. He ate up a state. He ate up a railroad, Southern Railroad in Mississippi. And my father found out that he was being eaten up by the boll weevil. He wasn't working. And he went to Florida, Atlantic coastline. And my entire heredity and environment was of the Deep South. Although Florida is not Deep South in the sense that Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina would be considered Deep South. Florida has always been
more of a cosmopolitan state, but make mistake about it, a southern state. So I was raised southern. I was raised by wonderful, tolerant people who taught me never to speak unkindly of anyone or take advantage of anyone. And the Negroes who came and went through our lives were always treated with the utmost respect and a great deal of warmth and a great deal of affection. But there was a line drawn. I know that it gave me great pause when I went to Cincinnati the first time I went north. I wondered how I would get along in a northern city. And I got along all right because I attended strictly to my business. But Mr. Rickey told me in Joe's restaurant that I'm going to be broadcasting with the intimacies that went with the assignment of a Negro player. And if he meant a Negro player, he meant more than one. He meant that the complexion, and this is no play on words, the complexion in the dugout and in the clubhouse was going to be drastically changed. And I went home that night to Scarsdale, and I told my wife what Mr. Rickey had told me. And I said to her, I'm going to quit. I don't think I want to. I don't know that I can. I'm going to quit. And she said, well, you're going to have to make a decision about your job. But she said, it is not immediate. You don't have to do anything about it now. Why don't you have a martini and then let's have dinner? And time went by. I say Mr. Rickey never referred to it again. And this thing was now gnawing on me. And I had to do, I would say it was the first time in my life, I had to do a deep self-examination and attempt to find out who I was. This did not come easily, and it wasn't unlikely. Yes, I faced the economic thing when I realized that this was a great job at Brooklyn, and things being even, I didn't want to lose it. I was very happy with my work. I was very happy at Brooklyn. And when I found I couldn't be happy broadcasting at Brooklyn, that's why I left under Walter O'Malley. The happiness that I had at Evansville was too precious to dilute and vitiate. But it wasn't so much that I said, well, don't be in such a hurry to walk away from such a good job. I had the confidence of youth. I always felt that I was going to make a living. My father raised me. He used to say to me, don't you ever let anybody tell you the job you've got is the only job you can have. Don't you ever let a man try and make you afraid of your job. And he told me that as a growing boy, and he repeated it through my adolescence. And it's a part of me, and whenever somebody has threatened me, the words of my father come back. And I react rather strongly and immediately. And if somebody wants to know who I am, they can threaten my job. So it wasn't so much the job threat. But it was that I said, well, what is it that's so upsetting about the prospect of my working with a Negro ball player? My broadcasting a Negro ball player? My traveling with a Negro ball player? What's got me stirred up? Why was my first reaction? Why did I come home and tell my wife I'm going to quit? Well, I'm Southern. Been trained. Of course, the answer came to me years later when I saw South Pacific. I didn't know it at the time I was struggling for it, but there was a great song. We've got to be carefully taught. Well, that was what was My problem, I had been carefully taught. I'd been, not by just by parents, I'd been carefully taught by everybody I had been around. I'd been carefully taught by Negroes and whites alike. I was a product of a civilization. And so I said, well, some of them. And then I don't know how the thought came into my mind. But the basic question that a human, if he's fair, ought to ask was, how much control did I have over the parents I was born to? The answer immediately was I didn't have any. By an accident of birth, I was born to Selina and William Barber, white, Columbus, Mississippi, February 17, 1980. And through circumstances in which I had no control over, I stayed in Columbus, Mississippi until I was 10, and then I stayed in Florida. And the first time that I had something to do with what I was doing was when I left Sanford and went up to the University of Florida to be a student, worked my way through. The rest of it, I was having some vote. And I then, of course, worked out that but for an accident of birth, I could have been born to black parents. I could have been born to any parents. And that I didn't have anything to be so proud of after all then about this accident. The color of my skin. Just about that time, the director of St. James the Less asked me to do a radio talk out in Westchester. You look back and you say how marvelous it is how things synchronize, fit, and mesh together, and the timing. While I'm trying to work out this thing of who I am and this accident of my birth, and while I'm working it out, I'm losing a lot of so-called pride or false pride. The Reverend Harry Price asked me if I'd do this talk, and the talk was on the sentence from St. Paul called Men and Brothers. And what the rector wanted me to talk about was a problem that was starting then. It was just about the time it was beginning to first emerge, and it got to be quite serious, and it hasn't diminished. It was the problem of the relationship between the Jews and the non-Jews in that wealthy community of Scarsdale, New York. And it was going pretty good down the road at Bronxville, too. And some embarrassing, sickening things were beginning to happen, and some sad things were being said. Things were being done to children. And he asked me to talk about men and brothers, the idea about that whether you were a Jew or whether you were a Christian, you were brothers. You were men, and you were men and brothers together, and you should get along. Well, when I worked out that talk, I wasn't nearly so interested in a relationship between Christians and Jews, Jews and Christians, as I was in a relationship of one white Southerner and one unknown black ball player that was coming. And that helped me a great deal. And then I had something else I had to work out. I had to work out who was I in my work. What was my job? And as I worked along, I remembered something that Bill Clem had said, the great umpire. And he said that all there was to umpiring was to umpire the ball. Now, when you think about it, that's about all you got to tell a fellow to umpire. You forget it, you just umpire that ball. Whether it's fair or foul, or whether it's ahead of the runner or not,
You don't care anything about outs or winning runs, big crowds, or the names of people. You umpire the ball. It comes over the plate in a certain prescribed area, known as the strike zone. No, it does not. There may be a difference who throws it or who's at the plate. You umpire the ball. That's umpiring. And then I took that and I worked over that a little bit, and I said, well, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Is broadcast the ball. And I got some further help when I understood that I was not a sociologist. That I wasn't Mr. Rickey. I wasn't building the ball club. I wasn't putting players on the field. Neither was I to be involved in a racial experiment. But I didn't care what anybody else said, thought, or did about this Negro player who was coming, whose name I didn't know. And I had this all worked out before I ever read that Robinson was going to Montreal. Was it all I had to do when he came? I didn't say if he came. Because after Mr. Rickey talked to me, I knew he was coming. And I finally came to the understanding that all I had to do when he came was, one, treat him as a man, a fellow man, treat him as a ball player, and only broadcast the ball. I didn't broadcast Jackie Robinson, per se. I broadcast what Robinson did. I broadcast that baseball when the ball and Robinson are both on the same field. And sometimes it was quite interesting. And funny, there was another Mississippian involved in Jackie's start. When Robinson reported to the Montreal Ball Club, the manager for the Royals was Clay Hopper, who was from Mississippi. And Mr. Rickey had told Mr. Hopper that he's coming. And he just had just simply said to Mr. Hopper, well, now you can manage correctly or you can just be unemployed. That's all. He didn't waste time gentling Clay Hopper, who was a professional manager. So you just manage this boy the way I want him managed. And you figure out how I want him managed. Or, and Hopper said, yes, Mr. Rickey. So Clay told me that Robinson reported at this camp that Mr. Rickey set up outside of Daytona Beach. He had the Dodgers in Daytona Beach in 46. And they had this minor league camp out around DeLand, the Naval Air Training Station. It was just a little area where they could get in there, and the unregenerate Southerners could look the other way. They could pretend it wasn't happening. So Robinson reported to the clubhouse, and Hopper told me that he said that when Jack got there, he said, by and large, he had the ball club in the clubhouse. He was getting ready to go over something with him, and the door opened, and in Jackie came. And Clay said, I didn't need an introduction. I just said to myself, I said, well, when Mr. Rickey picked one, he sure picked a black one. Well, I think that the relationship between Hopper and Robinson was wonderful. Well, Jackie's told me so. Very fair. He was surprised. He found that Hopper was a fair man. And when you get around to life, isn't that what it's supposed to, just to be a fair man? So, the Robinson thing, if I did anything constructive, and I like to think I did, after all, I had the microphone, millions of people, very sensitive, you could say, delicate situation, that had to be handled inning by inning, game by game, month by month. It wasn't a thing that was suddenly confronted on Monday and then you don't have to worry about it on Tuesday. Because Robinson came, he came to stay. Well, I would just like to say that Jack has told me that he appreciates what I did for him. And Mr. Rickey has told me that he appreciated what I did about the handling of that. And there have been many people who have been very kind. It's been written in papers and in articles in a couple of books that they thought that, well, let me say it, that they thought that my handling of the Robinson situation was ideal. I've never had any, well, what's the word we've got today now? Backlash if somebody's mad about something, especially the races involved. Well, as to my knowledge, from any of the Brooklyn broadcasts, there's no backlash of the smallest amount. I got it. But I would like to say that while I appreciate Jack telling me that he thanks me, let me state right here and now that if I have achieved any degree of understanding or tolerance, if I've been able to implement in my life St. Paul's dictum of men and brothers, if I have been able to follow a little better the second great commandment, which is to love thy neighbor, but that word love comes from the Greek word. A lot of people don't bother to remember that the New Testament was written in Greek, and the word that the original writer used was agape, agape, and the Greek meaning of that word, and it was the sense in which Christ was speaking, which is why the writer used the word. That is not the word love as we understand love in the motion pictures and on the television and in the automobiles and in the divorce courts or in the tabloids. Not that kind of love at all, or the love of the Kinsey books. When Jesus said that the second great commandment is like unto the first meaning to love God, that you are to love your fellow man, and you take this Greek word agape. I had a lot of trouble with that second commandment for years because I was taking this word love like most people today take the word love. The word agape means to have concern for. And Jesus, when he said that the second great commandment was or is, he said, thou shalt have concern for thy fellow man. And that means that you can hate somebody's guts, but if he's hurting, you are supposed to help him. If he falls, you try and pick him up. If he's hungry, you feed him. You don't have to like him. You don't have to throw your arm around him. None of this romantic physical love. Jesus was not speaking of that at all. He documented it about who is a good neighbor. And a rich man who was of the same racial strain of this man who had been jumped on and beaten by robbers passed him by, and a priest, his own priest, passed him by. But a fellow who was of a foreign race and a different color skin, and there should have been hatred. There was hatred between these peoples, but he had compassion. He had concern for. And he took this poor, wounded, robbed, penniless man, and he turned back from where he was journeying, this Samaritan. And he took him back to an inn, and he said, take care of him. And whatever bill is involved, when I come back from where I'm going, I will pay it. And if I've been able to implement in some small degree the second great commandment, what I'm trying to say is that if there's any thanks involved and appreciation, I thank Jackie Robinson, but he did far more for me than I did for him. Now, about the Yankee job, I would say, as I sit here, it's now exactly 24 hours since Mike Burke told me that the Yankees would not seek to renew my contract. That was a nice, gentle way he put it. The newspapers who use a more earthy, accurate, blunt language said I was fired. It's been just 24 hours since we went over there at the Plaza Hotel and see it right out this window. He said that the Yankees would not seek to renew my contract. And that was beautifully put. And I hope for his sake that was an instantaneous, spontaneous remark, that he hadn't just worked at that. The Yankees will not seek to renew my contract. You see, that saved my face. That left, you see, the inference that well, I might be difficult. In other words, very beautifully put. But the Yankees would not seek. It's almost as though I had
decided that I did not wish to work there anymore, and the Yankees were bowing to my personal wishes and well-being, and therefore they would not disturb me. In other words, the way he said it was almost caressing. The Yankees would not seek to renew my, as if he were saying, Red, listen, not for anything in the world would we trespass upon you. So, after 24 hours, you begin to look back. There are two or three things that you have to understand, and I try to understand, is one, I never did feel that the New York Yankees or the Yankee Stadium belonged to me. I always knew it belonged to somebody else, that I had worked there. And that for a while, when I started with the Yankees, when Weiss brought me in, I had 2-year contracts. And then it became the custom to have 1-year contracts. It's all right. And I knew that you have a contract, and it could or could not be renewed. After all, what is the meaning of a 1-year contract? That at the end of 1 year, everybody takes a look. And we see if we want to go again. Or if some party does not wish to go again. Or if there is a readjustment, a refinement, a change that is indicated and proper and acceptable. So when somebody says that he is completely surprised when he is dismissed at the termination of a contract, he's not being completely honest with himself. As long as you're working for people, you had better never be surprised that suddenly the fellow that you're working for says, I don't want you to work for me anymore. For any number of reasons, and whether they're valid or not, there's no bearing. It's because if the fellow doesn't want you, that's it. So, I had been aware of all of this, and I always gave my employee credit. And as I say, I had no quarrel with O'Malley. We never had an unpleasant word between us. But I knew that it was his ball club. And when I felt that the climate had changed, and after all, it would be asking almost the impossible to think that I can flourish under MacPhail and then flourish under Rickey, especially after these two men had the bitter falling out, and then stay on and flourish under O'Malley, who had had an even bitterer fallout with Rickey, in which there was money and pride and everything involved, and which as a final straw, Rickey stuck O'Malley for $50,000 that he had to pay second off, because that's almost a book in itself. But when you think about it, let's don't ask too much of Walter, as resourceful as he is. Beyond his knowing, he couldn't have been completely fond of me, knowing that I was Rickey's man. And knowing that not only did I work for Rickey, but that I was personally and closely devoted to Rickey. Well, so what I'm trying to say is that I was not taken by surprise. And you look back, when you think nobody's ever asked me, did I know why Mel Allen? Or did I know when Mel Allen was let out of the Yankees? Yeah, I know when he was let out. In September, early part of September, the Yankees were getting ready to go to Cleveland. And they had 3 doubleheaders in a row. They had 6 ball games over there. And I had been bouncing back. I had the first day was a heart attack, going down to spring training camp. And I was in the hospital 3 weeks. I went all down to spring training camp, Fort Lauderdale, and hung around on the ground level with the ball players and did my background. And regained a lot of strength. I did not climb the steps to the top of the stands where the broadcasting booth was, because the doctor said I shouldn't do the steps. Of course, what I had no heart damage. I had what is technically called a fibrillation. My heart went out of rhythm. And so, as fine as I ever was, of course, somebody said you have a heart attack in the hospital. I was a heart attack. It seems that the world remembers your heart attack, and I don't see. President Johnson had pretty good. He had a massive heart attack. And he's doing all right. Lots of the world's full of it. Well, anyhow, I had this fibrillation, and rather publicized, and I blew spring training. But the thing that really threw me back was that, see, I showed up opening day,
stadium. Boston Red Sox were there. I was there for opening day. I broadcast. I did a pregame show. I did my full stint. I gated myself to be ready. I climbed whatever steps necessary at the stadium, mezzanine, getting back and forth into the radio box. I was ready. And but 1st of June, I got a soreness in the calf of my left leg, and I thought it was a muscle I'd pulled, something I wasn't paying attention to it. And then I found out that I had a phlebitis, called a blood clot. How I got it, I don't know, and the doctor said that it's general rule people don't know. I hadn't had a lick on it, a blow or anything, but so about 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and I had a tremendous pain in my chest. And boy, I thought I was a goner. Well, what we found out was that the clot had broken and down in my leg, and a blood clot had lodged in my lung. Well, I get the ambulance, and I'm in the hospital, doctor's hospital here in New York. I was in there 3 weeks. And I had 2 more pieces of that clot broke loose. I had 3 of them hit me in the lungs. And they said it was a close call. You know. And complete rest. And they kept I had to stay off that leg, and they kept a hot, wet pack on it. They gave me all sorts of medications to change the content of my blood, so that instead of having a thicker blood, I'd have a lighter blood, and they try and dissolve it. But I was in there 3 weeks. The Yankees were out of town for 2 of the 3 weeks, so I only missed 1 week. So I look back over the years at the stadium, I only missed 1 week's work. After all that work at spring broadcasting those exhibition games in Fort Lauderdale, I hardly call that work. But so that had slowed me down there, that thing in June. And let's see, no, when is Memorial Day?
30th of June. Last
Day of May.
May.
Well, I had this thing the last part of May, because I remember I was in the hospital and listened to the radio report of the 500 from Indianapolis, and they had the awful wreck right at the very start, and Eddie Sachs got burned to death, and some others. Yeah, so it was the end of May. That's what happened. Well, I spent the rest of that year. In other words, when you are laid on your back twice for 3 weeks at a time, complete rest, you've lost a little physical vigor. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. This thing of complete rest is the most debilitating thing that can happen to a human being. You lose your muscle tone. Why, I almost had forgotten how to walk. So all you got to do is you got to fight your way back, step by step. Well, long about August, I was 64. I'd say I was back, good shape. So much so that when I saw these 6 games and 3 nights coming up with Cleveland, I volunteered to go out and broadcast in Cleveland. Well, all Phil Rizzuto ever needs is anybody to even wink one eye that he'll go work, and Rizzuto goes to the golf course. So nothing pleased Rizzuto any better. So sure, I went to Cleveland, and he didn't. Well, that was fine. I wanted to go, and also another reason I wanted to go was I wanted this would be what you call a tour de force. This would be a pretty positive, practical, public exposition that I was back in health. If I could go out to Cleveland and do 6 ball games in 3 nights, I was no longer a wheelchair case out of doctor's hospital. And the day before I was to go out there, it was an open day for the Yankees. And Houck was the general manager. That's this year. It's his first year. Yogi Berra was the manager. And the day before was an open day. And got word from Mr. Rand, Topping secretary. Mr. Topping wanted me to come over to the office about 4 o'clock that afternoon. All right. Hold on. And I had been having some trouble behind the scenes, which I hadn't bothered to take up with anybody, with Valentine, the dominant sponsor of the Yankees.
And the trouble, going back to a year before that Valentine had gotten it into their minds that they wanted to bring Jerry Coleman in, add a fourth man. And I'm very glad for Coleman's sake they did, but they wanted to bring him in. And Valentine said that the way they wanted to bring him in was to renegotiate my contract and cut my pay, so it wouldn't cost him anything. In other words, what the effect was that I was to pay for Jerry Coleman, basically, his first year. And I wouldn't do it. I just said, I'll stand on my contract. And I had been brooding about that. And that sort of treatment, and the fellow who had presented it to me at Valentine was Len Forpel, their advertising manager. He was ice water when he handed that to me. And I remember I was over there with Bill McCaffrey. And Roy Hamey, at this particular time when the Valentine thing exploded, was still general manager before they turned him out to pasture and brought in Howard. And this was a noon meeting with Forpel, in which he just bluntly said, well, we want you to step back and take a severe cut. And in return for that, we'll give you an extra year on your contract at the lower figure. Now, we'll give you an extra year's security and I think $15,000 less. And I said, no. I'll worry about next year when I get to it, but I am not going to budge. I have a contract for this year to be paid, and I'm going to be paid every cent of it, whether I broadcast or not. It was what they call in show business a pay contract. And if I didn't change it, they had to pay me. Well, Forpel was mad. But I was madder. Oh, I was mad. This thing made me sick inside. I mean, genuinely sick. And the thing that made me so sick was that, and it kept keeping me sick, was there wasn't anything I could do about it. So I'm broadcasting for the Yankees in '64, and I've gotten off my back twice. But I've got this thing down inside of me from Forpel, which was bothered me a lot more than that fibrillation or that phlebitis. That's where the focus of infection was. And I remember that when we came back from this noon meeting with Forpel, we got into Manhattan, mid-Manhattan, about 1:30, and McCaffrey said, well, let's go in the Casbah. That's what he calls Toot Shores. Get a cup of coffee. I said, fine. So we went in, and there, the Yankees had been given some sort of little press party, small thing. And there sitting around was Roy Hamey, who was still their general manager. And Bill and I went right over to him and told him what Forpel had attempted to do. And Hamey never hesitated. His reply was, he tried to make you quit, huh? And all of a sudden I realized, I said, yes, that's what he tried to do. So, he had tried to make me quit. Well, I know this was bothering me, boy, when I drove to spring training camp. My wife said she didn't know what that may had more to do with that fibrillation than anything else. But let's don't blame anything on anybody. Let's just say I was mad. So when I went in to see Topping, it's early September, '64, I had this thing in my craw. And I knew it was in there. So I went in the office. And there was Houck sitting there. I didn't expect Houck to be there. But it's all right. He's the new general manager. I was Topping sitting there by his desk in his shirt sleeves, and Houck had on his gray flannel coat. He was the new general manager. Fifth Avenue office. Well, so Topping never did mild pleasantries. He did plenty of games with you. He just came out and he said, well, he says, I don't know whether you want to talk about next year or not. And I blurted out. I wasn't prepared. I blurted out. I said, I don't know what I want to talk about next year or not either. I said, if I really talked about what I want to talk about, I want to talk about quitting this year.
just as soon as I finish this month. Oh, boy, he straightened up, and Hawk straightened up, and they looked at each other, and this they hadn't expected. And then Topping said to Hawk, well, I guess we better tell him. And Hawk nodded. So Topping said, I had Mel in this morning. I told him he was through. And tired of popping off. Also, he said, I called the commissioner, and I told him Allen was through. And I put Rizzuto on the World Series. If we win, because you see, each team that wins has the right to nominate a broadcaster. And Topping said, now you know why we want to talk to you about next year. Allen's gone. Well, I said, did I ever tell you about this thing with Paul Pell? He said, no. And I told him. Well, he said, you don't have to worry about Paul Pell. You're talking to me, president of the Yankees. And Hawk said, well, Red, you know, you're our man. We want you. Well, I said, I will be very interested in talking to you about next year, provided I'm talking with the Yankees, and that I don't go over to New York to the Ballantine Brewery and talk to Paul Pell ever again. And in one of the rare times of my life, I used a little profanity, which made me feel immeasurably better. Well, our conversation was such that they gave me the impression, as well as gave me a $5,000 raise for next year, but they gave me the impression that instead of just being one of the fellows around there, which I had been, and I had been very careful not to try and usurp or trespass upon any of Allen's prerogatives. He was a senior broadcaster. He was called the voice of the Yankees, and I was very glad for him to be the voice of the Yankees. And basically, up until then, I had been doing pre and post, which was what I was brought to the stadium to do, with some play-by-play. In fact, when Mr. Weiss brought me over there for the season of '54, he was willing for me to do pre and post only and not do any play-by-play at all. But I insisted. I said, no, I won't take the job unless I can do 5 innings, home games of play-by-play. I don't want to lose my contact with the play-by-play. So it was agreed. In other words, so actually I did more than from the start with the Yankees than I was ever asked to do. So now Topping and Houck want me to step up, be the principal broadcaster with the Yankees, and travel. I said, sure. I never said I wouldn't travel. I said, that was O'Malley's red herring when I left Brooklyn. So I said, well, why did Red leave? And he said, well, he never wanted to travel. And I just hung on, and when I went to the Yankees and did pre and post, which we did for home games only, and never did any TV out of town at that stage, why, people just said, well, I guess that's right, he didn't travel. So the conviction came time that I didn't want to travel, so I wasn't traveling. I had a job that, in fact, is that I heard that I insisted not to travel. That's why I took the Yankee job. Well, it was never a factor, so I went over that with Topping again. I said, Dan, I'm Weiss with you. I never said anything about traveling. Dan said, I know that. But we're spelling out some things now. You travel next year. How much will you travel? Well, I said, look, let's don't try and get too specific. Why don't we say that I will guarantee you that I'll travel at least half of the season, minimum. And I won't say that that is all I'll travel. That I will respect the job, and whatever the job has to be, I'll do. Well, I said, gee, that's more than I thought you'd say. But I think that's great. And I said, oh, Red, you're our boy, you're our man. Oh, this is what we want to hear. And there's no question. I said, they want to know about money. I said, well, I like a raise. And Topping said, how about 5,000? That's great. I never had any problem with Topping with money. I don't think anybody could ever say they had a problem with Topping with money. And so the understanding was that I'm going to travel. I'm going to step up. I'm going to be the principal broadcaster. And I left the office feeling that the next time we met,
Well, and one other thing, and they said, what about Topping? Said, I think we ought to have 4 men. And I said, I do too. To do what we're doing now with pre and post and television and picking up TV games on our own. I said, yes. And Topping says, do you know a 4th announcer? I said, no, I don't, but I would recommend that we get a young professional announcer who is coming up, who would be fresh and new, and this would be the greatest job in the world for him. And the people would know that he's new, and he's coming from Terre Haute, he's coming from Arizona or someplace.
I have another tape, so...
Right, what's up?
I don't know, it's just this one.
And Topping said, oh, gee, I think that sounds pretty good. That sounds fine, but how are you going to find him? Well, I said, there's a fellow that knows all of the major league broadcasters, knows their work. And that's Gordon Bridge, who's director of sports over at Armed Forces Radio, because in his work, he hears them all and broadcasts them all. I said, he hears more sports announcers than anybody. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. That's pretty good. Will you talk to Gordon and get some names? I said, yes. Talk to Gordon and get some names. Well, look, you got this trip and all that stuff, and there's no great hurry now, because Mel's going to finish the season. And we left it up to him. He can announce it whenever he gets ready. We thought we'd just let him do it his own way. So I went to Cleveland and watched this man sit there. I worked with him 6 ball games in 3 nights, and I knew something that he didn't know I knew. And it was pretty painful to sit there and watch him sit there and broadcast and try to broadcast. You talk about something about it. Not Galley West. He was in a state of shock. He didn't know he was in Cleveland, a Duke of Kentucky.
Let me take this transfer. Game shape. So you're watching me now?
So we get the season finished. I'm trying to remember. I had no further meeting with Topping or Houck. That was just going to come, but there wasn't any rush. But I'm going over in my mind that I'm going to be doing the work of the principal broadcaster that I did at Ebbets Field. So I'm going to have some say over the announcers, not only who they were, but how they worked and their approaches to the job. And I forget what we wanted to get into. And then they had some sort of sports clam bake over at Toot Shores, downstairs room. Oh no. Then I heard, then I was told, now we got the chronology. Get to the end of the season, then I was told that, then Topping told me, or sent word to me. I sent word to me that the Yankees were bringing in a man to take over the radio and television. And sell it, just do whatever was to be done, and would in effect be the supervisor of the announcers. And his name was Perry Smith. He was bringing them in from NBC, where he was assistant director of sports over there. So that was a little shock. And then they had a thing at Shores, about a week after I understood that Smith was in which there was a sudden announcement out of the blue. Nobody ever said a word to me. After this overall meeting with Topping and Houck, in which the announcement was made that Joe Garagiola was coming in. Well, as I look back, I can realize a little warning buzzer sounded then, saying, well, gee whiz, a couple of weeks ago everything looked one way, and now all of a sudden, bow Smith, bow Garagiola. And just as you go back over, now you can see that things are set in motion. You know, Garagiola and I never had any trouble, except that from the time he started broadcasting, apparently it was difficult for him to let his associate broadcaster finish a sentence without Joe just cutting in on him. And apparently Garagiola felt that whatever he had to say was so much more interesting and dominant and colorful and funny that it didn't matter who else he was working with.
He ran over fellows on the World Series. He seemed to be impervious to the other fellow if there was a human being. I would say he demonstrated a public lack of concern for his colleague. And I remember sitting in the studio working on the Armed Forces broadcast with Gordon Bridge when Rizzuto was on that series in '64, and Bridge and I were both just outraged. And how Garagiola ran all over Rizzuto when Phil was trying to do play-by-play. And Rizzuto took it. And then when Garagiola would do the play-by-play, Rizzuto, I never bothered to try and cut in on him. So, the season is new, and I'm traveling with the club. We're at Boston, and for the first time, Garagiola and I were assigned on the play-by-play. Up until then, I've been working with Rizzuto and Coleman. Well, Joe was consistent. For the first time in my life, I sit in a booth with a fella and he cuts in on me. I can't finish what I'm saying. He cut in on me in a couple of sentences. I started to tell some little anecdotes about players and I never got them finished. And I never wished to have any sort of unpleasantness over the air with anyone. I never have had over the air. But when I went to the hotel that night, I figured it out that he and I had to confront each other. And the next morning I called him and I gave him his choice. I said, I want to see you. I'll either come to your room, you can come to mine, or I'll come to yours. Mine's all messed up. I slept late. I said, fine. So he came in and I, as gently and as nice as I could, I just pointed out, I said, did you see those words up there in the upper left-hand corner of my scorebook? I said, those all indicated little things I wanted to say when I got the opportunity. And I said, I never got to say one of them complete because you kept cutting in on me. Now, I said, I don't know about your relationship with other fellows, but you're not to cut in on me. If you feel that what you've got to say is so much more important than what I'm saying, hold your hand up where I can see it. And when I get around to it, if I feel like it, I'll bring you on. But you're not to cut in on me. So I guess that's part of it. I don't know. You don't know what goes on, but that...
What did Joe say?
Oh, no, he said nothing. I didn't mean to cut in on you. He took it. Apparently, he took it on the surface. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. People that cut in on you don't like to be called about it. But he didn't cut in on me anymore. That was the important point at that juncture. Now, we go along, and then in the middle of '65, we had been on a road trip, and the ball club is doing very poorly. It was pretty evident to me that the club was foundering badly. And everybody tried to blame Johnny Keene. This was no doing of Johnny Keene. And I, seeing that the ball club was in for a very rough time, and was not only not going to win it, but not going to challenge, Killebrew hit the home run that turned a Yankee win into a Minnesota win for the last game before the All-Star break. In 1965. That, to me, right that precise moment, when that ball went in the left field six off Killebrew's bat, that told me then the Yankees were going down. That's where the final definite turning point was. That was it. And so on a 2-week trip, I worked very hard, pressed too much, in trying to not trying to change the play of the ball game or the outline of the report. You can't do that. I mean, I'm proud of the ball, but I tried between batters and between innings. I tried to put in extra interesting things. I went out of my way to try and get new information, new material. I widened and lengthened my preparation. I looked up things. So when we got back to this trip, I was on a glow, feeling that I'd done a pretty good 2 weeks' work for a club that needed it. I was sitting in the press room, and there were 4 or 5 fellows sitting around the table. fellows from the TV crew, Assistant Director Don Coneyman was sitting there, and some others, people who were not my peers in my business. And Perry Smith, my particular superior, sat down, and then he said, you know, he says, Red, he said, you really, they're talking too much out there on this trip. He says, we get letters, Dan's getting letters, they're saying you talk too much, and he said, some sports writer from up in Buffalo or someplace called me and complained that you're talking too much. I looked at him. He had said that to me in front of this mixed group of people in the press room. But I didn't trust myself to answer. I just got up and left. And I walked out to the front of the stairs. I ran into Houck. I wasn't looking for Houck. He was standing in Joe Cousin's office, the auditor's office. And because this thing had just infuriated the impropriety of those remarks in front of strangers. It was what it amounted to was a public dressing down. So I said to Houck, I said, I told him very quickly what Terry had done. And he immediately exploded profanely. And he says, I don't want to hear anything about you and your blank problems. I got enough blank problems of my own. So, I guess we had another seed planted someplace as you look back over events. I guess this thing began to come faster in the middle of the summer. This is this year, in the middle of the summer. One of the columns in Radio Daily, which is a trade paper. It was, the Senate was in there that 2 of the 4 Yankee broadcasters will not be back next year. That was the first written thing about it that I have any awareness of. And I took this, in that game that night, I took it up to the stadium and gave it to Perry Smith. I didn't ask him his reaction. I just said, here's this column. Oh, he says, I want to show this to Dan. And Topping Senior. And off he went, and came back about the 2nd or 3rd inning, and handed it back to me and leaned over and whispered into my ear. He said, I showed it to Dan Senior. And that was all. He didn't make any comment then or later. Never heard from anybody about it. Then we were in Detroit, and the same type of sentence was in one of the columns in the Daily News. And my agent Bill McCaffrey called me in Detroit. I was unaware. I hadn't seen the news. He called and said, "Here's this thing was in such column in the news this morning," and said, "Bill, I hope I haven't done wrong, but I've already called Perry Smith about it, to ask him what he knows about it." And he said, Smith said it was nothing. He didn't know how these fellows got these things. But Topping also knows about it because Perry Smith had already put that column on Topping's desk, and he knew that Topping had read it. Well, it still is. That's all. Then were in Boston the last trip, and in the Boston Traveler, a column by Sunberg. And he said, don't invite Jerry Coleman and Red Barber to the same party with Phil Rizzuto and Joe Garagiola. They're feuding. And then he said, and as for next year, Coleman and Barber are out. Nameless. I hadn't seen the column. Joe Garagiola brought it, and just as I was getting ready to sign on the radio side, about 1 minute before I was going to say hello, he stuck in front of the microphone and said, look at that. So when I got back to New York, I brought this to Smith's attention. He said, well, he said, now, he said, I tell you, all I know about this thing. He said, I don't know whether you writers get things. So he said, all I know about this thing is that they got a meeting over at CBS, and Topping's over there. And Paley and Stanton are in there. Burke. And he said, they called me over at the Yankee office, and they said, can you get along with 3 announcers next year? And said Perry. I said, well, if I have to, I can get along with 2. And he said then he said later in the day, young Dan went to his father, because I heard him say it, and said, Dad, I think you would be making a serious mistake to consider reducing the announcers or changing any of them. I think you would better leave the 4 of them alone. And with that, Perry walked off. That's all I heard until I picked up a week ago Saturday. Let's see, the day is 27, 26, 25, 24. So it'll be on the 17th. Yeah, Saturday 17th, Bobby Richardson Day, my daughter's birthday. Bonnie Kremenko had a column in the new paper, the World Journal Tribune, in which he stated, in the second paragraph, that it looked as though it was going to be the other way, but now it has changed again, and Red Barber is out for next year. And when I saw Bonnie the next day, Sunday, I said, well, and I was sitting with Bob Fischel, in charge of public relations for the Yankees, and Fischel had said, well, I don't know how these fellas get these things. I said to Bonnie, I said, well, you know more about it than I do. And he just got a little reddish in the face and walked off, and he never said another word.
He didn't say anything to it?
No. And I was having lunch on Monday with Sidney Fields, columnist of the News, and he said, well, Red, he said, what Kremenko wrote is occupational libel. Several fellows down on the paper told me that's occupational libel. Does he can prove it? Well, I said, we're not going to. Who wants to think in terms about libel? I said, you might think in terms of money. I said, no. So, then the changeover is made, Topping going completely out, and Burke coming in. And in my own inner appraisal, I thought, well, this ought to just about settle things. I would not have been surprised at being let out had Topping remained. Because early in the summer he had voiced his displeasure in the latter part of May and written a memorandum to each one of the announcers, in which the memorandum was handed out by Perry Smith, mimeographed. I don't know how many copies were made back in the office, who had them. And these things were just handed to us with cameramen there, engineers there, everything. And the memorandum was that Topping instructed Smith to tell the broadcasters that each of us had been horrible. We've been talking too much, etc., and the team was getting straightened out for us to get on the ball. So I thought, well, with CBS, whom I worked for, and with a very happy association for 9 years, and left for a very legitimate reason. Television was getting so big that they needed a full-time director of sports, and I didn't wish to attempt to be that. I wished to remain a broadcaster. Had a fine personal meeting with Dr. Stanton, and he thanked me for thinking of the company ahead of me, and while he hated to lose me, he agreed that was the right decision. And he gave me his blessings. And I always felt that CBS was my network. And of course, Joe Garagiola had an intense association with NBC. And every day that he lived, he was always singing the praises of NBC all over the stadium and all over the league. It was NBC this and NBC that, and the fellas at NBC, and when I was at NBC, and doing these tapes for NBC, and so I thought, well, now that CBS has taken over, nothing is out. I thought, well, I said to myself, I said, well, I think maybe I may even have a better job. Maybe this thing that I thought was going to happen when Topping and Howe talked to me in '64 in September, that maybe now CBS may say, well, you've got a real value to us. You've got these years in the city. You've got your standing in the community. You've been involved in Red Cross, church work. You did the Jackie Robinson thing. You were at Cincinnati under Mike Vale when the ball club had to be rebuilt, the last place ball club. You were in Brooklyn with Mike Vale when the second division ball club was rebuilt. You were at Brooklyn in World War II, reduced the Dodgers to the bottom again, and Mr. Rickey rebuilt it. But you have a particular value for us now in our dilemma. Now that we're between Siller and Charybdis and 100% ownership, and we have now taken over. What was my thinking at the Tuesday luncheon statement? Thursday night, Sarah and I went to the opera, second night of the opera. And first intermission, who would we run into but Mr. Paley. And I said, hello, Bill. And he turned. He said, hello, Red. And I said, Sarah, this is Mr. Paley. Oh, thank you, Mr. Paley. Sarah. And I asked him, I said, how's your father's garden? The one that he bought the land where the Stock Club used to be, and he's turning it into a little small garden in memory of his father. And I had written to him once or twice about the garden. I thought it was a perfectly wonderful thing for a man to so honor the memory of his father. And it's an expensive thing he's doing. I thought it was very, very sensitive. And he said, well, they're putting trees in. He said, I don't plan to open it until next year. And I said, well, let me tell you again that I think it's one of the most sensitive and thoughtful things I've ever heard of a man doing in memory of his father. And he did something that I saw, but did not apprehend until Bert had dropped the black spot. Now I can see that he was a little, well, restive. Not to say that a man of Mr. Paley's position would be uncomfortable, but let's say he was restive and did not wish to prolong the conversation with my daughter and with me. And after he had said, we don't plan to open until next year, before I could finish the sentence about how sensitive and fine it was, he turned and walked away. And my thought at that moment was, I guess he's in a hurry to go find whoever he came with. But now I know that he wasn't in a hurry to go find anybody. He was in a hurry to leave, talking who he was talking to. Because you don't dismiss a fellow who had been 13 years at the Yankees getting $50,000 a year without Mr. Paley knowing and approving. Saturday morning, I suddenly woke up to the fact that Tuesday I was leaving in my car for Washington to broadcast 3 ball games down there, and I'd had permission for several weeks from Perry Smith because of my car not to go on to Chicago for the last 3 days. But when the Thursday evening game was played at Washington, to be free to drive on to Miami. It was a good way down the road already, and it was understood that if Rizzuto and Coleman and Garagiola all stayed healthy and well because they had television on Chicago as well as radio, that I would be free to go. So that was where it was set. And I suddenly thought, well, I'm leaving Tuesday morning. And I would like very much to talk to the new Yankee president now, in view of all that's been going back and forth. And I would like very much to talk to him personally, and I would like to see if he wanted to ask me if I had any suggestions about things to be done, things that I had learned from Mr. MacPhail and from Mr. Rickey through the experiences of the building. So I called his office Saturday morning, and the secretary was there. And I asked if he was there, and she said, no, he didn't come in yet. It wouldn't be in for another hour. And I said, would you tell him that I have a night game tonight, so my whole day is free. I have just a single game tomorrow afternoon. I'm reading at the first and second lessons at the Church of the Epiphany, 11 o'clock. But I don't have anything else scheduled, and I'm completely free all day Monday, except for an early morning appointment for just to check in with a doctor I haven't seen him for 3 or 4 months, which I can change. But that I would like to see Mr. Burke at his convenience sometime between now and Tuesday morning to talk about the work on the broadcast next year, because I think it would mean a lot more if I could talk to him, sit down across the desk from him, than to try and discuss it by telephone, or would save me flipping back from Miami to come back for a meeting. Oh, yes, she said, I'll get in touch with him. So she called back a little bit later and said that he was not coming in until late in the afternoon, and his schedule was simply impossible, and that he would like to talk to me where there was plenty of time, leisurely pace, and suggested having breakfast with me Monday morning. And I said, fine, well, we'd like to have breakfast here. And she said, well, he said that he would meet you in the lobby of your hotel at 8:15, and that you could pick some place where you could sit and talk. And I said, well, I tell you what, I'm not just in a room at the Hilton, I'm in a little suite with a sitting room, 4355. I said, why don't you ask Mr. Burke if he wouldn't just get on the elevator at a comfortable 8:15, suit his time, without you, and come up to 4355, and we'll send down for room service. And have breakfast up here. She said, fine. She said, if you don't hear back in half an hour, that's what it will be. So I didn't hear back. Well, that pleased me very much, because it was very nice quarters. We could sit and talk, and by the way she talked and relayed his talk, I thought, well, this is wonderful. Here's a young new man, and we'd had luncheon together once in the middle of the summer, and we had not discussed baseball or broadcasting. We just got to know each other a little better. And we'll go over some things and see what can be done and how things can be helped. And I had gone over in my mind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things I tried to remember. I tried to think, what would Larry McPhail do right now? I said, well, the first thing he'd do is he'd say, well, I'm stuck with this stadium. Grandma Yankee Stadium. I'm stuck with it for a few years, whether there's ever a new stadium or not. But I'm stuck with it now. And if I'm stuck with it, I'm going to make the best of it, and I'll paint it. I'll paint it inside and outside. And I'll strip all the advertising signs off. I'll say to people that, wealthy as CBS is, we will say to you, we'll take all these signboards out in center field and we'll paint that a nice restful green, so that we don't have to say it publicly, but you can suddenly look and say, well, gee, they're not trying to squeeze every dollar. They've made it more pleasant for us to sit here. Gee, there's a certain dignity in class. Taking all that indiscriminate thing about soft drinks and shirts and stuff, all of it. See the signboard. Whenever you see the signboards in a ballpark, it's either the mark of a very greedy person, completely greedy, or else a person that is so struggling that they've got to have every last dollar. And so I said, well, these are things I'm going to suggest to him. I was going to say that one thing that is upsetting in the stadium to people more than they realize is to go out there and look at those 3 old pieces of granite stuck there. It looks like a tombstone out there in the left center field. Well, granted, if they just markers with plaques on them. But there, look like 3 tombstones. And George, with a 10th place ball club, you don't need to look at 3 tombstones out there. And I was going to say to Mr. Burke, well, we got to get rid of those 3 tombstones. And the way you get rid of them, because there are some people that are sensitive about sentiment and say, well, you can't come in and rip those tombstones. I said the thing to do is get rid of those tombstones. The main thing is you don't need to get rid of them, you just want people to see them. And I said I've always felt that it was a mistake at the stadium to have those bullpens out of sight of the fans back in those runways, left and right center field. That one of the exciting things in the baseball game is when things begin to get a little uncertain, that you see fellas get up in the bullpen, and you not only see them get up, but you can see who they are. That's part of it, should be. And I said what I do is I think center field is too large stadium anyhow. Too deep. And I said I just rebuilt that whole area, and I put a fence, a wire fence. I put the bullpens out there in center field. And the bullpen fence would be in front of those monuments. You wouldn't see the monuments anymore. And I said there's that batter's backdrop. This is in my mind. I was going over these. And that batter's backdrop out there, that old dirty, frayed canvas. I said I'd take that down, and I know that in the past, if they had a big sellout day, they wouldn't have any backdrop at all. On the one day they needed it, they'd flood the breaches with customers. I said, to me, that was terrible. Because if you need the backdrop, so actually your hitters are to keep from getting hit. You don't want that ball coming out of a sea of white shirts and faces. I don't know just what the construction would be, but you would put a permanent backdrop up there and paint it to dark green or everything else. And I'd say I'd go out and look at the Detroit field, the Tiger Stadium. It's an old ballpark. The stadium has been beautifully kept, lovingly kept, and it's a real dark, almost forest green. And they don't have any advertising signs up there except the one on top of the scoreboard. And it's so pleasing to the eye to sit. And you're not aware that this is an old, outmoded ballpark. It's comfortable. It's Tiger Stadium. So I'd go out and look at the color, the way they painted it. And I'd fix that backdrop, and I don't know what I'd do with that space that I blocked off at center field, never to use again for seats. Maybe I'd put some sort of a cafeteria for the bleacher fans and give them a little plus. And I would do something about Ladies' Day. I'd make Ladies' Day an occasion at the stadium in which they would get a little Hawaiian orchid twice a year every time they came in, or they'd get a carnation. And I'd always see to it that there were, for every Ladies' Day, there would be 3 prizes. I'd vary them. They would be given away at the end of the 7th inning to women who just happened to hold a lucky seat, and I'd see that some movie star who was in town, a television personnel, some well-known person, stepped at home plate. He held up the game for 2 minutes, and he presented to these 3 women a prize. I would do something about the big hue and cry is you have obstructed views there so often. But I wouldn't sell obstructed seats until the last moment, and I would have the seats that were anyway behind a post, I'd have them in an entirely different color, so that everyone would know they were buying an obstructed view, and if they wanted to buy it, fine. But they couldn't go around and say, well, they stuck me back of a post. You put yourself back of a post, if you did. If you wanted to get in so bad, you bought it. And these are things I had been going over. Also I've been going over how I thought I would set the broadcasters and work them. Yep, so well, it's just going to be nice Monday morning. We'll sit up here and we'll look out at this lovely view, look up Central Park. And if there's anything that is stimulating, it's trying to take something that's at the bottom and build it up again. I've been around that 3 times. It's exciting. It's a variation of raising a child again. So, give you something to do, something to think about. One thing I'd said that the first thing to be done was where Topping had put an enclosure around the box where he sat, which was a direct affront to every fan. But he had cut himself off from the fans. He had his private little domain. Stripped that down to where the president of the Yankee Ball Club sat with the folks and also moved around and sat a couple of innings in the bleachers, just listened to them talk, find out what they thought about it. Do what Bill Veeck did, move around with the crowd, be available, sign autographs. Let people say, well, I'll talk to Michael Burke today, and I told him what I thought. I said, you can find out, you don't need, they've got a survey thing going on up there. You don't need a survey. Do your own survey. Go down and talk to the people. They'll talk with you. Oh, I had a list. Pretty darn good list, too. Because they're not going to get the players rapidly. They're going to have to do something else. The people are going to have to understand that the new owners care something about people and are giving back to people something. And that that the stadium is not cold, that it is of the people. After all, people support baseball. So I thought, well, anyhow. So Saturday afternoon, I hadn't told Mr. Burke's secretary that I had a little kitchenette up here, that I have my breakfast myself, a refrigerator, coffee pot. I make very good coffee. So Saturday afternoon, I went over to a grocery store, and I bought the very finest cassava melon that they had. Paid $3.50 for it. I had them cut it. I wanted to be sure it was an excellent melon. It was. I brought it back in some fresh cream, and I got a fresh can of all Colombian coffee, and some Thomas English muffins, and I usually, I don't know, one of the fads I guess today is cholesterol, so I've been using margarine. But I thought for this occasion I got a stick of butter, and I got some orange marmalade. And I said, well, when he comes up here, and instead of ordering room service, I will have breakfast ready. I will have the little table all set, and I'll have this little china, which I bought early in the summer at Takashimoya, the Japanese store, a lovely blue and white china. And I even went myself. I've been using paper napkins, but I went down to the restaurant, Seven Hills, and got 2 or 3 linen napkins from the head waiter. So, and I have some stainless steel, which I got at the Japanese store too. In other words, this has been my home all summer, and I rather respond to the things around me, and I'd rather have my own china and my own
stainless steel and my own food and deal with the hotel. So, again, this goes back to my father and his kitchen and his rocking chair. And so I was going to have this very nice little breakfast for Bert. And I thought, too, this would give him a little extra insight. He doesn't know me as to how I live. He'll find a little more who I am, that I maybe am a little bit more sensitive than he thought. But I'm going to just be surprised. There's a fellow that, this is nice china, tableware, linen, beautiful melon, piece of lime squeezed on it, real good coffee. And I can make good coffee. And do. I don't make anything else but good coffee. And there'd be plenty of that. It would be ready. No delay. Just take 1 minute to put the little electric toaster that I bought, the English muffins, out with the butter, marmalade. We'd talk. We'd put this thing back on wheels. We'd make it move again. Boy, I was going back to MacPhail, going back to Ricky, and adding in everything I had observed and learned, and I was so anxious I wanted to give it. I wanted to pour it out. I wanted to just lay it in his lap and say, you're just a week on this job. In fact, this is the day that ends, your 7 days. And let's not despair. There are things to be done. The public, all they wanted is to feel a sincerity, an interest from you and from the Yankees. They want to feel that maybe for the first time in the history of the ball club that this is now a people's team. Not a team of entrenched wealth. Sunday evening, about 10:30, the phone rang and it was Perry Smith. He said, "Read about your breakfast with Burke in the morning." Well, I was ajar. I didn't know that he knew anything about my breakfast with Burke. He said, "Burke wants you to meet him in the Edwardian room at the Plaza Hotel at 8:30. I said, "All right." And he hung up. And a little bell was going off now, because I know that every time somebody does something or says something, it means something. And the problem is to find out what does it mean. And I kept saying to myself, well, what does it mean that one, Perry Smith knows about this? Two, that he called me to change the meeting place. Why didn't Burke call? Why did Burke have Perry Smith call? And what does the change in meeting mean? So, I left on schedule to walk over to meet him at the Plaza at 8:30. And as I went in the closet to get my coat and hat, it was a little system. I had a stack of books, and under the top of the stack of books was Best Sports Stories of 1966, which is a wonderful collection of the best writing by newspaper, magazine people in the field of sports for the year. And I was doubly pleased because I had been asked for the first time in that book to act as one of the judges. I was asked to take the place of Quentin Reynolds, who died. And so I saw the book, and I knew that Burke had a young son, school age, I don't know exactly the age. And as I got my hat and coat, I thought, well, this would be a nice book. I had several copies of it. Publishers given me. I said, this would be nice to take him to give to his boy. It'd be nice reading for him. I picked up the book, and so when I got to the Edwardian room, I checked my hat and coat and asked the captain, Mr. Burke was there, and he pointed over, and there was Michael sitting at a table by the window. And I went over, and he said, hello, and I said, hello, and as I sat down, I said, here's a book, Mike, that I thought you might want to take to your boy. It's excellent, excellent writing. And I said, of course, I'm doubly pleased about the book because I read everything in it from a particular point of view. I was asked to be one of the editors, take Quentin Reynolds' place. And I said, this is a book that has a great story about Dick Young on the death of Branch Rickey. I said, it's a marvelous piece of writing, big piece of writing for all time. I said, I had to vote that first, and I said, I'm awfully glad that other fellows felt the same way, too. And I said, there's a piece in here, I said, that is just inconceivable. You can't understand it. How
sports writer, watching the ebb and flow of a big football game, can turn, and in the clamor of the press box, write immediately a play-by-play story for the morning paper that is like this, and I turn to the story written by this man in Texas of the Arkansas-Texas football game, which begins like a mighty sword, Arkansas struck. Yellow? Yes, Cousin Ann, how are you? So I said, gee, look, and I turned to the story about the Arkansas Texas. I said, look at this writing. I said, this is literature, and this was written, this lead was written minutes after this terribly exciting, uncertain football game ended. Yeah. And there were 2 or 3 other little presenters said, and then he said, well, he said something about philosophy of broadcasting, and I started to say the thing about Bill Clem umpiring the ball, and that was the way I tried to broadcast. And then he interrupted, and he said, there's no reason for us to be talking about those things. What I have to say isn't very pleasant. We have decided not to seek to renew your contract. So the rest of it you've got in the papers. No, I told him. I said, why? I said, fine. I said, now the decision's made. That's it. I said, I know that a coin has 2 sides. I said, I would have preferred for the numbers to come out differently, but not they are. Why? Well, he said, there was a growing feeling that you're getting disinterested. Well, he said, bitter. No, I said, bitter's not the word. And he said, as you know, Topping had made up his mind that you were to go at the end of last year. And he said there were some other thoughts at CBS, which I think you are aware of, and that the decision was made for you to stay another year. And he said also, you know, the decision was made some time ago that you were not to be retained. He said it was made, in fact, 2 weeks ago today. And he said Topping was supposed to have told you, but he didn't. So he says, I'm telling you. Well, I said, it's not a very pleasant assignment for you, I understand that. But I said, let me tell you, I was not disinterested the past 2 years. I regard the 2 years broadcasting I did for a ball club that was crumbling as the best 2 years' work I ever did. I tried to help this ball club and its broadcast. I went out of my way, every way I knew, to try and help it. And I said, I have never been more interested in broadcasting in my life, and I intend to. And I said, I want you to know that if you don't want me to be there, I don't want to be there either. I only work for willing buyers. And then I said, you've made a mistake. You fired the wrong announcer. Well, he says, maybe. We started to walk out, and that was all the breakfast I wanted, a cup and a half of coffee. And we got to the front steps of the plaza, and I was going to get a taxi. Of course, we got to Reddish, and he was going, I guess, over to the Yankee office. And I said, well, I said, good luck. I said, in fact, in all sincerity, I said, God bless you. And he said, well, God bless you. Good luck. And I went to down to see Dr. Reddish because he had been in Czechoslovakia, and I'd been on the ball club, and I hadn't been in to see him. It's been 4 months. And he was just, it was merely a courtesy call, actually. He was going to check my pressure, but I was going back to the doctor in Miami. And I didn't go to, but I deliberately didn't say anything to Reddish at all about the meeting with Burke, because I wanted him to read the pressure as it was, just as he read it off the instrument. So he read it, gave me the figures. I said, what do those figures mean? I know what they meant, but I said, what do those figures mean? He said, your pressure is just right. It's just where we want it. Well, I said, thanks very much. I said, you know, I just came 20 minutes ago from being dismissed from my job with the Yankees. And he looked at me and he said, well, he said, it's a damn good pressure. So
I got in a taxi and went up to Bill McCaffrey's office. And I wanted to, of course, tell my friend and agent immediately. And then it came to me that I wanted to do, that I had to do, what I was going to do. The first thing I was going to do was the thing that Johnny Keene said that he was going to do, and he did do, and the black spot was dropped on him at Anaheim, California. Called my wife. As soon as I got in Bill's office, I said, Bill, I was fired by Burke just now, and I'd like to put in a call to Lila. And he told his secretary, fine, she says, get Miss Barber on the phone. So I told her, and she was great. She's always great. And I said to McCaffrey, I repeated the meeting, and I said, now I'm going to leave your office, and I'm going to walk right across to the Hilton Hotel to room 4355. Now I said, while I'm walking across, you call all the newspapermen you want to, because I'm not going to do the thing that Mel Allen did. I'm going to have this thing out and have it out right now. They have dismissed me. The move is now mine, not theirs. They have no more move in my life. And I said, there's one fellow I want you to call first. I said, there are two men that are uppermost in my mind about this. I said, there's Val Adams at the time, but he's not printing till in the morning, so there's not any great rush to call him. He can't get it out anyhow. Paper doesn't come on the street till 10:30 tonight. But I said, Jack O'Brien is my friend. Very good friend, personal friend as well as a professional friend. Just was on his show a couple of days ago on WOR. With a professor named Miller. They were talking about English words, beauty of our language. And I said, I want you to call O'Brien first. Tell him. If he's interested, he can call me at the hotel. Oh, there's one other thing I forgot to say in this meeting with Burke. I have said, I told him, I said, you made a mistake. You fired the wrong broadcaster. And he said, well, if you had it, were going to say which one should be fired, who would you say? And I told him who I would dismiss, one of the ball players, and that I would keep the team at 4, and that I would reach around in the country, and I would get a young professional broadcaster who was not a ball player and bring him in, and I would keep one broadcaster paired with one ball player. But I'm not going to mention who I said I would have dismissed, because that's neither here nor there. And after I'd said that, then Burke said, you're going down to do these 3 games in Washington as you'd planned? I said, yes, of course. And he said, well, he says, you know, he says, I have been told that you have said that when you knew it was going to be your last ball game that you broadcast, that it was going to be a Lula, that you were going to rip everybody to shreds. Well, I just smiled. I said, Mr. Burke. He said, Michael. I said, I know what your first name is, but I'm using this for rhetorical emphasis. I said, Mr. Burke, I have said, upon occasion, I think I have a sense of humor. I have said upon occasion that such are the extreme demands upon a broadcaster to involve him. The care that he must exercise, the constant editing before he can say these so-called ad-lib phrases, what you say and what you don't say, the things that you know about a ball club and about the ball players, dames, debts, drunkenness, that you don't say, that you walk such a tight rope to do your work and to do it for the best interest of all. I said, yes, I have said that fellas, after all these restrictions and all this care, that someday, if I know it's going to be my last broadcast, it might be fun to really have one and say all the things I've bottled up all the years that I didn't say. Yes, I said, I've said it and laughed. And everybody around me laughed too and said, oh boy, wouldn't that be a beauty? I want to hear it. Now I said, let me say to you, Mr. Burton, I like to feel I have a certain sense of dignity. I have done 13 years of excellent work at the stadium, and 15 ahead of that at Brooklyn. I haven't the slightest intention of throwing the slightest discoloration on a great service drive. I said, I'm a professional broadcaster. I'll broadcast 3 ball games in Washington, like I would broadcast any 3 other games in Washington. Well, he says, I apologize. I should have known. I said, I will say this, that whoever told you this, you'd better put in the back of your mind that this is a light, dangerous person, and not believe everything that person says to you again. He said, I've already put it in the back of my mind. That's when we got up one time. Now, you got the newspaper stories. There are 4 of them there for you. There'll be more coming. Now, you can get them. Now, that's enough of that, right?
Yep.
Now, I got to go to Washington, old boy.
I know you do, Red.
Now, it's up to you as I see it. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I don't want to make the mistake that I made in my mind of telling Burke what to do and never got a chance to tell him. But I would think, Robert, that you've been so patient and so generous that after you have made some sort of an arrangement, you would come clearer to seeing what things you may want to touch, you know. And I've got this tape recorder. If you'll just write to me and tell me book, chapter, and verse what you want me to do, and I'll send it back to you. And
I will do that.
Let's see if that's enough for the time being.
I don't think there'll be an awful lot of stuff, because just these last few days you've filled in areas tremendously. And but there will be specifics.
Right. Right.
But, you're going down to Miami and just stay there? Will you be traveling and all, do you think? Or,
As of right now, I'm just going home. I'll do local broadcasting down there. That's all I have planned for. We'll see what the future brings. You know what David said about the death of his infant son? He said, he will not return to me. I will go to him. So, my future will come to me. And I will go to it.
Amen.
Now it is Wednesday,
What follows
September
is a tribute to Charlie Dressen
28th.
by Red Barber, broadcast over
The first game of the
WCBS
three in
from
Washington
Detroit,
was rained out
from
yesterday,
7:40 to 7:55
and there's a twilight
p.m.
doubleheader
on
today.
August 15th,
And Barber's broadcast,
1966.
if he's on it, should be coming on in a few minutes on WCBS. I wanted to try to tape some, but
this afternoon, which would have started just a couple of minutes ago. That game was washed out because of rain. It's been rescheduled. There was a single game set for tomorrow starting at 5:55. It will be a twin bill now starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Hi, friend. This
Bobby
is
and
the
Miss
old
Allen.
redhead, Red Barber, sitting in for Jerry Coleman, who is not making this 3-day tour out here to Detroit. The Yankees got here to Detroit on schedule. The Tigers showed up at the ballpark on schedule. Famous old Tiger Stadium opened on schedule. The fans are coming in on schedule. And that is the way it is in baseball. And the Tigers have showed up tonight wearing for the first time a mourning band on the left sleeve of their uniform blouses in memory of Charlie Dressen, their late manager, who was buried out on the Pacific coast yesterday. And I would like to spend at least 10 minutes of this program talking about Charlie Dressen, who is a man that in 1935, as his announcer at Cincinnati, I went more than half the season and never even mentioned his name once, and that was deliberate. But first, the warm-up is presented this evening by the Rockwell Manufacturing Company, makers of Rockwell power tools. And right now, let's hear a word from Pat Summerall. Weather here at Detroit is close, it is ominous, it is promised to be turbulent. And I think that's the way that Charlie Dresden would have liked it too. And my remarks are rather unplanned. They're not written out. They are going to be ad-lib. And I think that's the way Charlie would like it too. Because he was not a man of much polished English. In fact, I don't know of anyone who went so far with so little, certainly in the formal skills that we place such an emphasis on today. He had limited training. I don't think he got out of grammar school. He was accused of always saying I. And Charlie believed in himself. He didn't hesitate to say I, but I truly believe that in his almost 67 years, he didn't know there was a pronoun, M-E. And he certainly didn't know how to couple it grammatically. But he used his I rhetorically and forcefully. I said a moment ago I wanted to talk about 10 minutes about a man that I spent over a half a year as his broadcaster, never mentioned his name. It was a thing that came up in 1935 in Cincinnati when MacPhail was running the ball club and Dresden was in his second year managing. We both came to Cincinnati in 34, along with MacPhail, the three of us, I would say. And the Cincinnati ball club was in Pittsburgh, and I was doing the ball game back in Cincinnati from Western Union Wire reports, remember those days. And the first thing I knew that there was blood on the moon was that Charlie accused me of saying something which was exactly the opposite of what I had said. And he said that he had been told by some friends of his that that's what I said. And I said that I didn't say it that way. I said it just the other way. And I went to Mr. MacPhail's secretary. It happened Mr. MacPhail didn't hear it. And his secretary, Francis Levy, told him, Charlie, he did not say that. Well, my friends told me he did. And John MacDonald, the late John MacDonald, was the road secretary. He said to Charlie, listen, I happen to be back here. He didn't say what you said, he said. Well, anyhow, the little Dutchman stuck to it. And he said, I said it because his friend said it. Of course, that was one of his strengths and one of his weaknesses. He believed in his friends, boy. He went to the end of the road with them. And we didn't know each other very well. And so I just said to myself, I said, well, there's one way I don't have to get in a further rhubarb with this man. I won't mention his name at all. And then he can't ever say that I said anything about him one way or the other. And it took, it was a lesson in dexterity how to broadcast half a season and never mention your manager's name. And I did the best I could to not even refer to the manager. As far as the audience was concerned, the Reds didn't have a manager. Well, that winter, Mr. MacPhail called me in and he says, I know about this trouble you and Charlie had. He said, I think I can understand. But he said, I think it's gone far enough. Now, for the sake of the ball club, I don't care what you do, you and Dresden patch it up. So, spring training was at Tampa the next year, and I was sitting in the coffee shop of the hotel when he came in. And I knew what I had to do, and I went right over and I said, Charlie, let's start all over again. He said, there's nothing better I'd like to do. We start all over again. And, friends, there's something that I think we don't pause to consider. It's easy to say, I forgive. But real forgiveness is complete forgettingness. And Charlie Dresden forgot that half year of bitterness between us. And from his forgetting, I forgot it. And our friendship went on from there. And I think out of those troubled months, we built something that was very fine. And let me say that I owe Charlie Dresden more of a debt than I owe any other man in baseball. Because I was a green kid announcing, and he had the great patience. He had the patience with me that he had with all of his ball players, and especially his young ball players. He had unlimited patience. And he used to answer my questions, and some of them must have been so silly and so trite. But he would go over them again and over them again. And as I sit here talking in this Detroit ball club, I was ready. I got the chance to do a World Series in 1935 right here and in Chicago at the end of my second year in the major leagues. And if it hadn't been for the patient knowledge and the giving of that knowledge patiently by Charlie Dresden, I couldn't in 2 years jump from Florida and into a World Series microphone with Bob Elson, the first World Series that the Mutual Network ever had. That is the debt that I had him. And of course our paths crossed again in Brooklyn when he was the coach. And then when he came back to manage the Dodgers. And they've never really gone very far apart. Speaking of Charlie Dresden and his eye, of course he had a great ego. He was a little man. He was 5'6". He was never a great athlete. He just hung on as a ball player at Cincinnati with the Reds as a third baseman. And he did it by his wits. And always he knew that he was overmatched physically, overmatched in the field of education, overmatched in the field of family background. His private life was sad. And you might say that Dresden could have looked at the world and said, I'm overmatched, except he said in the spirit, I, and he never quit on that I. And they laugh about Charlie. They say that in different ball games he said to his players, "Will you fellows stay close now, and I'll think of something." And they laugh about that. Well, he meant that. He lived by his wits. And yet, Bobby Dodd, the great football coach at Georgia Tech, has been saluted all over the country. He said it much more graciously, but I remember when he told his squad down at Miami, Florida, in an Orange Bowl game, he was down there to play Kansas, he said, "Fellas, you got your work cut out for you. You're going into a real tough football game." And he said, "It's going to be close. It's going to take everything you've got." But he said, "Don't be nervous." He said, "Don't be concerned about it." He said, "Because, you know, I'm lucky." He said, "Something good will happen." And Georgia Tech stole the ball from Kansas right down about the 2 or 3 yard line late in the ball game and turned a defeat into a win. And but Dodd, a college man, was able to put it in another way, a more charming way. But Dresden says, "Listen, stay close. I'll think of something." And yet, this is something great that this man said. I know that, well, Charlie was just the antithesis of automation. He lost job after job after job, and yet this individual bounced back with a resiliency that is just remarkable. St. Paul says in Galatians, "I say then, walk in the Spirit." Charlie Dresden not only walked in the Spirit, he ran in the Spirit. He trotted in the Spirit. He was a man of great spirit. Wasn't it Browning that said, "A man's reach should exceed his grasp"? Oh boy, he couldn't have faulted Charlie, because Charlie was always reaching with both hands. And let's stop and think about something now. Charlie started out as a pro ball player in 1919 and was finished in 1933. He started managing in Nashville in 32, was back there in 33, was back there in 34, and then went to Cincinnati. And when he came up to Cincinnati in 34, everything up until then had been a success. He was going up. He was going up. Warren Giles dismissed him after the season of 37 at Cincinnati, and that was a tremendous crushing defeat. But Charlie, great in the spirit, a man of realistic humility, said, "All right, if I can't have the whole loaf of a major league managership, I'll take a 3/4 of a loaf managing back at Nashville again." And back to Nashville he went in with good spirit. And there he stayed until MacPhail, who came into Brooklyn, brought him in as one of DeRoche's coaches. He didn't come back to the big leagues as a manager. He came back as a coach, and he coached for DeRoche faithfully. And then he went over to the stadium. And also at the time that he was at Brooklyn, Mr. Rickey came in. Mr. Rickey, because he didn't like some of Charlie's friends, and Charlie wouldn't give up his friends, Mr. Rickey kicked him out of work. And he was out of baseball until Mr. Rickey relented and brought him back. And then Charlie went out to Oakland when Casey Stengel came to the stadium, and he took that job. He's back in the minor leagues again. And then he was brought into Brooklyn in 51. And he was there 51, 52, and 53. And people think today of the crushing blow that fell on Ralph Branca when he threw the pitch to Bobby Thompson for the home run in the playoff. Who was the manager that brought Branca in and had that defeat? And it seemed that after every defeat, Charlie bounced back stronger again. I say then, walk in the Spirit. This man truly walked in the Spirit. I don't know whether he knew how to spell spirit or not. I bet you he had never heard of St. Paul and Galatians. Although in his quiet way, he was a devout churchman with a very firm and fixed belief, so much so that he never had to debate it. And when he was dismissed by Walter O'Malley at Brooklyn, he went out to Oakland. And from there, he bounced back again to Washington. And when he was dismissed at Washington, where did he go? He went back coaching at Los Angeles, the team that had dismissed him at Brooklyn. And then he bounced into Milwaukee. And then from there went down to Toronto. And then went to scouting for Los Angeles again, and then came into Detroit. I think, summing up Charlie Dresden, maybe the sentence from Henley's poem Invictus, "In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed." And I'll be back in 1 minute after this word from Pat Summerall. And now we're back in Detroit. Stoudemire is warming up for New York. Lolit is warming up for Detroit. And standing out alone in the center of the diamond is a fella wearing dog glasses. He's listening for the public address announcer to conclude giving the batting orders. He's Ernie Harwell, who is an announcer, who, as this announcer, learned much from Charlie Dresden. And Ernie, in a moment, is going to say a very brief tribute to Charlie. And he's going to say that this Tiger Stadium is the best possible place to say it. That a baseball diamond is the focal point of Dresden's entire life. And let me say what a kindness John Fetzer, the owner, and Jim Campbell, the general manager of the Tigers, did. What kind men they are. They knew that Dresden's life was baseball, and when he had his second heart attack, they knew he couldn't come back as a manager. But they didn't tell Charlie that. Instead, they arranged it with the specialist to say, well, we will wait 5 or 6 weeks and you can have another examination at the hands of the doctor, and then we will see how it looks then. And Charlie died, thanks to the kindness of those two men, the manager of the Detroit Tigers. And now, this edition of the warm-up was brought to you by the Rockwell Manufacturing Company, makers of Rockwell Power Tools. This Red Barber, sitting in for Jerry Colvin, saying so long until we see you with Frank Prezzetti with the warm-up tomorrow at 8:40. And right now, let's get set for Yankee baseball.